Hey y'all, before we get started, man, got to do my promotion. Shout out to Southside Boom, SOUFSIDEBOOM, one of the hottest rappers, man, that's out, man. Make sure you go and follow him, man. Remember I told y'all this before he blow. Remember I told you he one of the coldest. Promotion. Then we're gonna get into it.
Got a plan for keeps, I want that shit beside. I shake that shit like Batman, but my partner don't be right. I can't let nobody change me. I'm seeing demons when I sleep. That's why I got to hydrate off codeine to permit the zone. Ain't been no fan, I'm also used to fan calling designer things. Ain't got no friend no more, these niggas so fake love, they can't be trusted.
Too much, I'm gon' make a rated beat like the FBI. Too much money, I'm colorblind, can't tell me nothing about my life. I'ma ride for my dog, give a damn if he wrong or right. Dirty sticks up under the sofa, dirty pistols, dirty sprite. First she's a peppermint, fly like a pelican, not in a river. In my closet got skeletons, she know I put this shit on like a mannequin. I know I'm heavy sin, I got the power like I'm Tommy Edison. No lie. One thing that I know is that letters, yeah. Never came up off a settlement, told him I'm settled in pocket big president, yeah. Fuck all that way and no measurements, and for the middleman, she can get treacherous, yeah. Bang, bang, stab too many times, I know pain for real. Used to sleep on the floor, look where we came for real. Niggas make up what you let them, I'm not trying to hear it, that shit be so fake to me. Shit so make-believe, Vivian's Maybelline. Shit so fake to me. Vivian Maybelline.
All right, y'all. Shout out to everybody on here. Happy Wednesday to everybody, man. Hope everybody's safe out there. The YNs, they back doing, killing people. Anybody, man. So make sure y'all keep y'all head on the swivel and use your head for more than a motherfucking head wrap. If you want to stay alive, man. Shout out to the mods, man. Make sure y'all go and follow all my wrenches on here. This is Trenches News at 8:59. We got topics today. We got Payso, we got Payso, whatever the fuck his name, whatever the hell his name is, man. We talking about him and his killers. They want it if they not caught already. We talking about a lot of things. The YNs, I'm gonna play the video, show y'all the YNs so y'all can show y'all kids what they doing to each other out here. And we're gonna talk about a lot of things and go over a lot of reaction videos and all that good shit, man. Make sure you smash that like button for me.
My nigga Glock made this shit.
Real Mod Squad shit. Whole lot of Mod Squad shit. Shout out Trenches News, nigga. Shout out NC. Shout out Made Meaty. Shout out Spark. Shout out Queen. Shout out B. Shout out Nene. And see, hit my phone like Black, make us a song. I hit YouTube, found the beat, now it's on. And see, you can go to her for the latest news. Like who told on who and who gave who the blues. Can't forget Queen Lotus, that's 126. Shorty smart as hell, gonna have you thinking about shit. Now let's get on the BZ on the down south shit. Shorty real as hell, she gon' tell you about your shit. And she dropping videos, go subscribe to her shit. Sparks got the visuals of 99%. Made media out west, he in film mode, nigga. Get that nigga, bring a chick, I bet she feeling on that nigga. And shout out Savage Black, we gon' party on them niggas. Can't forget Nene, she catch bodies in the chat. Is that page fake or real shit? Shorty gon' check, she gon' come back to the chat. Wipe his nosy out the chat. Can't forget Uncle Swipe, and still be yachty to you niggas. You can call him Swiper Jordan or whatever, say you nigga. And to the ones that left, we ain't worried about shit. But make sure you like the video before you dip. Real Mod Squad shit, yeah. Real Mod Squad shit, yeah. Real Mod Squad shit, yeah. Make sure you like the video before you dip. Real Mod Squad shit, yeah. Real Mod Squad shit, yeah. Real Mod Squad shit, yeah. Make sure you like the video before you dip.
Now, before I get started, man, y'all know I don't be on no bullshit. But this guy named Rich Payne made a video about me. He basically took my video, said everything I said, and then took up for Lil J. I was wondering, like, why did this dude come at me again? So I'm like, I don't respond to shit. I just got war tactics, man. But it was a mighty coincidence, man, that a transformer came out and he was biting that apple. That's crazy work. That's crazy work, man. Now that's crazy work, Rich Payne, man. You gotta explain that shit, man. Don't talk to Trenches News. Talk to the Transformer, man. The Transformer used to be a boy, and now he a girl. You hear me? I just wish I could hit every boy, girl in the world on everything. But hey, pal. Hey, Rich. Hey, Rich Payne. Oh, you in jail, man. Hey, Rich Payne. If you hear this shit, I'm a big dog. You hear me? Ask your homies them. I know your big brother Cam, but you can't get out of this. You was with a boy, a man boy. You been with dudes since motherfucking 7th grade, man. That's called a family reunion. A family reunion. You been with a motherfucker since 7th grade. That's a family reunion, goddammit. That's crazy though, man. Hey, but shout out to all y'all, man. Shout out to all y'all on here. You got Trap on here. Dro the Mob. What's up, Drody? NC in the building. Beezy Baby. Trap God. Street Code. Shout out to Street Code. Shout out all y'all. Made Media, all y'all. We finna get into it. I gotta switch screens real quick, y'all. I'll be right. I'll be back. All right, I'm back, y'all. So we finna get into the video. First, we talking about Payso P. Y'all already know he got killed, but they got video of these dummies right up under the camera. Again, nobody paying attention to nothing. They get out right under the camera, it look like, and with no mask on, and they like they changing seats or positions or something like that. So we gonna watch this video. You know, hey, some things ain't even worth it, man. Sometimes before you go on that hit, you got to think about, bro. Are we gonna get away? Are we gonna get away? That's got to be the first shit that you think about. Cause if you don't get away and you 20, 30 years old, you gone, bro. They give you 30. It's over with. All your friends dead when you in jail and all that shit. Ain't nobody gonna look out for you. Ain't nobody screaming free you. I ain't see not one person scream free Yellow Beezy. Not one rapper. I ain't seen no rapper say free Yellow Beezy. You hear me? Like they saying free Lil Durk or free Young Thug. I ain't seen it for Yellow Beezy. Hey, these boys commit murders for shit, man. I swear to God, man. Hey, they thought they was scot-free, and look how they walking, like they big, like they some big dogs. That's crazy when you think you get away and then you see yourself on the internet. You study on the internet and Google typing in your name, see if they see what the new news is, and you see yourself without a goddamn mask on. They shouldn't even get out the car if they just switching seats. What the fuck you switching seats for? That's crazy. That was a waste of time of getting out the car. Why'd they even get out the car again? It looked like they switched seats. They switched sides. I don't want to sit over here, bro. Like, that's crazy, man. Yeah, they just switching seats, playing musical chairs like this shit a game or something, man. That's crazy, bro. Killed that man for nothing, man. Trap Boy Freddy said free him. Oh, flat got you. It must have went over your head what I said, man. Then you hear me say like Lil Durk and Young Thug. You said one motherfucker, man. You ain't heard what I'm saying. You listening, but you ain't hearing me. You listening, but you ain't hearing me, man. Yeah, this shit sad right here, man. He ain't even get a chance. He ain't even get a chance to collect the bag, man. The person with the bag told him, man, hey, look, wait about 2 months, man, till the police get off us. I don't want you little niggas spending no money. Some shit Big U would have did. Yeah, that shit crazy. It's a video. Hold on. I'm looking for this other video when they rolled down on them. Hey Nene, you got that video, Nene? Alright, we finna get up out of here. Appreciate you, Twitter. We jumping on the tube, y'all. Smash that like button for me. Wonder what the price was for Payso. Ain't nobody said nothing. Hey, look, I ain't even gonna lie, man. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Bro, I was going for next if I was out there. I ain't talking about killing them either. I'm talking about that motherfucking jewelry. That, ooh, wee, I'm going in pockets. See, that's why I don't go. That's why I ain't never going no capers with no niggas. Because they planning on killing them and not getting nothing. I'm trying to get all the rewards out their ass. I ain't trying to kill nobody. Shit. I ain't trying to kill nobody. I'm trying to get that motherfucking $4 million of jewelry that you was just talking about you got on your neck. Like, that was stupid, bro. Nah, I need the one with fucking what's her name? I need that one too, but I need the one with Sauce Walka, the Sauce Walka video when the dudes ran down on Sauce Walka now. People was talking about that they talked to Sauce Walka and said, oh, that's Sauce Walka, and then ran off. Nah, dude gun jam. You can see dude shit jam. Dude jam. His dude gun jam. That's why Sauce Walka ain't get finished. They was ambushed, man. Sauce Walka. Hey, look, I know a lot of y'all might have looked at my title like I was accusing Sauce Walka, but it's called reverse psychology. I was trying to reverse what the fuck that they was putting out there. And I knew if I would have put, it's fake, that they lying, that it wouldn't have got around to the people how it is. So if I put that Sauce Walka had set him up for life insurance, then people would listen to the video. But I really was talking about Sauce Walka didn't. He ain't set that man up, man. That was a motherfucking ambush. They had to drop security. I think security gave them the drop, man. Them 2 security guards, I think they gave up. I think they gave them up, bro. That's why I think gave them the people. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find this motherfucking video when they. I'm trying to get this video when they ran down on them. Live from trenches, of rural Indiana. Shout out Indiana. Shout out all of them, man. Kids throwing their life away, man. They throwing their life away like a motherfucker, man. Trying to impress another nigga, man. Or a bomb female. Yeah, what that's it. That's real stuff. Alright, y'all, hold on. I gotta go to Real Star real quick. Huh? This name Sayso P. I keep on saying fuck. Try to make your day Just try to make your day productive, bro. Try to do something else, bro. Like for real, them drugs bad, bro. That addiction shit bad.
soul. And it's been around for several months. I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, it's been tough, but I will tell you this: you guys have just been amazing. People are sending me books. People are sending me cards. I got cards coming out my ass, which I read every one of them, and I don't respond to everybody, but I do read your cards, and they do make a difference. I mean, you even got everybody finds religion in jail. Thank you, whoever said that to me. I don't put stickers on my car though, just so you know. I'll find a place for it. In fact, I keep everything that you guys send me, and we're gonna put it on a shelf when we get our podcast studio going here very shortly. But the thing about it is, you lose a child. It's very, very, very difficult. I mean, it's the hardest thing and the most depressing thing that's ever happened to me. But do I sit there and wallow in my beer? No, you can't. Why can't you? Because you have a daughter and you have a fiance and you got other people around you that you need to kind of be there for. So you can't just sit there and cry in your beer. Can you? No, you can't. So appreciate all the well wishes and Oh, and by the way, if you go to clrbrucerivers.com, we're gonna have these new hats. What do you think of the new array of snapback stop self snitching hats, courtesy of our good loyal guy Nick, who is a buddy of Michael's, and we got Robert Henry behind the camera right now. So we got some new staff, new energy, and just a lot of good things going on here at CLR. Bruce Rivers, Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Okay, so today we're going to react to K-Flock. K-Flock, as you know, was a Brooklyn rapper inspired by the Chicago drill scene. Drill is a type of really disrespectful shit called rap music. Not that rap music is called shit, but I mean, this stuff is really disrespectful stuff because, you're smoking on your ops, drop your shit, boy, that kind of stuff, just talking about people that they've killed and people that they're going to kill and flaunting this rap battle or the diss tracks back and forth. And all it does is really generate a culture of violence. And it's not like, sometimes they say about music, oh, it's just art, blah, blah, blah. I think that's true for a lot of, like in Drake's case. Drake isn't a fucking badass. Drake has got a lot of money and he doesn't live on the street, but some of these guys are on the street and they're going pop, 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 pop. So it's not art. It's really they're reporting. They're live to you from Drill City. Here is pop, 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 which is basically what they're doing. And I'm telling you, and who holds the bag? Aunties, grandmas, sisters. All the women hold the fucking bag. So if you are a strong black man in the community and you care about your community, just grab one guy. I'm doing a case in May where they've taken 45 guys off the fucking street. 45 young black men off the street and charged them all with RICO. And it's from murder to drugs to money laundering and all this other crap. So my point is, we got to stop it. We got to stop it somehow. And nobody's fucking talking about it. Do you hear anybody in the national media talking about the epidemic of young black men dying in the city?
Hey, and this why I always tell y'all, bro. Every white person ain't racist, bro. That's why I say, when you say slavery and all that shit, bro, you gotta point out them motherfuckers who was holding people hostage back then, bro. You can't hold these people that's white accountable for now. Some of them still on some racist shit. They still following, they trying to follow their ancestors' path. But they ain't gonna win, though, because we strong than a motherfucker now. The Latinos, the blacks, the Indians, we strong than a motherfucker. We ain't going for that shit. Ain't nobody gonna tell us to line up in no line or none of that. We willing to go to war now. That was then. This is now. So Bruce Rivers cool as hell, bro. Like he one of the white people that care about black people, bro. On some real shit. So shout out to Bruce Rivers again.
They're not. And they should be. And so if you're a strong man in the community, step up. Step up and grab that little fucker by back of the neck and say, you're coming with me. You're going to go to work every day. You're going to be this guy. You're not going to be that guy. And I really, really implore you to do that. Okay, that's my speech for today. But let's talk about somebody who didn't do that, shall we?
And you can't walk a mile in my shoes. You ain't throw as much shots as I threw. You don't talk on the Glock like I do. And you definitely
You know, why do you think I coined the term stop self-snitching? Because you see these guys talk about their fucking murders that they do in their videos. Like our very first video was Murder on My Mind by Melly. Fucking idiot. Anyway, K-Flock broke through in 2021 when he dropped Being Honest, an emotional track showing a different side of the Bronx drill wave. The song caught fire, racking up millions of views. Before he knew it, K-Flock had a record deal with Capitol Records. I mean, I don't understand why these guys do this shit. I mean, you have a situation where you are making bank, but guess what happens when these guys from the hood make bank, or these gangsters, former gangsters, current gangsters, whatever kind of gangster they are? There's all kinds of people that are nipping at their heels. They don't just, make their money and move on. Some do, but a lot of them don't. And then so they're still sucked back into a deeper, darker place. He was rumored to be affiliated with the Sevside Street Gang, a set tied to SSM or sex, money, murder. When you're in trial and your gang is called sex, money, murder, hard to believe that you're not in part of a conspiracy. And DOA, dump on everything, factions of the Bloods. His music and social media activity made it clear that he was locked in a war with the Bronx rivals, which is just so stupid because, they're doing these RICO trials all over the country. Now, the one in Atlanta kind of fizzled out, didn't it? So that was Young Thug, if you recall. And where is he now? He's at home. He didn't get the fucking electric chair. He didn't get the life in prison that it was all billed out to be. The prosecutors really fucked that case up. And his lawyers really did a great job. This drill music scene, though, isn't just music. It's communication. It really is what it is. It's a direct reflection of what's happening on the streets. The diss tracks create battlefields referencing dead friends and real threats. When they put this stuff online, they're self-snitching. And then the feds are mining this social media stuff, and they're using it. There's been a big controversy about using rap lyrics. They used that in the Young Thug trial. So, but in K-Flock's videos, he taunts his rivals by name, flashing gang signs, and referencing shootings alleged. I mean, when they do this, they're just taunting the other side. Fucking stop it. I went down to the Bahamas, and these guys recognized me from the channel. And these are bigger, older black guys, really big guys. And he puts his arm around me and goes, man, I like what you're saying. Nobody's talking about this shit. Young black men are fucking dying at record levels. I mean, everybody's fucking packing heat. You think I'm going to go down to the Monte Carlo at midnight or 1 o'clock in downtown Minneapolis? Why wouldn't I go down there? Because pop, 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 pop. I mean, and there's too many people that aren't really recognizing, if I carry this today, what happens to me tomorrow? It's their life-changing decisions. So K-Flock, in his videos, he taunted rivals, and that is just stupid. I mean, okay, you want to fuck with me? I mean, where is Fulio? Where's Fulio? Is he going to make any more music? Not a fucking chance. K-Flock was well known for his lives where he would frequently drive through enemy neighborhoods looking for fucking trouble.
Niggas at 5 a.m. shaking my head. All right? At 5 a.m., your man was outside, and you know what happened. End of the story. It don't matter what time it was. No, fuck it. Hold on. No. It don't matter if it was 5. At least we didn't come for no reason. We came for a reason because your man was outside at 5, and you know what happened. Word of bro, nigga.
This is known as spinning. Why would you do that? So let's just take a look at him spinning this off.
Hey, man, I just want to say to K-Flock, man, that's just stupid, bro. That's just stupid though to get online and say at 5 o'clock. You know how many people outside, first of all, at 5 o'clock in the morning, and then you know how many people get shot at 5 o'clock in the morning? Like, bro, that's a sore thumb, bro. You might as well go to the police station and turn yourself in. Man, ain't no self-defense, bro. When you going and taunting people, bro. Self-defense is protecting yourself, bro. Not no motherfucking. Now, if he had self-defense, he would have been off the case. The whole thing would have got through out. He wouldn't have had the gun either. Real self-defense, you wouldn't have had the gun charge. He went looking for trouble, man.
Right there. Hey, what's up? Move back a little bit. They don't want to come out.
Generally speaking, if you have to cover your face and put sunglasses on, put a hoodie on, and you're trying to disguise your appearance, you're not going to disguise your car. They're going to know whose fucking car it is. They know who you are. But if you don't put it on the internet, it didn't happen, right?
What you doing, Bob? You see me going up, bro. What the fuck? This the shit I be talking about.
Nigga, this my shit. They know what I do. Bull day, bitch, I'm trying to spend.
They know what I do. They know what I do. I mean, what the fuck? Where are you now? You're in Metro. You're in Brooklyn. I don't know where I don't know where they're housing him right now. But he's in jail. Awaiting trial. Or actually in trial now.
Look how comfortable I am on this block. Them niggas all in there. Them niggas is pussy.
You know what's pussy? You know what's really pussy? Not doing things the right way. Doing shit like this is pussy. Being you ever see the Bronx Tale where Robert De Niro says the working man is the real hero? There's some fucking truth to that. Who wants to have a shitty job, and go to work every day and, sure, it'd be great to just party and fuck around all the time. Taking care of your own, making sure your daughter's got, tuition in the bank, making sure that, your kids have a warm bed and a place to sleep and somebody who gives a shit about them. That's where the real hero is.
Don't run. We out. We out. I'm on the block. Word to my son. Shut up. Let me say something. Say something. Word to my mother. Word to Blake Grave. They come to my block. To my cake. Tony Parker pop out. Word to my son Blade. My son Goon Grave. I'll make a fucking movie. A fucking movie.
Okay, that's really cool and everything. It lacks a certain, je ne sais quoi. I mean, if you're making real money, which he probably was, what are you doing on the street? Well, you're on the street because you think you're a thug. You think you're a gangster. You think you're all that in a bag of, 9mm shell casings. K-Flox is You Ready has reached 90 million views and cemented him as a serious player in the drill scene. Most notably, D-Thang's track, Talk Facts, which samples Gautier's Somebody That You Used to Know, which is reminiscent of a song of Who I Smoke. Remember Who I Smoke? We did a reaction to that. When that was a cold reaction that Michael brought to the table.
You could walk 1,000 miles and I still don't want to see you. I got the whole city scared. These niggas know what we.
I have to say, I like everything about this video. I really do like this a lot. The guys look like they could be in a fraternity. They look wholesome. But Who I Smoke? Well, we know from.
Hey, shout out Kai Reality, man. TV. Hey, bro, keep on pushing, my boy. On everything. Hey, I had to remember who you was, man. I remember before you even had a YouTube, brother. Keep pushing, man. I'm glad to see that you took the advice and got on YouTube. I ain't even know that was you, bro. Hey, keep pushing, man. Keep pushing your channel. Hey, y'all make sure y'all want to follow the New York drill scene. Hey, he got the New York drill scene on everything. He from New York. He could tell you about that shit. Make sure y'all hit up Kai.
all of our prior videos what smoking somebody up means. But I had no clue as to what a diss track was at the time. I had no clue as to what drill was or what an op was. I was so naive, and Michael really educated me on that stuff. And then I did Fulio's When I See You. And that's when I really realized what these songs are about. They're about, killing people and look out because you're going to get killed next. They're warnings, but they're really warning to their ops. We're coming for you. We're not scared of you. And where does it fucking end? You killed my buddy. I'm going to kill you. I got a RICO case right now where my client is alleged to have popped one of his ops, and it's all on video. It's such a waste of human life. So let's take a look at K Flock's case. This shit just kills me. So one of the court documents on November 10th, 2021, Perez ordered other Sevside DOA members to travel with him to RPT territory to spin RPT. Perez and others, including Sevside DOA members Devon Mason and Irvin Beeman, then traveled to RPT territory in a BMW. When they arrived at the rival gang's building, Beeman stood up through the sunroof of the vehicle and began shooting at the group of men standing on the sidewalk outside of the building, fortunately missing their fucking targets. Perez and others then drove back to the Sevside DOA headquarters. Stupid. So he has passed charges. At 15, he was charged with third-degree robbery and received a 1-year probation. At 18, he was arrested for having an illegal firearm, but the case was never adjudicated, thus no charges were ever filed. So if you are a felon, you cannot own a firearm. If you have been convicted of domestic violence, guess what? You cannot possess a firearm. Holding a firearm is a 5-year mandatory minimum sentence in most jurisdictions and federally. A month later, he was arrested for allegedly shooting and killing 24-year-old Oscar Hernandez, also known as Oiwaska, a member of the Oi gang. Surveillance footage captured K Flock in op territory. Outside of the barbershop, he yells to someone. Witnesses say he was asking for people for Oi. Oi left the barbershop when he was where an argument ensued. K Flock allegedly shot and killed Hernandez outside the Harlem barbershop. Hernandez was shot in the back and in the neck. Kind of pussy move, actually. Prosecutors claim it was gang-related hit. His defense team argues it was self-defense. But even stand your ground law, your election to stand your ground has to be a reasonable one. K Flock was on FaceTime call minutes before the shooting, showing a gun in op territory. That's called self-snitching. As a lawyer, we hate shit like this because it's like, fuck, there's nothing we can do. But then, what is common in every New York street? Cameras. There's cameras everywhere. So we're going to watch. So this is him walking on the street. Now, take a look at the jeans. We're going to get back to that in a minute. But one of the things that whenever there's video, even if your face is covered, there's other things that they'll magnify, that they'll analyze, and they can even tell you your shoe size. So he's got his hand on his gun right there. You can see it. You can't see the gun, but you can see from the prior video. And you don't think they're going to link that up in trial? So he gets shot. So now check this out. You're walking on the street. You got a white patch with identifiable geometric pattern, and then you got some designs on the left leg. Tell me those aren't the most fucking identifiable jeans on the planet. He bought those like an hour beforehand and paid $1,000 for those jeans. There's no question that that's him. So the shooting was caught on camera showing.
Hey man, that's crazy, man. Hey, that's crazy. that. Hey, I bet you they went to the motherfuckers who sold them jeans and asked them, we need them cameras. This the feds we talking about. We need those cameras. Did a guy come in here and pay for some jeans like this? That's stupid, man. Niggas don't even wear all black no more. None of that shit. They just go fuck it. Nigga got on a pink shirt and some pink pants. Fuck it. We gone. Crash out. You the only motherfucker who wearing this pink shirt down Cottage Grove all day. Like, that's crazy, man. That's crazy, man. Like, all it takes is 30 seconds to think about your life, bro. But niggas too fast to think or trying to prove something to another nigga, man. And that's how you get locked up, bro, because you try to prove something to another nigga. K-Flock, he was trying to prove something to some more niggas. Because look, when you a rapper, right, and as you get bigger, you gotta be about that shit. Like, if you ain't killed no niggas before that, you gotta do something, bro. Or your neighborhood, the killer's gonna start saying, man, that hoe ass nigga don't be doing nothing. That open the door for people to come at you. So you gotta be doing something. That's what K-Flock did. K-Flock motherfucker had to go with the program, I'm sliding, or the niggas from New York, they expose you. Nigga, you don't be like that. You ain't slid on nobody, son. Suck my dick, word to my mother, son. You know what I'm saying? And send a motherfucker right off. He said on his mother, I ain't sliding. Let's go, son. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's some bullshit. I ain't letting no nigga over no motherfucker walkie-talkie tell me, hey, son, you ain't slid, son. We ain't heard of you, son. You gotta make some noise, son. And then you go and slide, man. Like, fuck you, nigga. I ain't gonna slide either, motherfucker. Hello? You hear me? You hear me? Hello? Yeah, son. Hey, I ain't sliding either, son. Word to my mother. On everything. I ain't doing no slide, motherfucker. You ain't finna send me off. Word is bond, B.
The shooter dressed in a Moncler and Amiri jeans. That's what I was just saying. And this honestly will bite him in the ass. I mean, there's no defense that this wasn't me. So a week after the shooting, K-Flock turned himself in along with his lawyer to the New York NYPD Crime Stoppers after they posted his wanted poster and photos of K-Flock all over the fucking place. And he was arrested for second-degree murder. So let's take a little listen to his lawyer and see what his lawyer's take is on it.
The guy hits the ground and is found. He's got a loaded gun that was in his pocket that his hand was on at the time. You know, we consider that to be self-defense.
So he did shoot him in self-defense.
That's what the allegation is. You know, I don't want to talk too much about the details of the case,
Okay.
but the government claims that he pulled the gun out and shot him. But at the same time, the person that was dead on the ground had his hand on a loaded weapon, illegal loaded weapon. Apparently.
That's a good fact for K-Flock.
Apparently about to shoot Kevin.
Okay. So without saying too much, you're arguing obviously self-defense. That's the crux.
You know,
of the case.
that could be one of the arguments, self-defense.
He doesn't really want to commit in this article because if he has any plausible that wasn't me, he wants to keep that available. But you can't have a self-defense and say it wasn't me. I mean, you can say, yeah, I fucking shot him, and you know, I did it because my life was threatened.
Self-defense, and I would say to the public, you know, somebody's walking up to you with a loaded gun and it's pretty clear he's going to use it with a criminal record a mile long. Do you want to get shot or do you not want to get shot?
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger.
Bullshit. You wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger? Do you know what it's like to pull a trigger on a human being? Just when you think things couldn't get any worse for Mr. K-Flock, in 2023, the Sevside Associates, the feds hit those guys with a RICO indictment. This is the same type of federal charge that took down 6ix9ine's Trey Bloods and Young Thug's YSL crew. Same type of thing. Thing that I'm fighting. I'm going to trial in May on a RICO case here. if convicted, K-Flock could face a life sentence. But they're going to have to link it up. So, you know, a lot of people say innocent until proven guilty. Of course. They're going to have to link it up. But here's the thing. You can't claim self-defense if you start the affray. Period. End of story. So a judge isn't going to give you the self-defense instruction, which is critical to winning a self-defense case. You don't have it, you don't have self-defense. So in this particular case, one could argue that, you know, let's say there's no one to testify that he yelled "oi," you know, and try to lure his guy out there. Let's say he was just walking by the barbershop and the guy came out, the op came out, and the op was going to go for his gun. Well, you can either run or you can fight. And, you know, and you only run if it's reasonable to do so. Let me ask you this. What would a police officer do? Would a police officer put his back to somebody who's got a gun? Probably not. He'd probably return fire. Probably seek cover, return fire. And that's what that would be a reasonable thing for a cop to do. If it's reasonable for a cop to do it, wouldn't it be reasonable for your average Joe to do it? So if the guy comes, and I'm just positing a scenario here, so don't light me up about being wrong on this, but if the guy coming out of the barbershop had a beef with the guy that's on the sidewalk, K-Flock, and he pulls his gun, or K-Flock reasonably believed he was going to pull his gun and pulled the gun first, that would be kind of self-defense, wouldn't it? You know, that's the argument here. Kevin Perez, also known as K-Flock, was found guilty this week. He was found guilty of, it's really crazy because he was found not guilty of murder, but he was found guilty of using a weapon in furtherance, using a weapon causing the death in furtherance of a conspiracy. To racketeering conspiracy. What is conspiracy? Let's start there. Can you have a conspiracy if you're just acting alone? No, you can't. Because by its nature, a conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people and then an act in furtherance of that conspiracy, right? So let's say you and I decide to kill Nick's parents because they are just the rottenest people, you know? Well, okay, so we have an agreement to do that. And then we go to his house, we get up to the door, and I back out. So is there a conspiracy? Is the conspiracy been completed? Yeah. So you have two people agreeing to do something, and then we drove there, went up to the door. That's an act in furtherance of the conspiracy. You might as well fucking shoot him now. I mean, no, you shouldn't shoot him now. I'm not advocating that. But what I'm telling you is it's not hard to prove a conspiracy. You don't really need much for an act in furtherance of the conspiracy.
Hey, y'all, and that's the reason why Lil Durk is done, man. Because it's a conspiracy, a murder for hire conspiracy. He conspired. So look, with them text messages, Lil Durk saying on them text messages, don't put nothing in my name that's gonna link back to me. And the same people you texting, they go and kill a motherfucker. That's a conspiracy, man. That means you knew about it. All they gotta do is prove that you was aware of what the fuck was going on. And that's what's gonna nail Lil Durk, bro. They ain't gotta prove that he did it. They ain't gotta prove nothing else. All they gotta do is prove that he knew about it. He had knowledge of this shit. And it's over with for him. He smoked. Smoke.
Guy that's on the sidewalk, K-Flock, and he pulls his gun, or K-Flock reasonably believed he was going to pull his gun and pulled the gun first, that would be kind of self-defense, wouldn't it? You know, that's the argument here. Kevin Perez, also known as K-Flock, was found guilty this week. He was found guilty of, it's really crazy because he was found not guilty of murder, but he was found guilty of using a weapon in furtherance, using a weapon causing the death in furtherance of a conspiracy. to racketeering conspiracy. What is conspiracy? Let's start there. Can you have a conspiracy if you're just acting alone? No, you can't, because by its nature, a conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people and then an act in furtherance of that conspiracy, right? So let's say you and I decide to kill Nick's parents because they are just the rottenest people, you know? Well, okay, so we have an agreement to do that. And then we go to his house, we get up to the door, and I back out. So is there a conspiracy? Is the conspiracy been completed? Yeah. So you have two people agreeing to do something, and then we drove there, went up to the door. That's an act in furtherance of the conspiracy. You might as well fucking shoot him now. I mean, no, you shouldn't shoot him now. I'm not advocating that. But what I'm telling you is it's not hard to prove a conspiracy. You don't really need much for an act in furtherance of the conspiracy. So I'm going to do a little cold reaction to some of his music. And I have to confess, I don't know shit about K-Flock's music. I know Michael would have known everything about it. Brr, bow, brr, bow, brr, bow. I think that's, the imitating a gun, I think. Bow, bow. And here's the thing. They like to use rap lyrics, rap songs, especially drill, because drill is more factual. Now, I'm not following all the lyrics. Usually I have the lyrics written here, so when I react to them, I know exactly what they're saying. But the thing about it is, he's sitting there pointing the gun, the fake gun in his finger, which is better. That's better than a prop gun or a real gun, especially if you have a felony record, because if you have a felony record, guess what? You don't have the right to own a firearm.
Hey, I got a question for somebody. Hey, Cat still on here? Hey, how many dudes that's dancing around in that video with them shaking their ass? How many of them got up out of there on them? I mean, how many of them copped out? He ain't even want them to cop out. That's selfish than a motherfucker. He ain't even want them to cop out. He want them to go all the way with it so they can get hung and he still be his motherfucking gun charge. Niggas ain't shit.
Bow. Okay, now I got that out of my system. Now he hasn't been sentenced yet, so he was just found guilty. K-Flock's friend Vance Brockington testified last week that K-Flock called him while he was in the hospital after he got shot, but his sister, Laquana Brockington, testified today that her brother is lying on K-Flock. In other words, he's saying he's trying to be a snitch. This is his buddy in his own camp. The defense's first witness is the cooperator's sister. State your name, Laquana Brockington. Why are you here? I saw an inner city press, that my brother said KK Flock called and said, I got you, bro. But I know he's lying. I was there. Defense, let me show you Defense Exhibit 1. It's a photograph of Brockington in the hospital, both hands bandaged and lifted up on wires, tubes taped to his mouth. Laquana Brockington, that's him. That's how he was. He couldn't have taken a call on FaceTime. The only way I knew that he was alive was by body movements and the monitor. I can't just let him lie and put a man away in jail for a long time. And then on Cross, you read about this case, yes. You read about it on Instagram. I read about it in Inner City Press. It was like it was said in the courtroom, like a conversation. But you liked social media posts about it. I did. And you were trying to distance yourself from your brother? No, I just don't think lying is right. You always lived in Sevside, 187, Bathgate? No, I was like more Hoffman. It's not even on your map. Do you know this person? And it shows a picture. You know, he's a rapper. We are different generations, but I know he's a rapper from our neighborhood. And he's the nephew of the man you dated, isn't he? And you didn't call the police on the man that you're dating, and he say he pulled a knife on you. Objection, overruled. You didn't call the police on the man that you were dating and say he pulled a knife on you. Supposedly, she says. Are you a resident of Sevside? When I grew up, I was 187th. I just heard it was Sevside. The other neighborhoods have names, right? Yes, B Road is Boston Road. HP is Hunts Point. After you got shot, who called you into the hospital? KK, he said. You know we got you, bro. KK is the defendant? Yes. He was going to retaliate against who shot me. So you have a situation where, you got his own buddy testifying against him. Why would he do this? There's only two reasons to testify against somebody. Number one, you're on the hook for it yourself. And if if they have an agreement between the two of them, he's gonna go do this thing for him, then he's on the hook. And so if he testifies against K-Flock, then he gets cooperation assistance for that. Let's see what K-Flock's lawyer had to say.
I'll work with you, bro. Okay. You got nothing. Hey, Rod. What's going on? Hey, we got good and bad news. Good news, we got your payment, buddy. Bad news, they gave you life.
Hey, he talking about that's his lawyer. He funny as hell, man. That ain't his motherfucking lawyer. That's Drewski, man. Hey, Bruce funny as hell, man. He gonna put Drewski up there. He talking about the bad thing is they gave you life.
Sayonara.
What the fuck is that? That's not really his lawyer. No. What the fuck is wrong with you? So the reactions out there are myriad. Some people think this is a good thing, but some people don't like the fact that somebody's being snitched on by a buddy of his. Linton, PSD, whoever that is. K-Flock being 20 and getting ratted on by the 30-year-old who helped put him onto the streets is fucking crazy. A lot of people don't like snitches. I don't like snitches, especially when you do it to yourself. What are the old saying, snitches get stitches and sometimes wind up in ditches? I don't represent snitches. I just don't. K-Flock is facing life in prison for his RICO charges nonetheless. But I don't think it's a mandatory life. His murder charge of Hernandez was found to be self-defense. All in all, K-Flock has been found guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, use of a firearm, resulting in the death, attempted murder, and assault with a dangerous weapon in aid of racketeering, and use of a firearm for attempted murder and assault with a dangerous weapon. He was acquitted on one charge of murder in aid of racketeering in connection with the 2021 killing of Huascar Hernandez. Now, this is what they had to prove on the murder case. To prove murder in aid of racketeering, the government must prove, number one, that the criminal organization exists and is a racketeering enterprise. Number two, the defendant committed, attempted, or conspired to commit a violent crime. And three, the defendant acted to promote their position within or gain entrance into the racketeering enterprise. That's an element that's not necessarily in the other counts. If he was doing it to just get revenge and not necessarily doing it to further himself in the organization, I can see how he would be acquitted of that charge because the other charges aren't quite as severe. Now, the U.S. attorney came out with a statement, and I'm going to read, and then the defense has got a statement too, so we'll read them both. Kevin Perez, K-Flock, was the leader of a neighborhood street gang known as the Sevside, DOA. And with that gang, he committed a series of gang-motivated shootings. Perez, a drill rapper, instilled fear across the community with his violent actions, and then threatened rivals, bragged about shootings, and taunted victims in his rap lyrics. But as a unanimous jury is not found, Perez can no longer hide behind his music, and instead will be held to account for his violent crimes. Thanks for the hard work to the career prosecutors of this office and our law enforcement partners. The cycle of violence that Perez engaged in is over. This office, and you mind you, he's been in jail for 4 years while his case is pending. This office remains resolute in its commitment to the prosecuting gang members who sow fear and spread violence in our city streets. So that's that. Now keep in mind, he has not been sentenced. When you have somebody that hasn't been sentenced, you want them to keep their fucking mouth shut. Why? Because guess what? These words get shoved up your ass at sentencing. So he says, I beat the top count, all caps. K-Flock wrote in his cases verse, I made the judge cry. That's going to be a good one to hear what how the judge responds to that. He said now he cannot be forced to give me life. Allah Hamadullah. Everything good and not good. Everything bad but not bad. Just got to stay humble till the outcome of your situation and see what Allah got for you. Chin up, chest out. See, ain't over. Nowhere near. Remain AG and stay sucker free. Remain all good, I suppose. Never fold, never will. Free the thoroughbred ones. Kill all rats, whatever that means. I mean, that sounds like a threat. Kill all rats? That sounds like a threat against his buddy. Doesn't that sound like that? And why the fuck would you put this out when you haven't been sentenced yet? You were acquitted of the murder charge. But, you know, here's the thing. One of the things that they do in racketeering cases, there's acts in furtherance of the conspiracy. You know, overt acts is what they call them. And this isn't the only case. The one that he was acquitted of, that's not the only one where they talk about using a firearm, killing somebody, and the like. So the judge heard a ton of evidence. A ton of evidence about not just, you know, that particular day. I'm assuming it's going to be violent acts using firearms and other acts of violence. And probably drugs, too. Although I don't think there was any drug conspiracy in this. It's just murder and attempted murder. So it's just all this, you know, this drill shit. Shit, you know. After the jury said it could not reach unanimity on one charge, they returned with mostly, but not all, guilty verdicts. So he's going to be sentenced on July 16th. When the verdict came, the courtroom was so full, the press had to stand up. One side was full of law enforcement, jackets emblazed, HSI police, violent gang unit. During the first count, a woman shouted out and then was silenced. You know, when you're sitting in a fucking courtroom, you got to be quiet. You know, that's one of the first things the judge says, especially in federal court. He says, we're not going to tolerate any outbursts, either for the verdict or against the verdict. I don't care who you are. If you're law enforcement, if you're this person, I don't care what side of the aisle you're in. You know, and it is like aisles, you know, like a wedding. You know, you have the bride's side and the groom's side. Well, in this case, you've got the guest of honor side and you got the law enforcement side. After the verdicts, K-Flock was taken back to the holding cell amid farewells, be-strongs from supporters. Defense motions for acquittal, notwithstanding the verdict, are due in 2 weeks. So that's one of the things that'll happen is, you know, they file what's called a Rule 29 motion, a judgment notwithstanding the verdict, and probably a motion for a new trial because they'll try to point out some other things that went wrong with it. So that was from the Inner City Press that I just read you that. Let's see what else the Inner City Press has to say.
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Friday, March 21st, 2025. Now, 2 trials came to an end yesterday here in the SDNY, and we'll do those first. The first one was U.S. versus Kevin Perez, K-Flock, drill rapper. It took 2 days of jury deliberation, and
2 days of jury deliberation in a federal trial is a long time. And you say what you want about the jury system. My experience has been that the juries really do take it seriously.
The question that the jury had, and they asked it twice, was what is a reasonable person? This was in connection with the shooting death of Huascar Hernandez on 150.
So that is a direct relation to a self-defense. It's what would a reasonable person do under the circumstances? That's where that question comes from.
151st and Amsterdam Avenue. He came out, Wasker did, he came out of the barber shop, he put his hand into his coat, and next thing he was dead. Now the question was it reasonable for Kevin Perez K-Flock to feel that he was under threat? And apparently the jury agreed, because when the verdict was finally announced yesterday afternoon, he was convicted on the other charges. Count 2, though, he was not found not guilty. And there was a part of count 1 that was connected to the racketeering charges. Racketeering, yes, in connection with unemployment fraud, and in connection with 2 other shootings that they were non-deadly, but not in connection with that of Wasker Hernandez. So people have been asking online, what's happening next? 2 weeks after the verdict, which was yesterday, so in 13 days, do our post-trial motions. Those are ones in which his lawyer will say he should be acquitted. I don't know. For example, he might say because the racketeering wasn't shown, interstate effect on interstate commerce. He could do these motions are almost always filed. Often he'll get an.
These are always filed, but they are almost never successful. It's just pro forma. It's kind of malpractice if you don't do it.
An extension to file them, and then in July, the sentencing, and 2 weeks before the defense will put in its memo asking for how long he should get. There's guidelines.
K-Flock will meet with probation and with his lawyer, and probation will draft what's called a pre-sentence report. You get the preliminary report, you look at it, and if you have any objections to it, then you can either work those out with probation, or you can lodge your objection and then they note them. And then both the state the government and the defense file what's called a position pleading. It's basically, what's your position with regard to the sentencing factors? And there's a whole host of things that go into that.
And there's minimums involved, so there's only so much discretion the judge will have. And I can't say that I think that Judge Lyman will be particularly solicitous of the defense request. And then the government puts it in a week before, and then there's the sentencing, and we'll be covering it. Okay, so
that's actually kind of helpful because I wasn't there to watch the trial. And you know what? You don't get a video in the courtroom on something like that. So that's actually really helpful. So you are ugly as fuck. A lot of dumb fellas thought he was going to get out. Nobody thought he was going to get out. And if you did think he was going to get out, I don't know what you're smoking, but K-Flock's not smoking any of it. Once he uses self-defense as a strategy, that was automatically admitting to an illegal gun, which by itself carries 15 years. These kids didn't know the law. Well, he didn't have a choice but to use self-defense because, I mean, you couldn't say I was in Detroit because that was him. Okay, from New York State of Mind, just saying, folks, FaceTimed his ops, showed the pole, gun, showed off his outfit, spun the block, caught a M, had 4 witnesses on the stand and CCTV against him, and still beat the body charge. Nevertheless, he still's cooked. Cooked though on God. And then from Shandon, RICO charges is so scary because K-Flock was found not guilty for the murder, but guilty of the gang activity. So if it wasn't in a gang, he would be coming home. That's probably true to a large extent. Let's see. Daquan Wiltshire, DSG. K-Flock found guilty. Yella Beezy charged with capital murder. Lil Durk currently fighting a murder for hire charge. Plenty of other rappers are dead, facing charges, doing time, or walking the streets with their head on a swivel. These are just rappers. People who did what most who come from their environment couldn't, and they still managed to fall victim to it. I promise the streets are not worth it. Well put. And that's what I've been trying to preach to all you young men out there who happen to be very enamored with the pole, with the ops, with drill, with killing, with doing murder for hire, or murder just for the sake of killing somebody. And in the prophetic words of Nipsey Hussle, remember him and what happened to him? Burning rubber, wearing cameras, they was undercovers, under pressure, made statements, turned on their brothers. Never judge you, but the streets will never love you. Ain't that the truth? So if you're enamored with the street life, with the pop, 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 with the brrrr, the murderous nature of drill, stop. Just stop. And get a job. You know, live to tomorrow. You know, don't be that guy. Because guess what? K-Flock has a following. And he better not pick up the soap because he's going to a place where, you know, he's going to be pretty. You know, I mean, what the fuck? All of that for nothing to wipe away everything he's accomplished. And it ain't going to be fun. And then he puts out this stupid statement that is not going to go well with the judge. The judge, you made me cry? Are you fucking out of your happy ass mind? See you later. And you know what? Federal judges give out time like it's candy. They don't give a shit. Here's 10, 20, 30, 40 years. Here's life. Bye. They don't give a shit. They don't give one rat's ass. So, we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board-certified criminal defense lawyer. Make sure you subscribe, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, sign up for Patreon, sign up for Facebook, and look for these new designs and some other new stuff on clrbrucerivers.com. And so,
Shout out to Bruce Rivers. Smash that like button, man. Smash that like button. I want to hear him go over Big U. Drop in the comments what y'all want me to react to next.
you know, it's like he forgot what he was doing was illegal. You know, I mean, and it's total self-snitching. And every one of these videos, every one of these Instagram posts, every one of these, you know, ha ha ha, you gotta check in or it's gonna get hot, you know, all that is gonna bite him in the ass.
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. And what he do? And it's gonna react to all the self-snitching.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your very own board-certified criminal defense lawyer. Today we are reacting to the Rolling 60s indictment in LA. Rolling 60s is a gang out in the gang. It's a club. It's not a gang. It is a bunch of people who are getting indicted for RICO in the LA area. And before we get to that, though, first of all, you know, I can't remember who gave me this, but somebody gave me, I think her card is here. Mary W. Mary, you crocheted these nice coasters for me. Thank you. And they match the painting behind me, which is really nice. And it's just a nice gesture to talk about Michael. And she sent a nice prayer. And I got some other cards here today, too, about 3 or 4 cards. Every day I'm getting about 3 or 4 cards with well wishes about Michael, the former content genius, my son who passed away in November from a drug overdose. And I'm telling you, if you know somebody like that, step in, do whatever you can. Don't stop, don't quit, don't give them a lot of shit for being an addict. Be as supportive as you can. And if you have to do an intervention, do an intervention. If you have to, commit them. I mean, fucking commit him. I mean, if Michael was in jail right now for doing drugs, he'd be alive. So sometimes that helps. And I didn't realize how bad it was until it was too late. But that is what it is. So just remember that it's really important to support anybody that you know that's struggling with addiction. And sometimes it just means giving him a meal. One of the last things I did with Michael was I washed his hair because he thought bugs were all over him. And I was just trying to be kind to him. And he was 6 feet tall, 127 pounds when he died. I don't mean to keep bringing it up, but he's the reason I'm even here doing this. And so, anyway, and then also we have some news. Grandma's still in the basement. And she's going to probably resurface around April 1st. So keep an eye out for Grandma, who's in the basement, doing her thing. So we're talking about the Rolling 60s. You know, like here they had the Rolling 30s. You know, that was an association of fellas who were in and it's the streets. You know, it's the number of the streets. The Rolling 60s. And Big U, it's in South Central Los Angeles, and it kind of started in 85 or thereabouts. And Big U is one of the figures in the industry who came directly from the street, according to Boss Valtown. But he is from the Arlington and Slauson, which is known as the 60s territory. The Arlington gang was led by Big U's cousin Chili Capone, and as time went on, Arlington guys would call themselves Rolling 60s as they were from the same area. Now, here's the thing. Big U and Chili did not start the gang, but they were like the second generation. These are not people to mess with, and they all have, a teardrop, not necessarily a teardrop, but they have earned one anyway. You know what that means. And Big U, who's like their main guy, claims not to have any directly said he didn't directly join the 60s, but that the affiliation was a natural one as he was an AG member, Arlington gang member, and he built his reputation on being an excellent fighter, learning martial arts, growing up, and possessing natural leadership skills. And when Chili Capone died, they all die young, right? He became the next leader of the AGs, or Arlington gang, and as the years went on, that just kind of morphed into the Rolling 60s. So they've indicted about 20 guys. I'm doing one right now where they've indicted well over 45 guys, and they're continuing to indict people. They're pulling people out of prison who are serving 30-year sentence on a homicide to indict them on a murder case, so they never get out. I'm telling you, this is not. If you're sitting there thinking, hey, it's a cool idea to be in a gang, or if you're thinking, I have to do this, think again, because this is happening all over the country. It happened in Atlanta, and we know what happened there. The prosecutor fucked that case up royally, and Young Thug had just amazing lawyers, and they didn't give up, which is just amazing. As the crack epidemic came in, the focus shifted to getting money, which brought more enemies meant more firearms, and the gangs now had unlimited access. Big U would also rob dealers, and after attempting to rob and uncover an officer who posed as a dealer, he was sent to prison for 23 years, serving only 12 before going to prison. Big U managed to corrupt in 1990, who would go on to sign with Death Row Records after Big U went to prison. All these guys go to prison. You're in a gang, guess what? You're going to prison or you're going to die, one of the two. And it doesn't matter how long and usually it's either for large drug crimes, and now it's RICO, which they can take any little thing and say it was in furtherance of the conspiracy. So what's a conspiracy? You remember what we said. It's an agreement between two or more people and an act to do a criminal act, and then an act in furtherance of that conspiracy. They have a motto in the Rolling 60s, and the motto is, you not 60s until you smoke one. You know what that means, to smoke on your ops? We've talked about that. Imagine wanting to be part of an organization that has a motto basically saying, you ain't a real one unless you backdoor and kill your brother. Example, what happened to Nipsey Hussle and, Sandman Niggas. The amount of fame and clout Nipsey brought to them only for a tweaked out JCat from his hood to kill him. Oh, that's from the Boy Mess, whoever that is. And some of this stuff is just put together by our team here, and we're really trying to highlight, and what I'm trying to do is highlight the dangers of being in a gang and the dangers of not building a good life. It might seem like a good idea at the time because you might be intimidated, you might have this, you might have that, and you might not have a choice. You might think you don't have a choice. Find a mentor. If you're 10 years old, you got to have somebody that's a strong, if you're a 10-year-old black kid in the hood, in the inner city, if you're, whether it's Chicago, LA, Minneapolis, or New York, Detroit, Houston, Dallas, Jacksonville, Florida. I mean, there's over 50 unsolved homicides in the last 5 years. And it's probably grown since then because that's an old statistic. But if you're a 10, 12, 13-year-old kid, find somebody close to you, that's not in the shit. That's not, somebody that's solid. Because there are men out there, just solid men. And gravitate towards them. Every day build with that. Listen to your mother, listen to your auntie, listen to your sisters, because they're not in that shit, and if they are, make other plans. I hate to sound like an old fucking white dude who doesn't know what he's talking about, but I see this every day. I see the aftermath of this shit because I'm a criminal defense lawyer. So I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not just some Mr. Rogers dude putting on his fucking sneakers and his cardigan, sitting by my fake train and, trying to talk about shit I don't know anything about. So let's watch the press conference. And this is what I want you guys to take note of. They're mining social media to get you indicted.
Proven otherwise. Let me talk a little bit about Mr. Henley and the street gang here. As I said, Mr. Henley is a widely known leader within the rolling 60s. He rose to prominence in that gang decades ago, and he has since been a fixture on the internet talk shows and podcasts, all things that law enforcement have looked at closely as part of this investigation.
Oh, gee. What did I tell you? He's on podcasts. I like the fame. What did the mob fucking hate more than anything else? Notoriety, attention. They wanted everything quiet. Why do you think John Gotti, wound up where he was? Remember, he was the Dapper Don? It's no different than these guys. And why is that? They wanted it quiet because they didn't want to fucking make noise, because the empty barrel is the loudest one.
He has maintained the image of an entertainment industry entrepreneur running a music label, and of somebody who gives back to the community here in Los Angeles, funding a South LA-based charity, developing options, which purports to help at-youth risk escape gang life and escape the perils of gangs in high-crime areas. The facts...
Well, don't think for 1 minute that won't be part of the defense strategy.
The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar, and a cheat, and the criminals that enabled him. For example, Mr. Henley engaged in a murder of a musician signed to his label in 2021 and dumped the victim's body in Las Vegas off of the I-15 freeway. He then attempted to evade and obstruct the investigation into the murder, including ordering witnesses not to speak with law enforcement. Henley's criminal enterprise also engaged in other crimes, including transporting prostitutes across state lines, extorting strip clubs, marijuana dispensaries, and other businesses, and fraudulently applying for COVID loans.
So this sounds just like organized crime, does it not? That's how they're being treated.
In the form of a business relief loan. On that application, Mr. Henley falsely stated that his music label, Unique Music, operated at a $200,000 profit in 2019 and was entitled to government assistance, despite the reality that the company had operated at a loss and was ineligible for such relief. Finally, Mr. Henley is accused of embezzling.
Some of those document crimes are so easy to prove for the government, but the bigger picture is that they are part of an organization, and that is how the RICO part of it plays into it. And so it's an overt act in furtherance of a conspiracy.
Embezzling donations made by celebrities, professional athletes, and businesses to his charity, Developing Options, which, as I said, purports to give South LA at-risk youth alternatives to gang violence, drugs, and other criminal activity.
So if you have a charity like Donald Trump did and other people, you can't just take that, money and use it for your own purposes. And you ever hear that show, or that Cars for Kids, 187, whatever the fuck that is. Remember that?
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
I mean, I think that is just a total scam. I could be wrong, and that's just my opinion. I don't have anything to back it up, but it sounds like bullshit. I mean, they have, what do they have? They have got ads nationally, and you hear that ad all the time. Who believes that's just for kids? Nobody does. Stealing from their own charity to do whatever, and then, doing other things that are supposedly for and all of a sudden you're looking at your credibility when you get on the stand. It doesn't fly.
Henley used this charity as a front. He used it to conceal his fraudulent activities, his criminal enterprises activities, and evade detection from law enforcement. If convicted on the racketeering conspiracy, he and his co-conspirators face approximately a 20-year federal prison sentence. I want to thank our federal law enforcement partners, our state law enforcement partners who brought about the result here today. The Los Angeles Metropolitan Gang Task Force from the FBI. It's comprised of FBI agents, LAPD officers, IRS criminal investigation, the U.S. Department of Justice Inspector General's Office, Los Angeles Police Department, the North Las Vegas Police Department. This case is a great example of state and federal law enforcement working together to address harm from a criminal enterprise. I also want to thank our...
You hear all the organizations involved in this case? You get a lawyer involved. First of all, I guarantee these guys don't have a lot of money. I mean, some might have a little bit of money, but certainly not anywhere near the resources that the federal government has. That's for damn sure. And not only that, you don't have the resources that all these different agencies have specializations within their own departments, like the IRS, like the Postal Service, like the Gang Strike Force, like the U.S. Attorney's Office and the District Attorney's Office. So if you look at Operation Drawdown, you've got 19 there. We're going to black out their names because I just don't think it's fair to plaster that shit all over the place when you haven't been convicted of anything yet. But look at the people up there. You got the IRS, you got the LAPD, you got the U.S. Attorney's Office, you've got Department of Justice. You know, you've got all these different logos. Now, I'm going to read you from the indictment. In February 2021, FBI Los Angeles Metropolitan Task Force on Violent Gangs launched an investigation into Henley's criminal enterprise, the Big U Enterprise, and its association with the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips street gang, the Rolling 60s, which the Los Angeles Metro Task Force Against Gangs, Violent Gangs, began investigating in August of 2020. The Big U Enterprise is a mafia-like organization that utilizes Henley's stature and long-standing association with the Rolling 60s and other street gangs to intimidate businesses and individuals in Los Angeles. The Big U Enterprise is led by Henley, and you just heard about Henley. Henley is a self-admitted member and original gangster, or OG, of the Rolling 60s, a violent criminal street gang with associated sets in several other states. Henley is widely regarded as a leader within the Rolling 60s. Now, Eugene Henley, known as Big U, aka Unk, aka Draws, aka Hannibal, aka Hannibal Muhammad, aka Anybody Killer, aka Dave Austin, aka anyway, so many aliases, right? I mean, when they start reading that shit in open court, it doesn't look good for you, aka Bear Claw. For a violation of 18 U.S. Code Section 1962D, racketeering, influence, and corrupt organizations, conspiracies. And what they're doing now is they're treating them like organized crime. It makes it easier to prove and to get them off the street. And I guarantee you some of these guys are probably already in prison. How do they build a case like this? Well, how do you think? Two ways: snitching and self-snitching. So the sources to build the case include confidential human sources, surreptitious recordings, in other words, wiretapping, including Title III wiretaps, search warrants for social media, iCloud and Google accounts, financial records from both individuals and companies and organizations, toll records showing communications between conspirators, victims, and Big U Enterprise members and associates, cell site location information from numerous phones, including Henley's, these guys, City of Los Angeles records, public filings, and other publicly available information, and interviews of witnesses and victims. The investigation employed various additional investigative techniques, including surveillance, vehicle tracking, poll cameras, recording devices, interaction with confidential sources, and information gleaned through undercover purchases of firearms and narcotics. So they're going to have video and audio of transactions. You know, oh, here's some guns. Guess what happens with a gun? It's a 5-year mandatory minimum on top of whatever the underlying conviction is. It's called 924C. And the issue with this is this is going to be a document intensive case and a discovery intensive case. It's not going to just be talking, it's not going to just be witnesses, but they're going to have plenty of those too. So just when you think your brother next to you is your friend All of a sudden, he shows up on the witness stand because he's fucked if he doesn't. So the United States District for the Central District of California authorized multiple Title III wire and electronic interception orders for telephones being used by certain subjects of the investigation, including Henley and some of these other guys. The court also authorized interception of audio and visual nonverbal conduct via closed-circuit TV through installation of video and audio bugs in a location. So what does that tell you? I mean, remember what got John Gotti? There was a surreptitious recordings that they had the social club. Well, they went up above the social club that they had, and they were hanging out in this woman's apartment, and they put the recording devices in that apartment, and John Gotti is heard on the recording wanting to order a hit on somebody. So let me tell you something about the federal government. The federal government is patient, motivated, and competent. We're talking about, probably a 5-year investigation. No Jumper, which we were on No Jumper, or I was on, Michael and I were on No Jumper a while back. They released a statement. In addition to DJ Vlad, also expressed shock at the allegations against Big U, which he denied. In fact, Vlad claimed that Henley alleged that he was never part of the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips gang at the center of the RICO case. He also suggested that snitches and the spread of incriminating evidence on social media is what possibly led to this, not any specific media coverage. And here's the thing, the media doesn't cover this shit at all. I don't ever hear anything about this. All these statements line up with Adam 22's response to similar accusations claiming that No Jumper had nothing to do with the case. The outlet's name reportedly appeared various times in the indictment due to Brick Baby's previous work with them. So this is Adam 22. I'm not seeing anything that says anything. I'm not seeing anything that says anything about stuff he did in the last 2 years since he's been fucking with us. Adam 22 said of Brick Baby. I do employ people from the streets. People from the streets sometimes get caught up in federal RICO indictments or whatever the fuck this shit is. We're going to be documenting the whole thing, helping them along the way. Anybody acting like this is because of No Jumper. No Jumper is the antidote. So there you go with that. So what is the responsibility of media outlets when it comes to figures like Big U manufacturing an air of intimidation in the Rolling 60s? If these media outlets employ people from the gangs that are at risk, well, what is the responsibility? One of the things, if somebody comes on your program and they release information, or if they have their own podcast, anything they say is fair game. It's statements of a party opponent, so it comes into evidence. And here's why it's important when you see the pervasive nature of what these guys are doing. They ran a thing called a check-in, and this is in the indictment. Henley and the Big U Enterprises are widely known for requiring what's called a check-in for out-of-town entertainers or gang members in Los Angeles. So if you have a big enough organization, the Rolling 60s was decent size, and you are intimidating people like anybody that's coming into town.
Man, that he talking about, he just the antidote. He like the precursor to the shit. And niggas are still going there. Hey, shout out to them little guys from Philly though. They went on No Jumper and all they talked about was hitting his wife. Can we sleep with your wife? And everybody in the comments was like, man, they disrespecting his wife. Ain't nobody gonna respect your wife if you don't respect her.
As Henley described in the docuseries, if I don't answer the phone, it can be death for someone else. Everywhere, there's someone like me, and you can't put a monetary value on his touch in hip-hop. After more than 3 decades as Rolling 60s members and several years managing famous hip-hop artists, Henley was widely regarded as an original gangster or OG. In the docuseries, record producer Andre Young, a.k.a. Dr. Dre, explained that it's very helpful to have an OG who can clear the streets with this operating environment. Henley instituted the concept of the check-in when hip-hop artists and other celebrities visit Los Angeles. So here's how it works. The individual must check in or meet with the local street representative of said city to pay a tax or a fee for permission to both to move about freely and to have an event or conduct business in that other city without the risk of harassment or, I mean, doesn't it sound just like the fucking mafia? It sounds just like it if it's happening. Keep in mind, they deserve the presumption of innocence. Now, all we're doing is just reporting on what the indictment says. We're not putting a comment on the guilt or innocence of any particular person. So let's continue. While Henley and other supporters attempt to persuade the public that the check-in provides safety and security for those who do so, as set forth herein, Henley and Big U Enterprise also manufacture the very danger they purport to protect. In other words, you don't pay the tax, you're going to pay the price. So let's just continue a little bit more. And I know I'm kind of reading a lot here, but it's kind of important so you get a flavor of what they're talking about. Henley also provided examples of individuals who do not check in with him until it's too late, such as the rap artist Taquan Terrell Bowman, a.k.a. Quando Rondo, when Henley discussed in another interview who was later targeted in a murder-for-hire plot where his associate was killed. When defending this practice in interviews, Henley had in interviews. What is that? That's self-fucking-snitching. When defending this practice in interviews, Henley has stated that it is no different than when a Learjet flies over the United States airspace. They want to know who you are. You're not a fucking government organization, baby. I mean, you're just not. Henley said his practice is no different, which I believe indicates that he purports to own and control Los Angeles through the Big U Enterprise. So he said, now Henley had his own fucking podcast called The Check-In. So there's no such thing as check-in? Let's talk about your podcast called The Check-In. The opening theme, when you hop off the plane, check in. Penthouse suite, check in. When your feet hit the street, check in. Because if you're not, shit get hot. You better check in. And who said that? This is the beginning of his podcast.
When you hop off the plane, check in. Penthouse suite, check in. When your feet hit the street, check in. Cause if not, shit get hot, you better check it in.
Welcome to the West Side. Checking in.
Welcome to the West Side. Checking in. The indictment describes an incident involving rappers Wiz Khalifa, T.I. Harris, and other artists who were booked to appear in Los Angeles nightclubs, right? And Henley demanded $30,000 cash from the promoter plus 30% of the proceeds at the fucking door. The rappers were no-shows, but Henley demanded the money anyway. And so, I mean, this is just your typical mafia shakedown. I mean, it's they didn't invent this. The Italians did it a long time ago. Henley reportedly said that they were going to be 5,000 6-0s in his motherfucker, and that's going to be pulling up. And if we got to tear the motherfucker up, we're going to tear it up. So be ready for that. Be ready for that. Bring me the money. So when the rappers didn't show up, Henley and his associates took the promoter into the back room of the club where they were paid $30,000. $30,000 for nothing. According to a cooperating witness, a.k.a. a snitch, AB and his associates fixed the dice game and cheated NBA players out of millions of dollars using teased dice. You know, I mean, you don't hear, some guys you don't hear of going out for work. You know what work is. It's women. Following that game, Henley directed a group of Big U Enterprise associates to rough up AB, who did not check in with Henley, and to get the money back from them on behalf of the NBA players. Multiple persons involved in the incident who were interviewed by the feds, including former NBA players, confirmed that Henley was paid $100,000 for negotiating return of the debt. In another 2022 incident, NBA players got into it with boxer AB after AB cheated a current NBA star out of $1.5 million and a former NBA All-Star out of $5 million. God, Henley charged the NBA players $100,000 to get their money back from AB. The current and former NBA All-Stars star players were identified as Draymond Green of the Golden State Warriors and retired NBA legend Shaquille O'Neal. I mean, these are not little dollars we're talking about, and these aren't little figures that we're talking about.
Checking in is just a way of letting people know where you're at so you can get robbed.
That's fact. We know when you're getting off the plane, we know what hotel or Airbnb you're going to. You shouldn't do it at all. Come on the plane, get 2 hotel rooms, one for partying in and then one to sleep in. And do not get no Airbnb. That's easy access. These young, they're starving.
Checking in.
What the fuck? That's good advice, and I would tell anybody to do the same thing. So, so, I am the task master at telling everybody not to self-snitch. But this whole check-in thing is part of the control and organization that is a foray into other crimes.
Movie production in the hood. That's how we do it, young man.
Top flight, baby. Security.
GB running this here movie set in the hood.
Come on out here.
Coming out here and checking in with GB, getting these movies done. You better know it.
So how are you going to say that there's no such thing as a check-in when you're doing a self-snitching video saying that they're checking in?
Sure. Anytime you want to do movies in the hood, just check it in. We can make sure it's done. Movies, videos. But if you don't check it in,
Oh, well. It's going to check your ass out.
we're going to check you in, all right? We're going to check in all of your equipment. We're going to check in all of your equipment.
And I think the Jewish people call it chutzpah. You know, I mean, the chutzpah that you have, and he's laughing, because guess what? If it ain't online, it didn't happen, right? And so, I mean, that is what we have, what we call total self-snitching. So, but I mean, that's not the only one. So Big U says to Flacco that if he wants to visit the Rolling 30s territory, he has to make a donation to the hood. Big U tells him that it's $1,500 if he wants to make that happen. Should we go see if we have to go there and not check in? No, I'm not fucking doing that. So we did some work on Quando Rondo in the past, and in early 2021, Big U, who is a well-known figure in the Los Angeles gang culture and a former Rolling 60s Crip, probably current, spoke about Quando Rondo reaching out to him for protection after the King Von shooting in November 2020. Quando Rondo was affiliated with NBA YoungBoy's crew, was involved in the altercation where King Von was killed by Quando Rondo associate Lil Tim. Big U mentioned in an interview that Quando Rondo had contacted him for support, but only after the situation had escalated. Why the fuck would you say that on camera? I mean, this Big U is just he likes his celebrity status.
The youngsters get out, and then they have to have an experience before they realize I should have checked in.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Or I should have called, or I should have been moving.
Here's why that check-in thing is so important to their organization. It is a steady stream of cash flow. You don't check in, I don't collect the tax.
A certain way. And so they get out, and they might be under your banner, but then they not respecting the banner. They ain't calling you. They got your number. Mm-hmm. They know who you is, but they feel like they bigger than the program. And you got a lot of dudes, like when I was here last time, that claim my neighborhood that's in this music shit, but they don't really fuck with us until it's a problem. Then they call them. Like Quando Rondo. I just showed Envy. Like, you can't call me now. You can't call me when the fire hot.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't fuck with me before that. You know what I mean? You have my number.
Tell me that just doesn't sound like control. And that is what the indictment is trying to prove. And the government is trying to prove.
My number, you could have called me, you could have did all that. You know what I mean? But he
Hey, Big U sounding like he number 4 kinda, don't he? Lifelong resident of California. If you don't check in, don't call my phone now. It's too late. Don't call my phone now. Hell no, Big U crazy the motherfucker. Mr. Check-in. When your feet hit the plane, when your feet hit the ground, you better check in. Hell no. He said, you fly from California, we want to know who you is. This nigga crazy, man.
He was around about, but how is that fair to me? How is that?
I mean, here's the deal. If I was going into LA, into their territory, I suppose, I probably would check in just because you wouldn't want the hassle and the repercussion of not checking in. And that's what they're designed to do. It's like he forgot what he was doing was illegal. I mean, and it's total self-snitching. And every one of these videos, every one of these Instagram posts, every one of these, you gotta check in or it's gonna get hot, all that shit is gonna bite him in the ass. Loose cannon. He was, and now this episode has been deleted evidently. He was a no jumper. He talks about the robbery of a dispensary. What gets said in the podcast ends up in the indictment. Watch this.
So basically, it's like, cause he'll be like he'll manipulate things. Like we'll go and do something, and the same niggas we do it to show up to the house like 10 minutes later when we trying to counting everything, right? And we be like, how the fuck they get that? Oh, well, we're gonna just give them like $40,000 back and stuff like that. But cause it's actually putting us in paperwork, right? And
why in the hell are you saying this on? I mean, if you're so smart to rob somebody and get big money, how come you're not smart enough to keep your fucking mouth shut?
And like doing like real police shit. I seen the nigga get like 20 guns, and when he got 20 guns, he's selling them to the homies. But I'm like, why are you writing down the serial numbers? So it's like he was doing like shit like that, and I didn't catch on. So it was like, I'm waking up now. You get what I'm saying? Because
you've been asleep a long fucking time.
I'm high tech shit.
I'm his right hand man. You get what I'm saying? So when he,
hey, bro, I've been in the trenches a long time, man. I ain't never seen no nigga with a piece of paper and a pen, man, writing down the serial number, bro. I never seen it, man. Big U is a slime ball, bro. Like, that's some slime shit, bro. To sell a gun to a motherfucker, but you write down the serial number. Nah, you got all type of shit over their head if you heard they killed somebody with it. I can give you the serial number. I can tell you he killed him. How you know he killed him? I got the serial number. Like, that's some cold shit, man.
came down to like dirt and stuff like that.
I'm his right hand man. How do you back off of that when you're in trial?
Like that, I'm gonna get it. Do you get what I'm saying? And then, like, one day,
you know why he wanted to get a dude back to 40, right?
Dude, I don't like it when you do things that hurt you. I mean, I just don't. But give me a break. Now listen to this. So this is from the indictment, okay? We went from that video clip now to the indictment. According to Victim 1, when Victim 1 arrived at Henley's Arlington premises, Robinson, Williams, and other robbers were there, as were the proceeds of the robbery. Inside, Henley told Victim 1, "That's how you rob yourself." Henley then demanded $10,000 from Victim 1 to ensure other robberies did not occur. Henley also directed Victim 1 to identify other businesses or dispensaries that could be similarly robbed, and assured Victim 1 that the Big U enterprise would compensate him for identifying any robberies. And if you do that, you're in Dutch with them as well. Henley then provided a portion of the robbery proceeds back to, by the way, you can have some of your fucking money back. But here's why this is important. Now, remember, we just watched that video clip. Williams later admitted to this robbery and the aftermath on a podcast, on the No Jumper podcast, after stating that Williams was Henley's right-hand man. Williams explained, so basically he'll manipulate things. We'll go and do something, and then the same fellas we do it to show up at the house like 10 minutes later as we're trying to count everything. We just saw that. So that wound up in the indictment. So You can't make this shit up. And you can't make it any easier for law enforcement. So central to the accusations in this indictment is the murder of a 21-year-old aspiring rapper signed to Henley's unique, UNEEK, label, a music label, Rayshawn Williams. According to court documents, the dispute escalated when Rayshawn recorded a diss track aimed at Henley, leading to an altercation that resulted in R.W. being shot, or Rayshawn Williams being shot and left dead in a ditch off of Interstate 15. So you've got, racketeering, you got extortion, you got murder, you got drugs, you got all kinds of things that are endemic. So, and this is where it talks about that in the indictment. On January 20, 2021, 5 days before the murder and 3 days before Henley and Robinson drove from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, R.W. recorded a diss, short for disrespect, song at NLVPD, later obtained. So they got the diss track. In it, R.W., Rayshawn Williams, rapped about the person who had the money that R.W. would be shot in the face for thinking it's shit funny, and referenced a .38 revolver with no trace. And now this 21-year-old is fucking dead because he did this diss track. Based on my knowledge of this investigation and a conversation with others, I believe, and this is the agent in the affidavit, in this diss song, R.W. was dissing Henley, referring to Henley as the bro that makes some money, and that the R.W. must get shot in the face, not with a shit pistol, but shot in the face with a .38, for thinking his lackadaisical use of the studio and general representation by unique music is funny. R.W. was shot days later in the face, apparently with a revolver, like a .38, that left no shell casings. That's one of the things that, if you shoot with a semi-automatic handgun, it spits out casings. If you shoot with a revolver, it keeps them in the gun, so you don't have any casings at the crime scene. Remember, so this is a multimedia myriad of evidence. So you've got Henley himself stated on an intercepted call, I'm gonna use the word fella, can't no fella beef with me, fella, because if he do, I'm gonna kill him, period. I'm gonna murder him. That is his way of saying, I'm a badass. I'm the toughest fella, and here my body of work to prove it. So this isn't a song. This is not a song. This is, and I'm the only fella still killing fellas today. You fellas retired. I didn't. They understand that. So you got him self-snitching on a phone call. So here's, it's because nobody's been watching him, and that's why he hasn't gotten caught so far. But now you've got at least one or two murders at least. You've got these defrauded charities and just takes the money and puts it right in his own account. You've got defrauding the city. You've got COVID funds. You've got and the theft part of this is really a pittance compared to the other things. If you're convicted on that, you can get up to 20 years because that's the statutory limit on RICO. But if you take the murders and you can prove those murders up in connection, you can get life. And in some cases, you can get the death penalty, federally speaking, of course. So all I got to tell you is we'll follow this. There's one more little tidbit in here, and that is the murder of Nipsey Hussle.
You talked about signing Nipsey. I mean, obviously, aside from being from the same area, how did that end up, happening? And you told the story a lot before, so just kind of give us a quick,
Yeah.
If he had anything to do with this whatsoever, he shouldn't be talking about it.
My nephew TD, I was looking for artists. TD told me to go get Nip. I went and seek Nipped out of all the people I already been interviewing and talking to, and he was the shining light. He was the diamond in a pile of whatever. He was a diamond. Let me respect to my other homies. He was a diamond in a pile of other diamonds, but he
He was a bigger diamond.
He was a shine.
Yeah, he was.
And then
He was the VVS.
He was the VVS.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we had made a couple of moves and was trying to move through a couple of doors, and I vastly found out that I couldn't go through these doors. So that's when I went and got Steve Lobel. And I went and got Steve, let Steve hear the music. Steve felt the same way I felt about the music. And I was like, boom. So I signed Nipsey to Unique Music, to my to Eric.
It's UNEEK.
To Eric Mr. Astrodome, to my label, to Unique Music. And then Steve was 10% management and I was 10% management because it didn't make no sense for us to go get another manager.
Right.
And so we started pushing on that. So I signed him to it. It was signed to a 10-year production contract, which started in 2009, which would end 2019.
Crazy.
Hello. But
so you see that little hello. That's not a good look.
I ain't tripping off of that because, you know, it is what it is. But I do have that. You know what I mean? So
wait, so your deal with Nipsey was 10 years?
It was 10 years.
It was a 10
year, 25% of publishing to Eric Mr. Astrodome.
Oh, wow. So 09 to 2019.
09 to 2019.
And they're going to use this in the trial. I guarantee it.
So technically, Victory Lap.
Hello.
Okay. Wow.
Hey, that shit might win over a lot of y'all heads, man. So I'm gonna rewind that shit. I just know Shitty Cuz ain't smart enough to go and kill Nip without permission, man. I ain't from California, man, but I know certain niggas can't be touched in Chicago, bro, without permission. On everything. Certain niggas in Chicago, bro, they ain't gonna get touched, bro. Like certain areas, like on the low end, motherfuckers know. Like it's certain dudes, bro, like don't even play with. They can go on any side. They can go on the low end, they can go on everywhere. Ain't no without a problem. I'm telling you, bro. It's niggas in Chicago that can go on all these sides. That can kick it with, like I said, that can kick in their old block, dance around with them. What's up, shorty? And then come over there with Duck now. What's up, little shorty now? And everybody respect these people. This nigga Big U crazy, man.
So just kind of give us a quick, you know.
Yeah.
If he had anything to do with this whatsoever, he shouldn't be talking about it.
My nephew, TD, I was looking for artists. TD told me to go get Nip. I went and seek Nipped out of all the people I already been interviewing and talking to. And he was the shining light. He was the diamond in a pile of whatever.
Right.
He was a diamond. Let me respect to my other homies. He was a diamond in a pile of other diamonds, but he
was a bigger diamond.
He was a shine.
Yeah.
He was, and then
he was the VVS.
He was the VVS.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we had made a couple of moves and was trying to move through a couple of doors, and I vastly found out that I couldn't go through these doors. So that's when I went and got Steve Lobel. And I went and got Steve, let Steve hear the music. Steve felt the same way I felt about the music. And I was like, boom. So I signed Nipsey to Unique Music, to my to Eric.
It's UNEEK.
To Eric Mr. Astrodome, to my label, to Unique Music. And then Steve was 10% management and I was 10% management because it didn't make no sense for us to go get another manager.
Right.
And so we started pushing on that. So I signed him to it. It was signed to a 10-year production contract, which started in 2009, which would end 2019.
Crazy.
Hello. But
so you see that little hello. That's not a good look.
I ain't tripping off of that because, you know, it is what it is. But I do have that. You know what I mean? So
wait, so your deal with Nipsey was 10 years?
It was 10 years.
It was a 10
year, 25% of publishing to Eric Mr. Astrodome.
Oh, wow. So 09 to 2019.
09 to 2019.
And they're going to use this in the trial. I guarantee it.
So technically, Victory Lap.
Hello.
Okay. Wow.
So now watch him on No Jumper.
So he FaceTimed me and stuff like that. He was like, Nipsey just got killed. I'm like, 6-0. I didn't hear that. So I hang up with him. I called Nipsey and I'm like, Nipsey, What's up? He was like, oh, what's up with it? I was
Nipsey
like,
answered.
Nipsey answered. He answered the phone. So after I talked to Nipsey and I was like, yeah, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that. I see you later or whatever. So I hung up the phone. I thought Big U gave wrong information. 30 minutes later, the homies blowing me up like they just killed Nipsey.
You get a call from Big U telling you Nipsey just got killed.
Yeah.
You panic, call Nip. Nip answer the phone.
Yeah.
And 30 minutes after you get out the phone with Nip, he get killed.
Yeah.
Why is he talking about this on a broadcast?
I got it.
So
all
you
on
think
the
he hit
TV
you a little too early?
Yep, he hit me a little bit too early because the homie Shitty.
This is fair game. This is absolute fair game. And guess what? If he doesn't testify, how would this come in? Wouldn't it be hearsay? No, it wouldn't be hearsay because it's a conversation between co-conspirators. That's not hearsay in the federal world. All right, we're gonna do one more of these, and this is loose cannon, or we should say loose lips, because he's gonna sink his own ship. And listen to what he has to say about the PNB Rock murder.
Rock got killed in the
Roscoe's. Yeah. So I felt it was like super messed up because at the end of the day, it was me and Big Useless in there when it happened. So when it happened, I wish I could have just told him like, bro, just give up the jury and we get it back to you later. But it just happened so fast and he wasn't.
He's telling you that he's part of this. So let's say you and I agree to rob a liquor store, but I don't know you have a gun. And
Hey, that's some crazy shit to say though, man. Man, I wanted to tell him, man, just get the shit up and we gonna get him back. How the fuck you know who robbed us, nigga? How the hell you know who robbed us for you to be getting our shit back? What if they was from Chicago? It sounds like you part of that shit, man. I'm telling you, bro. Like, hey. I'm glad that this check-in shit is unraveling, bro. Cause when I first got on YouTube, that people used to argue with me about what checking in is. No, checking in just making sure you straight. No. Checking in mean you check in, you pay them, and you still gonna get robbed. Or you still gonna die. Cause they want it all anyway. Like, it's crazy. This shit crazy.
And, you know, I'm not there for a murder. I'm just there for the cash that's in the register. But you fucking shoot somebody anyway. Guess what? Part and parcel of the whole thing. So if he's doing the negotiating for somebody to check in and they get shot for not checking in, he's guilty of aiding and abetting his murder.
He wasn't cooperating. And that's when they took it off of him by force. You get what I'm saying?
What do you say to a person who won't give up their jury when something like that's happening?
No, give it up and then check in with the real people. So,
and what is that? Checking with the real people. So, okay, I just got robbed. Now I'm going to go in and check in with the people because I probably got robbed by you guys. And so I'm going to go check in with you guys and you're going to take a portion and give me something back. And then he got killed because of that.
We're going to find a jury and we're going to get it because we know all the pawn shops, we know all the people that's going to melt it down and everything like that. So as soon as it comes on their table, we got it. Okay, get it, go in that back room, make that phone call, put them on the phone. That's how it works.
On a podcast talking about this. So Big U's detention hearing is for March 31st, and his arraignment set for April 8th. So here's what happens in the detention. You know, it's presumed detention. In other words, the types of crimes that they're being accused of require detention unless the defense can rebut that presumption. In other words, he'd have to, like NBA Youngboy did, he had to put on some evidence that he has sufficient guarantees that he's going to show up for court and protect the public. And if P. Diddy didn't get out. These fuckers aren't getting out either. And then April 8th is the arraignment. That's just where you plead not guilty, and then they set your trial and that kind of thing. So you watch what's going to happen here. I don't know what's going to happen. You know, I'm sure he's got good lawyers. You know, and he's presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But you heard from their own words, from their own mouths, that, you know, what they're doing and how they're making people check in, how they're extorting people, how when they don't cooperate, they fucking kill them, you know, and they take shit by force. And guess what happens when you force, you know, when you stand up to them, you get killed. And they like that. They like that rep, right? They like that reputation because that gives their whole operation legitimacy and credibility and makes people bow to their whims. So we'll follow this, and we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. If you're in LA, fucking check in. Although, if they're detained, you probably don't have to check in. I don't know. So make sure you subscribe, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, follow us on, sign up for Patreon, and go to clrbrucerivers.com.
All right, enough promoting your shit on my channel, Bruce. Get back. You don't know me like that. Hey, let's see what Adam got to say with the feds. I wanted to know what they asked Adam. I got to keep up with the story. I'm a journalist.
Do you feel like you've affected what's going on with them right now?
Not really.
You don't?
Although I can speak on some very, very privileged information right now that I think is going to set the internet on fire because...
Is it?
All right, let me break this down for you. Let me break down the last 24 or so hours of my life. So, I, this morning, got a colonoscopy as a result of the fact that I, for a period of time, was suffering from a condition called colitis, in which your colon becomes infected and irritated, whatever. They wanted to do a colonoscopy. This is my second time doing it. Basically, it involves you don't eat any food for 24 hours. You take a bunch of meds that make you shit out every last ounce of water and shit inside your body. And then you go into the doctor's office. They put you to sleep. They take a camera. They put the camera inside of your butthole, which means, yes, I was booka today.
And Brick's very jealous.
By a large Samoan man. I don't know. I was locked up. I was knocked out, so I don't remember anything from it at all. I'm sorry. But I did that today. Anyway, yesterday, I'm sitting around the house, starving myself all day. I actually have a newfound appreciation for fasting because I do feel like I achieved some sort of mental clarity while I didn't eat food for a day.
Shouts to the monks.
But while I'm in my house, I'm playing poker on my computer, a guy comes to my front door, and I didn't actually even know, but my girl was communicating with him through the box in the front of our house with the camera. She texts me. She says, a dude is here from the FBI, and basically he's trying to serve you with a subpoena. And so she told him, like a ride or die would, she told him, Adam's not here, and he's off at work or whatever. I forget what she told him. And so
So now, Adam, you just lied to law enforcement, brother. I hope they watching that shit and they come get your ass. You just lied to law enforcement, huh? You think it's gangster, huh? You lied to law enforcement. Your girl had your girl lie, and then you told on your girl, huh? Okay. Let's finish listening to him.
I immediately hop on the line with my lawyer. I say, what should I do? I don't want to, handle this situation wrong. Over and over and over, I've sat down with rappers or whoever who tell me about situations in which they divulge too much information to the police or whoever, and it ended up coming back to bite them. Especially, something that comes to mind is like Hurricane Chris, who caught a body that was blatantly self-defense. Soon as the cops come, he airs out his whole situation and ends up coming back to haunt him because the state ends up trying him. So if he had not made all those statements to the cops right after he had killed this dude, then it for sure would have been a way easier case for him to beat. Now, that being said, I'm not really that worried because I know that I myself haven't been involved in any criminality, but I figured I would have my lawyer take care of it. So my lawyer reaches out to the guy who came to my door. She assures me that she's going to be able to ask the FBI agent a handful of questions, and from that information be able to ascertain, is Adam in trouble? Is Adam going to be, forced to hand over a crazy amount of information? Because that was kind of lingering around in my head, is like, God, this is going to be a huge pain in the ass if they want to confiscate all the computers and everything in here. We're going to have to buy a bunch of computers to use.
Where's the furnace? Start the furnace up, guys.
I don't know. I was considering that. I have not destroyed any information for the record. But this is the thing that my lawyer comes back to me with. She said the feds were interested in one thing and one thing only. Because in my head, I'm thinking they're going to want copies of the podcasts that Brick or Luce were on. They're going to want to make sure that there wasn't anything in those podcasts that was edited out. Now, anybody who knows me and No Jumper knows that we really don't like to edit things out. So the only stuff we're editing out is if it's like a 4-alarm fire, like, yo, we need to take this out. So I don't think there's ever been something that Brick or Luce told us that they needed us to edit out. But the one thing that the feds wanted was the cease and desist from Big U to No Jumper, asking us to take down the episode in which Luce Cannon first made the explosive statements that suggested that Big U had previous knowledge of Nipsey Hussle's death. Now, that situation is very much outside of what was mentioned in the indictment. In the indictment, there's nothing about Nipsey. There's nothing about any of that stuff. So this to me is kind of massive because it makes me feel like, oh, the FBI is interested in what Big U's involvement in Nipsey's death might be, which to me.
Hey, I made a video way before this, the other day, y'all. I said, hey, look, y'all got me. Shout out to California, man. I appreciate y'all ain't been getting on my ass for reporting about y'all state. Because a lot of people are always getting on somebody's ass. A nigga from Louisiana, hey, don't be talking about my state. I say, man, look, bro. Hey, NBA Youngboy gone, man. Lil Wayne retired, man. Lil Wayne and Youngboy, the biggest, man, from your little town, brother. You know what I'm saying? I don't even report about them. But Wayne the GOAT. He the GOAT. He come from New Orleans or wherever he come from. He the GOAT. But I reported about it, man, because I feel deep that Big U backdoored Nipsey, bro. He backdoored him, man. That nigga a snake anyway. He's stealing from the community talking about some he a motherfucker advocate for the kid. He's stealing. He's stealing all the money. He getting the money then transfer it to his account. Hey, look, the kids need $500,000, and then he transfer the shit once they leave to his account. And then tell the kids, oh man, them busters, them custers ain't even give us no money.
Seems gigantic. I don't know why that cease and desist is not going to help them prosecute Brick Baby or Luce Cannon or anybody else. But the fact that they're interested in that, to me, adds quite a bit of credibility to the argument that perhaps Nipsey Hussle's death was a more complicated situation than it appears to be.
Well, isn't that when this
gave it to him though?
Isn't
we did hand it over? Yeah.
Isn't this when that that
was it?
I mean, really, like,
so it's like this.
Hey, Adam handed over that tape. Hey, look, Adam said, hey, look, before he said all this bullshit, right? The most important thing to remember what Adam said. He said all our footage is raw. So everything from when you walked through that door to when you left, they recorded, bro. All that shit is recorded. So if you was talking about a dead man, a dead body, if you was talking about, yeah, I really killed the nigga off camera, bro, you caught. On everything, you caught. Adam said he gave that shit up. That white boy don't give no fuck about y'all. Y'all think he gang, and he a crib leader rapping with y'all and shit. Man, Adam don't give no fuck about y'all, bro. Y'all the ones who keep his lights on. That's the only reason why he keep all the black people around. Cause y'all keep his lights on. Y'all lifestyle turned into money to him. It's money to him. Your lifestyle. The way you woofing at another black person talking about you gonna smack him, your own brother, the white man is eating. He's successful. He did his mission. You heard what Adam 22 said that pissed me off? He said I was the antidote to it. Like what the fuck? Like if y'all don't wake up and hear that, just Google what the word mean. I didn't start it. I was just the antidote. Like what type of shit is that to say, bro? But ain't nobody getting on his ass. But y'all will curse out in the disrespect trenches news though. Like get the fuck out of here.
To say you the feds.
I'm happy to help the feds with talking about a document that we have previously discussed on here over and over, and which doesn't implicate anybody that I know or whatever. It's not like I know about Big U doing something illegal. Big U did something perfectly legal by sending over a document to us asking us to remove a piece of content. Now, for the record, it doesn't mean that this means that there's a full scale investigation into Big U's involvement
so
in this situation.
You don't feel like you played no part in them getting booked at all?
No,
like
not really.
with the shit they set up here and you clipping it up.
Hey y'all, this shit funny to me, man. You heard what that black brother just said? He said you don't feel like you responsible for them getting booked. Adam said no. He said you don't. Like for real, bro. Like for real. Hey, he let you say whatever you want, when you want, and everything. So, hey, he always say like, hey, look, he used them for protection. He used Brick Baby for protection. He used 4 Extra. But when the feds come, your protection is gone, goddamn it. Because why? The feds is bigger than 4 Extra. They bigger than Brick Baby. They bigger than Big U. I'm telling y'all, man, like, Adam motherfucker, he a cold pimp, bro. He a PIMP for sure. He a pimp for sure. And if he'll do that to his wife, what makes you think he won't do it to his co-workers? Just think about it. He do this shit to his wife. PIMP his wife. What makes you won't think he ain't gonna pimp his co-workers?
Up. I mean, I get you live and people might be able to screen record, but some of the shit these niggas is saying, you sitting back, like even the feds probably like, I can't believe like these niggas is this dumb. Well, then you clip it up to reiterate what they said.
My attitude is basically if somebody comes on the podcast and they want to live their truth, they want to talk about the things that they've been through, then it's none of my business to dig through each podcast and figure out what's criminal, what might come back to get them. Because let's be real, this is hip hop where a huge percentage of people's lyrics, songs, etc., are basically put.
Hey, Trump 2024. Hey, yeah, he gonna pay for your lawyers. After he done gave the police the motherfucking evidence, that's like pouring salt on the wound, man. On the dog bite, man. That's like pouring motherfucking alcohol on a dog bite, man. You gave up the taste, and then now I'll pay for your lawyer though. Man, stop it. Shout out to Big Les for that, man. Stop it.
Putting them in the mix and acknowledging that they've been involved with crimes. And, you know, when I'm sitting there and Loose Cannon's saying, because keep in mind, this is my first time even understanding that Big U might have had any involvement in any street stuff still, when Loose Cannon's sitting there and saying, yeah, me and Big U went to this weed spot and we got all this money out of them, and then Big U didn't split the money up fairly and yada, yada. I'm sitting there thinking, Big U's on that? Like, I had no idea that Big U would have been doing anything that could be considered extortion or, you know, payments for checking in, whatever.
Not a guess.
In retrospect, I feel a little naive since he did call his podcast that and he was talking about the checking in process pretty openly.
He talked about
I mean, like Brick
on the Breakfast Club. At the end of the day, we see, like, we understand the bottom line is the money. So at the end of the day, like you just said, if they come on here and you ask them certain questions and they're dumb enough to speak on that, yeah, it's partly their fault, but you don't think the questions you ask are strategically bringing certain things about it in?
Well, it's not like I could have even asked about that since I didn't know anything about that. They just started talking about
well, like,
it.
who are y'all talking about?
No, look. See, me, I'm talking about Brick. Now, as far
Hey, look, bro. Them is your employees, bro. So if you they boss, hey, look, this what separate a leader from a boss on everything. A leader would have said, hey, nah, bro, we gonna edit out that shit what y'all talking about after the podcast. I don't think we should put that in there. A boss, He make a decision off business. He making decision off employments. He trying to make sure everybody eat. So he got to do as a boss. Hey, look, put that shit out. Put that shit out. We need that. I just jagged off $20,000 in Atlanta with Brick Baby. We need to put that out. He don't get no fuck because it's business. He a boss. He a business.
As far as guests that come on and willingly tell on themselves, that's 100% on them.
Okay,
I don't blame platforms for dumbasses coming on the internet where you know the police are watching every platform everywhere and telling on crimes they committed. They're idiots.
Understandable, but did you read Brick's indictment?
I'm not reading through none of that shit. But basically what I'm saying is, regardless of if anything he said on this show was in the indictment or not, some of the shit he said, if that's my boy, like if my brother was to say some shit like that, hey bro, you gotta stop talking about shit like that. Or I'm not even putting it up. Like, nigga, you just said some federal shit. I'm gonna edit that shit out before we put the clip out. I'm not just gonna be like, oh, fuck it, it is what it is. He dumb enough to do it if this is my boy. See, there's a difference between I'm calling this my homie, my friend, like Adam calls Brick, or some idiot that just comes up here and wants to go viral. Yeah, I caught 11 hats. Okay, you stupid as fuck.
But I think part of it is the fact that, you know, when Brick comes on here and says, I'm putting kill squads in the street, or I got more bodies than you got squabbles.
And that's where your ass as a friend supposed to delete that shit. We as the people who watch you ain't supposed to see that shit. Like, Adam just don't get it, bro. He just don't get it at all, bro. Like, for real. He one of them motherfuckers, though. He don't get it. He don't get it, bro. He'll never take responsibility for shit, bro. But he gave up them tapes on his homies. He gave up the tapes and then tell Brick Baby Mama, I'm going to pay for his lawyer. You damn right you going to pay for their lawyer now. You done gave up the evidence that they needed. But you so gangster. When I went on there, after I went on there, he kept on, I finna troll the fuck out of Adam. Hey, I need you to make a picture with Adam with an FBI suit on everything. I finna get him, I gotta get Adam back. He trolled me all the way at the duck trial. He was just kept on. Everybody got on his channel. You know Trenches News? He asked some motherfuckers who 16 years old. Y'all heard the Trenches News? I finna get on his ass. Federal Adam. Let's do it, Adam. Hey Adam, did they ask you about what you doing with your wife, trafficking the girls in your thing, or did they just ask you about the ninjas? Cause I hope they asked you about that trafficking shit that you be on. I hope they ain't just asked you about Brick Baby and Big U and them, knowing that you be having sescapades in the back of your employment. We heard about the girl who woke up with her operation draws down on her socks. We heard about it on Rolling Stone magazine. You still ain't explained that, bud.
That's what I was getting. That was crazy.
But bro, he don't mean that shit.
It doesn't matter.
That's for entertainment purposes.
When he goes to court, they can still bring that type of shit up.
But my thing is that when I hear Brick say something like that, and of course I assume that Brick has never killed anybody, but when he says that kind of thing, I assume he's doing marketing because he knows that the aura of danger around him is such that that's really going to hook people and get them interested, and we're seeing that right now. Really, if I had a suggestion for Brick, if he gets out tomorrow, I'm gonna say, let's get a video guy, let's get in the studio, let's drop music right now.
1000%.
Because realistically, having this aura of danger and criminality around you is going to be massively beneficial to people paying attention to your music or whatever you're trying to monetize. So, I mean, number one, all those statements were said on live. So yeah, we could have cut it out, which would have basically meant that everybody besides us was able to monetize it. Or we could have,
Is that more important?
So it's content over everything.
I mean, it's going to happen either way. So.
But the thing is, if you read Brick's indictment, you'll see, and I'm not telling you to because I know you don't want.
He's not being accused of anything like that.
That's what what I was trying to get to. So literally, like, he had an AK case from 2023. It's got nothing to do with anything he said on a podcast. He's not a part of that RICO with Big U in them. He's not listed as a defendant.
Yeah, I saw that.
On that
RICO. Yeah, I seen all that shit.
There's nothing that he said. Now, what you saying, what Messiah said, like, oh, it could be used against you in court, potentially as a character witness, but I think that could easily be dismissed considering what's you're an entertainer for a living, and your persona is based on having this, street image, which these statements do nothing but substantiate. It's got nothing to do.
I mean, at the end of the day, if somebody come on here and they say what they say, that's coming out that person's mouth.
And even if Brick had never been on a podcast, you could just listen to his music and say, look at all this shit that he said. That's basically him declaring himself a killer.
His music's way gnarlier than anything.
That's what I'm saying. Is that like, let's say tomorrow Brick gets hit with another indictment, and it's like, oh, we think Brick Baby killed these 4 people. I mean, the music is then going to be the Traplo Ross documentary is going to be crazy because Brick talks like he's the best man who's ever walked the West Coast in his music.
Swamp Story,
and that's what you're supposed to do.
Swamp Stories has a whole video calling him. You feel me?
Oh yeah, right.
You feel me? The Crip serial killer, whatever they call.
And
him.
I mean, people want to blame you, which I think again, you asking certain questions could be looked at as fetish. But at the end of the day, these people are coming up here to give these stories, to give this behind the scenes information because they want to go viral. They want the clout. So at the end of the day, if you're willing to take the risk of sitting behind bars or being unalived or whatever the case is for clout, then that's on you, right? Like at the end of the day, I could pass out the poison all day. It's up to the people on the other side to take it. So if they're going to come on here and they're going to do that, that's on them.
Yeah.
That's
how I feel about it. Even though I feel like you do put people in positions where they could say things that might be incriminating, or you make them feel comfortable enough where you guys start talking about certain things that they shouldn't be talking on camera. But at the end of the day, they gotta know that for themselves.
Loose, what's cracking, bro?
Loose Cannon.
What's up with it, King? How you doing?
Not much, man. We tapped in right now. We got the Viral Way on here. We got Lush, and we got the one and only Munchie B.
Hey, Loose Cannon girl told Loose Cannon, man. She told him basically, man, go ahead and tell on Big U ass. You already did it on the podcast. She said, I can't do it. Hey, she Jamaican or something. She said, I can't do it. She said, I'm not used to this. Like, damn, bitch, it's only been like 3 days they've been locked up. You see, she said, I'm not used to being alone. On everything, man. Hey, she told his ass, you didn't even do anything. You weren't there because of other people. Hey, Loose Cannon. She told Loose Cannon ass, get Big U and them ass up, man. Brick Baby. Get their ass up. I need you to come home.
Andre.
What up? What up with everybody?
Chilling, man. Yeah, we were just having conversations, and we were kind of, I mean, I guess first question is just how are you doing in there? What's your state of mind as you're locked up?
Nah, the state of mind is good because that.
Hey, y'all, I want to hear Adam tell Loose Cannon on his phone that he gave the FBI them tapes. Fuck ass, how you doing? Hey, by the way, Loose, I turned over them tapes with you on that time about the Nipsey murder.
At the end of the day, it's like, let the truth be known. Like, I don't even put the nigga. You know what I'm saying? So everything else is false.
Okay. Do you what's your media strategy in terms of talking on podcasts, doing live streams, etc., while you're in federal custody?
No, it's not that. It's just I'm doing the same thing that I was doing outside. You know what I'm saying? Nothing changed. At the end of the day, it's like I have no parts of what happened, what's going on, or anything like that. But I ain't gonna say anything. A lot of people rolled over and turned on the nigga, and it is what it is.
Who turned on you already?
No, I'm talking about on Big Useless.
Oh, people are already telling on him.
Yeah. So it's like I'm just sitting in here right now, just going through the process.
Damn.
Is everybody telling Loose, or do you know specifically who's been telling?
Shit, everybody got out. The only people that's still in here is what me breaking him.
Have you had any conversations that were basically like, we'll let you out right now, you just got to tell us?
Hey, I told y'all, bro. It was 21 people. It was 21 people, bro. They let 12 go. 12 got out. 12, they probably went to 12 of them, was like, hey, we don't want y'all really. We can make that go away. We just want Big Useless. And shit. They signed the dotted line, shit, bro. They out though. 12 of them out.
Was this, and this?
Hell no, that ain't no conversation.
So they consider you to be such a crucial part of this case that they're not even proposing a deal.
No, I haven't. No, it's not that. It's not that at all.
Safety valve?
It's just the point of it is it's just not going to happen. Just put it that way.
The feds know that you're so solid that they wouldn't even ask you to talk.
No, it's not going to happen.
So did you catch word that I just revealed it like an hour ago on this podcast, but basically the feds came to my house and the one and only thing that they were interested in was the cease and desist from Big U because of your appearance on the podcast.
Oh, shit. Oh, man. Hey, bro. Hey, look, this even worse, bro. Imagine you in the feds and you calling home and the motherfucker you calling to who answered the phone for you telling you that he gave over the tape. Hey, hell no, man. Adam a pimp, man. Yeah, bro. Like, Adam don't get no fuck, bro. It's all about views to him, bro. It's all about monetizing. You heard what he said. Adam was like, when dude said, so you still put the video out? Adam was like, we could have cut it out, but then everybody else will monetize except us. So we just put the video out and said, fuck it. Even though they was talking about murders and robberies on there. He ain't get no fuck.
With Wack, in which you basically said that Big U had knowledge of the Nipsey situation before it happened.
No, see, the thing is, it's like, I'm going to say it like this, because I keep going through something. It's just why send a cease and desist if it's not true. That's all I have to say.
And that's what a lot of people are suggesting.
It's defamatory, though.
Yeah, even if it's not true, it is
right.
It's a defamatory statement for sure. Absolutely, I could understand him not wanting that out there, even if it wasn't true, to keep it a stack.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What'd you say, Les?
I was saying I could. It's a defamatory statement, regardless. So I could see him not wanting that out, even if it wasn't true.
Yeah. But if you wanted to prove somebody that was a liar, right? You just telling them pull it out. I mean, put it out, right?
No.
Why stop it?
Crickets.
Yeah, I don't know.
No. But if we talking right, that's facts, right? Why stop something that you saying is a lie?
Right. I mean, hey, I guess he really wanted to stop that narrative, I guess.
When a lie linger too long, it become the truth, bro.
Yeah, I'm not his defense attorney, but I could think of a few.
Like, nobody want to lie out there about him, so that's why you would do a cease and desist. If you feel it ain't true.
Well, that's like career-ending information. You know what I mean? Like, or statement. If people associate him with the death of somebody so beloved, that fucks off his business, right?
But everybody is getting misconstrued. Nobody's saying that he has something to do with it. He just acknowledged. I mean, no. It's just like if somebody on somebody that know me, right? And they basically be like, yeah, I'm either going to get that nigga because of whoop-de-whoop. And I'd be like, well, shit, go and get your man. You get what I'm saying? That's just how it is. My statement is Nipsey wasn't his brother. Nipsey wasn't like his son. He keeps claiming that he's putting that energy in the air when he didn't fuck with Nipsey and Nipsey didn't fuck with him.
He said Nipsey just flew him out before they passed. They patched it up.
No, they didn't.
They was in New York together or something like that.
Yeah, they went to New York for a video shoot, but it was still animosity. because it was still a situation that happened after that. Why he didn't go and support Black Sam at the Marathon Burgers then? If everything was patched up.
No, for sure that ain't patched up. We saw that in the Black Sam interview for sure.
Cause Nipsey is Big You little homie essentially from 60s. Black Sam is not from rolling 60s. That's just Nipsey's brother.
No, Black
so
Sam,
he don't have to support Black Sam like he will support Nipsey, his little homie, his younger homie.
Good point.
That's not the same thing.
No, yes it is, because the marathon continues, the Marathon Burgers, anything that marathon is based off of Nipsey. Like that's what he stood for. That's what he pushed. That's what he wanted to do. That's his thing.
Hey, if you pass away tomorrow, Adam not fucking with your twin brother, bro. so that marathon ain't gonna continue. Cause he mess with you, not your brother.
No, the thing is, if somebody's pushing the narrative, right, and it's in all good honors of Nipsey. If I have my brother, not my twin brother, but if I have my brother,
you don't like the twin, he said,
or whatever like that, I would have Adam. I hope what Adam would still support. If something happened to Brick or whatever like that, I'm pretty sure Brick's wife or whatever like that, Adam would still support that. It's different.
That is true. If me and Brick were beefing, and then we got cool right before he died, and then his girl opens up Brick Burger, for sure, I'm at the Brick Burger. I'm turning up the Brick Burger.
Yeah.
I'm chasing Rockstar across the street.
So since Crib Mac been in jail, have you checked on Mama Bear?
We've been talking. Yeah. I helped him out around Christmas time and all that kind of
Shouts
shit.
to Mama
yeah.
Bear. We love Mama Bear.
All right.
And Granny Bear.
Definitely. Man, if he was out, he would probably be in this RICO too.
Busting all these assholes.
JK.
I got no comment on the RICO. Nothing to do with the RICO. No comment.
Oh, that was a Crip Mac joke. My bad.
You know it's free loose. It's free loose. Free other guys.
Like, everybody is going to support everybody. Only the real is going to stand. You get what I'm saying? Like everybody that was on the indictment rolled over. Everybody out of jail. Everybody was making statements.
So you and Brick are the only ones who didn't have anything to say?
We're the only one that's still in jail, right?
I didn't know everybody was
near,
released.
yeah.
I didn't know
Of the ones we know.
released.
It was 4 already in jail though. When they
Everybody else is
Linda.
out.
Damn, everybody being out is bugged out.
Loose, activate your patience, man. Stay off that phone.
Hey, how do you feel about people celebrating people going to jail?
Ooh.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the ops are throwing a party.
Okay, so think about this, right? Because I never ever celebrated that. I took a stance on that before.
No, not you. I'm talking about how you feel about others celebrating.
I don't fuck with it. Not at all.
So you don't fuck with 600 and Wack celebrating people going to jail?
I don't fuck with nobody celebrating a nigga going to jail, but I don't think Wack and 600 take that stance. I just think they just don't fuck with Big Yusuf.
I ain't heard him laugh this much. Shit.
You think Wack's been celebrating, Munchie? You really think he's been celebrating?
It might be a little muted, but yeah, it's damn near a ticker tape parade
it's like
over
a
there.
passive aggressive celebration.
The 100 side? Oh yeah.
100 side turning
I
up.
don't think they celebrate, but at the end of the day, it's like it's the best outcome for him. But other people have been affected by certain situations he's done. But I don't want him to go to jail. I'd rather if we beef him, we handle the shit on the street.
Why is Cuz on the phone saying that?
Yeah, I don't know if you should say that.
Hang up, Cuz. Hang up. Like, hang up, bro. Y'all, you doing crazy shit now, Cuz. Hang up.
Like, I don't want him to go to jail. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Shitty burger.
That's just kind of weird for somebody to say, I want
Y'all niggas crazy,
my enemy to go to
Cuz.
jail.
Y'all letting this nigga incriminate himself. Hang up, Cuz.
No street dudes say that, Adam.
I know, but nigga, don't do it while we on here because it look like we condoning it, Cuz. We're not with that, bro.
Luke, the
Hang
viral
up,
way wants to
bro.
make it clear that they think you're incriminating yourself and that you should stop.
Who's the far away?
Long as you
Podcast from Long Beach.
Yeah, we don't got nothing to do with what he doing. I just don't want to watch him do that, bro.
Shout out to them too.
Hey, Luce, hang up, bro. Let your lawyer talk.
He ain't got one yet.
You said what?
I said hang up and let your lawyer talk, bro. Like they gonna use this for content. Don't do that shit, man.
Yeah, but the thing is not saying anything that I haven't.
Nah, bro, but you in some real shit, bro. And I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Activate your patience, like bro said. All this circus, don't do that, bro. You in facing some real life shit. This the internet. Don't do that. They gonna laugh at you. None of these niggas gonna put money on your books. None of these niggas gonna come visit you. They're gonna laugh at you when this phone call hang up, cuz. Don't. The fame ain't worth that shit.
Everything will go. Even the females. The females, they go bounce on you.
That's not bad advice.
Well, he already got one.
What females you talking about, my nigga?
Man, that's how I go.
Because you got his wife right here. So what you talking about?
Hey, if you his wife and you care about him, stop letting him do this.
What you talking about?
I'm talking about the majority of y'all.
He's gonna do.
Hey, look, niggas gonna do what they want, but I'm gonna give you some real advice.
You know how that shit go when
He been to the pen before. He know.
Yeah.
Calling in from the don't. That's
Look,
out.
Shrees. Long as you keep the visits coming, and the pen and paper, some pictures, you know, some you go do what you do. That's just how I go.
I'm just need y'all to put a little respect on people's names and don't try to be disrespectful here.
No, that's
right?
that's to the gender.
Before we just really cut the line off, and that'll be that.
Hey, respect his.
She cut it off.
Hey, look, respect his freedom. Stop letting him do this to himself.
Okay, and respect his woman, and respect him too.
No, just you.
Respect his freedom. If he chooses to do that, he's a grown ass man. He's gonna do what he want to do.
Yeah, but you supposed to care about him and not let him do that shit.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to Viral, whatever his name is, bro. This man is honestly telling them right, bro. And they arguing with him, bro. The girl arguing with him like she's slow. Loose arguing with him. He in the feds. The phone call is being monitored and recorded. And he steady talking. And dude buddy get mad. That's crazy when a motherfucker get mad that you in jail and you gonna hang yourself by you talking. That's crazy, bro. And like he said, Adam them gonna laugh soon when he get off the phone.
Hey, look, Shrees. Females that got on me during my bid. When they bounce back at the end of the last month. It happened like that.
60 seconds.
Oh shit.
Okay, well y'all
60
got 60
seconds
seconds
is
for me. What
crazy.
else y'all want to say?
Yeah, but at the end of
What else y'all want to say?
Free loose cannon.
Free loose.
Much love to the homie Loose.
Hey, you got the right to remain silent, cuz. Exercise that.
Hey, Luce, are you banging Sweetie in there too? Are people fucking with the Sweetie movement?
Sweetie!
Yeah, Sweetie!
Yeah! That's right. We needed that.
We need everybody in the feds banging Sweetie gang.
FruitCannon.com and purchase that merch. It's FruitCannon.com.
That's right.
Hey, hold your head, my guy. And Sharice, let us know when you're in LA. We could tap in, do a podcast or something. We get whatever.
Thank you, Sharice, for real.
I'm sure I'm gonna send you my Zelle, Adam.
She on the freeway right now.
Bet.
She on the freeway right now. You heard her on the Bluetooth. She en route.
Before finding Freshpet, Hudson wouldn't eat a lot of his food, and now he's super.
Okay, yeah, we're on the podcast right now. We just figured, we've been talking about you, and I don't want to be talking behind your back. I feel like we should have the conversation with you. So I guess like my main question is there a strategy in terms of content, in terms of like how much Luce is saying publicly? What are your thoughts on that and the potential that it could get him in more trouble?
Well, first of all, he's not speaking on anything that's already not being said. He's not speaking on anything that's not in the public. And he's not giving his strategy on how he's going to beat this case either in public. But what I will say is that everyone is forming their opinions off of hearsay, and there is no real hardcore evidence that, these incidents that they are charging him for has anything to do with what he said on a podcast. Second of all, I thought you were locked up, Adam. What's going on?
Nah, that was cap. Yeah, that was cap. But for the record, the feds, when they did come, they only wanted one thing, and I feel like this will be of special interest to you. They wanted the cease and desist from Big U in regards to Luce Cannon's first appearance on No Jumper, in which Luce basically implicated Big U in the murder of the late, great Nipsey Hussle.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. And did you give them the cease and desist?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, well, there you have it. So with that being said, I'm sure they're going to do their due diligence to see what that's about. But obviously, if, Big U, is innocent, I don't know why he would want to cease and desist, but that's his business, not ours. But what I can tell you is my husband does not deal with Big U. He does not like Big U. He has not spoken to him in years. So all of these implications and allegations are false. I will say that. And second of all, you know, if he didn't like Nipsey, that's his business. You know what I'm saying? My husband, he does have a big mouth from time to time when he talks about certain things. But at the end of the day, you know, he never said anything when there was an open case. Now that there's something open, I'm sure he won't say a thing in regards to that's concerned. But nonetheless, what my husband is saying and what he's talking to you guys on these podcasts are nothing that's a secret. It's things that have been said even in the public prior to him bringing it up. A lot of people in the hood knew that Big U did not like, you know, Nipsey, and they had a little thing going on. He had contracts, all that stuff, you know, and I'm not even from the West Coast, and I've heard that before. So, you know, he just said things that people wanted to say that didn't have the balls to say it. That's all.
Sharice, what's up? It's Lush. How you doing?
What's up, Lush?
I got a question. When I saw your convo with Luce when you were basically telling him to think for himself. What is that?
Absolutely.
What do you mean by that? Like, think about yourself in this situation. What do you mean by that?
Tell on Brick Baby.
What I meant by that was because, you know, I came up with an idea to him about, you know, helping the families with anything they need by selling merch on our sites. And, you know, he's like, okay, well, you know, maybe despite of all the shit that's going on, I think, you know, we should help all the families. And like, so Big U, you know, Brick Baby, you name it. And then I said, honey, you know what? I thought about it. I don't think they'll do that for you. You know, possibly Big Baby's wife, because she's sweet. I talk to her from time to time. But Big U, heck no. So when I told him think for himself, don't even give it a rat's ass about nobody else but him. You know what I'm saying? It's just not, it's not all right. And truth be told, we're trying to separate ourselves from this situation to begin with. So why even go and help them? And we got to consider the family of Rayshawn and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's what they was talking about.
That's what he meant by that.
That make a little bit more sense.
Hey, this is Andre. Is he lawyered up or is it?
He's lawyered up.
Okay.
Our lawyer bill is over $200,000. So
Okay.
Adam, I'm gonna need you to sell me some money. All right?
No.
Yeah, I got you on 200K for sure.
Okay, that's cool. I know you do. With all these podcasts that you got my husband's name in, I'm sure y'all making some money.
Little son. Okay, but this was my question. Is like, to me, this feels like a situation where Loose Cannon could probably sit down with the federal agents and say, Big U did this, and this, and he could probably walk out that door tomorrow. Would you encourage him to do so?
Heck no. My husband is not a snitch when it comes to things like this. He'll...
Oh, shit. Hey, Adam 22, he the devil, man. I'm telling y'all, man. Y'all just don't see his motherfucking horns, man. Adam the devil. You gave up the tapes and he gonna say, do you see Loose Cannon sitting down with the feds? And goddamn it, this dude a slime, man. Adam a motherfucker, man. Straight KKK, man.
Could tell his stories and tell things online that won't pertain to an open case.
Would you encourage him to do so? Federal agents and say, this feels like a situation where Loose Cannon could probably sit down with the federal agents and say, Big U did this, and this, and he could probably walk out that door tomorrow. Would you encourage him to do so?
Heck no. My husband is not a snitch when it comes to things like this. He'll tell his stories and tell things online that won't pertain to an open case or shit, but he wouldn't want to put nobody in no jail. I could tell you that right now. And that's one main reason why I'm sure he won't get bail, because he's not going to go and open his mouth. Everyone else, who knows what they're doing? You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, as long as we, you know, this is so... Oh, hold on. We got... Cannon is calling me right now. Would you guys like to hold?
Of course. Why not?
That nigga crazy.
She crazy for doing all this mother.
Her response is cool, but this one you need to do the lease talk.
Right.
Hey, bro, them right, man. Hey, he ain't supposed to be talking from the feds, man. He ain't supposed to be doing all that talking. Loose ass crazy, man.
Hey, so look.
only got like 4-5 minutes to talk.
All right, look. You live. Brick, you live. They can hear you. All right.
Shit, I ain't saying nothing. No, it just is what it is. Free to know. You already know what it is. Free to break. And nigga not tripping. We right here live from the feds. And ain't shit happening with the brick gang. We do shit to people. We the people. We ain't, you know what I mean? We ain't going for none of that. I heard there's some shit going viral talking about a nigga that did something to a nigga, man. 6-7. Nigga ain't out the way, man. Come on, man. The nigga ain't touched me.
Man, come on, man. You already know. They on there. It's a whole bunch of rumors flying around. They said you got hit up in there, all type of shit.
Man, I'm that guy, dude. Like, not like that, though, bro. But you know what I mean? This is where unfortunately, this is where I grew up at, gang. So this like second nature to a nigga. But it's all gravy. We right.
This call is from a federal prison.
It ain't what a nigga think it is. A nigga be back soon. They probably gonna give a nigga a bail soon.
Hey, that phone always reminds you, man, this is a federal prison. Your phone is being monitored and recorded. Go ahead with your call. You could be saying some shit, some criminal shit, and it'll remind you. This phone is being monitored and recorded. On everything, that shit'll pop up like one, the nigga still be on there. Big U need a miracle on 34th Street. Big U ain't getting out, man. Big U ain't getting out. What I think from what that lady said, from what the mama said of RW, I think this how they finna do Big U. They gonna charge Big U. They gonna get Big U for his murder. And then Shitty Cuz, they gonna bring Shitty Cuz back, because remember, it's federal now, right? So the feds supersede the states, right? So the state gave Shitty Cuz 60 years, right? So since Shitty Cuz can break a deal with the state and the government to tell the truth. So if Shitty Cuz come out and say, man, Big U green lighted me, Big U ordered me to do that, gave me some drugs and told me to do that, Big U gonna be charged with Nipsey murder, man. And Shitty Cuz gonna do a motherfucker 20 more and be home. Yeah, they could do it. They could definitely do it, bro. They could do it just like that, man. I'm telling y'all. Shitty Cuz I had 20 years. Shitty Cuz to be home, bro. Y'all be like, I thought he had 60. Big U got that 60. Big U got that 60 for Nip.
You know what I mean? They go on the way.
That's love. That's love. Glad to hear from you. Glad that you can talk to the people and let them know that you're safe. Cause there's been rumors going around, all type of shit.
And I'm on the main line. Nigga ain't on.
This is gonna sound odd, but
It's a fucking unicorn. You're gonna kill us.
Yeah, welcome to like 10 minutes ago.
Yo, we back. We back with another one when they thought it wasn't gonna be no another one or something. It do hit different. We back with another episode of Hoops. It hit different. Baylo, man. Let's break this shit down. Welcome to the show, Baylo.
Hey, Brick and Dirk both did with the Bug guys. Hey, man, I don't even like watching this shit, man, cause like they talking about King Von got backdoored. King Von ain't get backdoored. King Von definitely ain't get backdoored, man. That's called the front door. He ain't get backdoored. He got front door, man. He walked right into his death. That's the front door. He ain't get backdoored, man. So That's debunked. Details back and forth with Kayla B. I really don't care about them hoes. I really don't care about them. What we watching, y'all? What's up? What y'all want to watch? What y'all want to watch out there? Man, ain't nobody blame.
It has came to my attention that Adam 22 was picked up by the feds this morning. Now, I want to put a disclaimer out there, bruh, because I do build this channel off of truth, and y'all trusting me is important. I heard he was arrested this morning from Wack. I don't know if it's true for a certain. I don't know if this is a play, if this is cap.
The YNW Melly murder trial somehow manages to get even messier. Remember how one of Melly's defense lawyers was under investigation and the state attorney got a search warrant on her Apple account? Now the defense team wants to review all the material that was seized, and they want everyone to testify that was involved in getting this search warrant. They're worried that attorney-client privilege was seen by people that weren't supposed to see it. You know, people that are prosecuting the death penalty case now see a defense lawyer's Apple account. We can all understand why they're a little alarmed here, right? I'm going to read this full document. Please watch this full video. Hit subscribe. Let's go. All right, here we go. We got motion to compel discovery, or in the alternative, motion to reveal extent of state's intrusion of the defendant's right to due process. Client confidentiality, attorney-client relationship. So this is what the judge was asking the defense to do. If you want anything, file a motion and I'll look at it. It's what he said in their last hearing, remember? To return all property seized from defendant Jamal Demmons regarding attorney Raven Liberty's Apple accounts. Provide copies of all materials in the state's possession obtained from attorney Raven Liberty's Apple accounts. Provide notice to defense of any and all documents received that may have a bearing on the attorney-client privilege. This is f***ing crazy. We have the defense team basically begging to be disclosed everything that was found for one of their defense lawyers' Apple accounts, and this is a death penalty case, bro. This is insane. Provide the protocol that was used to segregate the information provided to the state under the search warrant for attorney Raven Liberty's Apple accounts from the prosecutors currently prosecuting the defendant in this case. I'm very interested in this protocol too, because they keep saying they have a taint team or whatever to overlook everything first, but can we really trust them on that? They could be seeing attorney-client privilege information, which violates Melly's rights 100%. It's some f***ed up shit. I mean, does this seem like a fair trial to you? They have access to this guy's lawyer's phone. I mean, no matter what you think about Melly, there's a few comments in my last video. They're like, no matter what, Melly did that shit. Okay, but that's not how trials work. It's whatever evidence they present in front of a jury. And right now, prosecutors can see defense lawyer's phone. A list of all witnesses who were involved in obtaining the search warrant for Miss Liberty's Apple accounts and that reviewed any evidence seized under said search warrant. Any and all documents, including search warrant affidavits, police reports, findings in relation to search warrant, seizure and review of Miss Liberty's Apple accounts. I mean, I think the defense should be given all this, right? I mean, that's only fair because it's been 15 months of this investigation to the attorney Raven Liberty. Clearly, she hasn't been arrested for anything yet, so they need to be disclosed on what's going on. All right, now they're going over some timeline things here. State charged him with witness tampering October 2023. He entered a not guilty plea in November for witness tampering. On January 24th, 2024, the state filed its initial discovery response in the tampering case. On December 27th, the defendant filed a motion for a hearing to determine potential conflict, setting forth that a member of the defense team, Raven Liberty, was informed by Apple that her Apple information has been provided to the Broward County Sheriff's Office pursuant to a search warrant. That's another crazy fact about this whole situation. She wasn't even told by the state. She was told by Apple. Oh yeah, we had to give your account information over to BSO over a year ago. The main difference here is she's a lawyer in a death penalty case, bro. On January 2025, defendant filed a motion to compel the state to provide the affidavit to search warrant on Raven Liberty's Apple accounts. The court ordered the state to provide the affidavit in the following day. The next day, court modified the previous order and ordered the state to provide a copy of the search warrant to the court to be viewed in camera on January 14th. On February 7th, this court provided all defense counsel as well as the defendant a copy of the underacted search warrant. Remember how horseshit the whole search warrant was? It was over Detective Danny Polo's identity when his own wife leaked it. I mean, really, a detective that's undercover, his wife's picture on Venmo was a picture of his fucking face. How smart is that? Unredacted search warrant revealed that every aspect of Miss Liberty's accounts and every bit of information contained therein was provided to BSO. If you're new to the channel, please hit subscribe. I appreciate the support. Back to the video, boys. The state never revealed during approximately a year's time the fact that they had in possession the contents of Miss Liberty's Apple accounts. I mean, I understand they're investigating at that point, but once again, this is a death penalty case. Maybe you should notify the lawyer so the defendant can get a fair trial. Only after the defendant on December 27, 2024 brought this matter to the court's attention did the state acknowledge that Miss Liberty's accounts have been seized. The state has contended that no other member of the defense team of Mr. Dems is under investigation or any warrants issued against them. However, in federal civil proceeding involving the defendant, attorneys for BSO also indicated that defense team's investigator Reggie Hope has also been subjected to similar warrants. What? I must have missed that in the federal civil proceeding files because there's more than just his one lawyer. Who the fuck is Reggie Hope? Defense team investigator. Interesting. Also being subjected to similar warrants. Wow. This is just such a shit show. February 18, 2025, court granted defense motion to compel. State was given 20 days. The state is yet to provide any discovery subject to this order. Wait, what? So the 20-day deadline the judge did in court, they didn't comply? For real? That being all information, documents, witnesses, and evidence in relation to search and seizure of attorney liberties, Apple accounts, the state numerous times has asserted that these discoverable materials are germane to defendants tampering with a witness charge. That is now part of this case. Argument. Although this court has been reticent to involve itself in the determination by the defendant as to whether he still would have attorney Raven Liberty represent him, as state has said, based upon information they have, that there is a conflict. Conflict is but a small part of this motion. Rather, the seizure of Miss Liberty's Apple accounts not only raise the issue of conflict under the Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution, but also attorney-client privilege under the Sixth Amendment and effective assistance of counsel along with due process rights under the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution. Understand has been unable to find any cases in the state of Florida exactly on point to the situation herein. There's never been a case like this, ever, in the state of Florida. They can't find a case similar to this. It's unbelievable. It truly is. Rather, the actions by the state in this case appear to be such an anomaly of bad faith prosecution and government misconduct that the courts apparently have not had to rule on such egregiousness. Freedom. Bad faith prosecution and government misconduct. Egregiousness. What is clear from both state case law and Florida case law that a hearing will need to be conducted by this court to determine the nature, extent, and prejudice to the defendant, both under the Fifth Amendment and Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution. In State v. Kelly, 1994 case, the prosecutor investigator went to the defense house during the middle of the trial in order to ascertain information to use against the defendant at trial. What? Shady ass prosecutors in the middle of the trial, fucking 21 years ago, psychopaths. The next morning at trial, the defense moved to dismiss the charges. The court conducted a hearing in which both prosecutor and investigator were examined and cross-examined. The case was ultimately dismissed due to the continuing prejudice of the defense right to due process and effective assistance of counsel. The idea or the requirement that the court get involved in determining whether the defense due process, client confidentiality, and effective assistance of counsel have been violated, requiring a hearing on the same is not new. So this whole part right here is basically them begging the judge to do something because he keeps saying, sign up to me. It's up to Melly if he wants to get rid of Raven Liberty. At some point, this judge might have to get involved, right? United States v. Levy. The court conducted a hearing at which the government produced the testimony of several DEA agents and the prosecutor. Also, the court required the government to produce the entire DEA case file. He wants to put every single person in the state attorney's office up on that stand to be questioned. That's what they want. United States v. M. Neal. The court conducted an evidentiary hearing on the defense motion dismissed due to the government invasion of their attorney-client privilege. At the hearing, agents, taint team, prosecutors, and prosecutors assigned to the case testified. Prior to the hearing, the defense had the ability to review all the material in the government's possession. That's interesting. Everyone testified. Dude, they want to investigate this whole fucking thing. Even the taint team prosecutors. I don't trust this at all. Taint team prosecutors, isn't that the sketchiest shit ever? We're just going to believe the state attorney's office had a whole other team look at all this information on Raven Liberty's phone, comb through it to make sure no one saw something. We're going to believe that? I don't fully believe that. Here's another case from 2006. Another example on due process, client confidentiality, and effective assistance of counsel. When impacted by government search warrants, a hearing to determine the extent of both Fifth and Sixth Amendment violations. In this case, along with other testimony, the court heard testimony from 2 of the taint team members. I'm telling you, they're coming after this taint team. I want to know who was on the damn taint team. Who saw all this information on her phone? A defense lawyer in a death penalty case. I may point out again. And she has other clients too. She has other fucking people arrested. They could see other information on other cases. United States versus DeLuca. District Court held an evidentiary hearing on DeLuca's motion to dismiss on June 4, 2013. The court heard testimony from AUSA Guard Agent Stelly, Stoddard, DeLuca, and the FBI computer analyst who initially segregated the data for the filter team. From these cases, it is clear that this court will have to conduct an evidentiary hearing to determine the extent of intrusion into the defense Fifth Amendment and Sixth Amendment rights. Now, I highly doubt this would be live streamed, but if it was, holy shit. Put all these taint team members on the stand. This judge ain't gonna do that. He doesn't want nothing to do with any of this, you could tell. However, in order to have a meaningful hearing, the defendant needs to be provided with all the material that was seized. Of course, in order to be able to determine whether there has been or has not been a violation of due process, effective assistance of counsel, and client confidentiality, all witnesses, state attorneys, agents, or officers who have any information or dealings with the seizure of these materials must testify. Without a list of all these witnesses, the defense will be unable to call them to testify at the hearing. Holy shit. These boys are coming at their throats. In United States versus M. Neal Supra, after the defense was able to review all the material seized by the government, upon demand, the government returned the same to the defendants. Without being able to review all the material seized from Miss Liberty's Apple account, the defendant will not be able to make such demand. The defense has an affirmative duty, once it knows that confidential communications are in the hands of the government, to raise the privilege. Again, without seeing all the documents and evidence that were seized, how can a defendant make this specific demand? 4 factors are relevant as to whether an alleged intrusion in the attorney-client privilege offends the Constitution. Whether the evidence to be used at trial was obtained directly or indirectly by the government intrusion. Whether the intrusion was intentional. Whether the prosecution received other confidential information about trial preparation or defense strategy as a result of the intrusion. These motherfuckers had access to everything on her phone. I still can't believe it. Whether the privileged information was used or will be used to the substantial detriment of the defendants. I mean, yeah, they gotta just disclose everything. This is a shit show. This is actually a shit show. What do they do? It was indicated by the state that a separate team of prosecutors or law enforcement agents reviewed the material seized from Miss Liberty's Apple account. Okay, yeah. Said something about a taint team. As the court noted, and M. Neal, it is clear that the government's affirmative decision to invoke these procedures constitutes a per se intentional intrusion. Again, citing Weatherford and Kelly. Therefore, even prior to a hearing on this matter, the first 2 prongs of the Weatherford-Kelly test, whether the evidence to be used at trial was obtained directly or indirectly by the government intrusion, and whether the intrusion was intentional, have already been satisfied. Certainly, a hearing would determine the 3rd and 4th factors of the Weatherford-Kelly analysis and will have to be had. Defendant requests the Honorable Court grant this motion, blah, blah, blah. I mean, once the judge said to file these motions, I knew they were coming, but holy shit. The defense wants everyone to testify. They want everything disclosed about what they seized in her cell phone, which is understandable. Once again, this is a death penalty case. And a defense lawyer, his lead counsel, I didn't even know she was his lead counsel technically until recently, because in the first trial, she wasn't really that important. There was 2 other guys that were way more, had bigger roles, it seemed like, but his lead counsel is being investigated in a death penalty case. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Comment down below what you guys think. I love you guys. Thanks for your support. Hit subscribe. Peace out, boys.
So there you have it. That's what we got. That's what you got on Melly. That's what you got on Melly. Hold on, let me see my other boy who I like.
He's collaborated with the likes of Kevin Gates and Boozy Badass. His songs were climbing the charts of Billboard, and by all accounts, his career was only going up. Then he was gunned down in broad daylight on a busy Texas highway. I'm Elizabeth Milner with Law and Crime. Now, the shooting was nearly 5 years ago, but just last week, police made a shocking announcement. They've arrested another Dallas rapper in connection to the case, accusing him of setting up the murder. But the question still remains as to why. For this case, we have to go back to 2020, November 11th.
I have 12 emails, 30 messages, and a proposal due by 10. How am I already underwater?
I'm in the same boat.
I'm in an actual boat.
I thought Grammarly just fixed grammar. They make boats now?
It's more of a metaphorical boat.
It's gonna be more than just all the song gets a Grammy. You gotta be like, boy, the album nominated for a Grammy.
Sauce Walka then. Dude gun jam. You can see him trying to kill. They trying to kill something. Look like that. Look, that's why I respect gang members or no leaders. I respect you as a man. Fuck the gang shit. I respect you as a man.
Sweetie! Sweetie!
It's over with.
To think that somebody was stealing a bunch of toys, stealing Christmas, that's kind of crazy.
This is security video showing the moment early this morning when Eugene Henley says someone stole a U-Haul parked in front of his Windsor Park home. It was filled with toys worth nearly $40,000.
Boy, you is a scumbag. You gotta stop!
All of it paid for by the Henley family, their son, Chargers linebacker Dayon Henley, the team, and private donations.
But didn't y'all bring back the toys in another truck, right?
Yeah, we brought back the toys in the truck and all that shit, brother.
That was Loose Cannon talking about Big U staging a fake robbery of Christmas presents to get money.
Right as he was telling us about the theft, trucks of toys started arriving.
Damn near Christmas miracle. You know what I'm saying? Here in South Central.
Word had spread and donations to buy new toys added up. City workers and the local councilman's office helped organize things, and the LA County Fire Department, which runs its own toy drive, pitched in load after load.
This is a great save. This is a great save by the community because we didn't have no toys.
And you see Big U talking, and it's...
Hey, y'all. Hey, just listen to me when I say this, if this makes sense to y'all. He know where the chains and everything when you get robbed at. He know where all the shit at. What the fuck is he doing on the news? And we know that he know who took the toys already. Just like with Nipsey Hussle. He should have just gave it to him. I mean, P&B Rock. He should have just gave up his chain and we was going to give it back. Like, what type of shit is that? How you know the robber? How you know the robber wasn't from Atlanta or Chicago or Minnesota? You know what I'm saying? Like, these people slimy, bro.
Sounds kind of unbelievable until you read that 107-page report indictment document where Big U is on the phone shaking down guys for $500, $1,000, accepting marked money from this dispensary he was allegedly extorting.
Now he been ducking our calls and shit. So what did he do with the toys eventually? Did he have niggas? I see the play. They not here to break everything back. We didn't do nothing with them. We supposed to bring the truck back in there. So he brought everything back. You brought the truck back where?
Not the U-Haul truck. They got the other trucks and they brought them back with the.
So you had them snatch the U-Haul, take it somewhere. Yeah. He get the money, raise the money. Go ahead, bro. He had to ditch the U-Haul, and then we brought him back in the different truck with the toys and all that shit. And but people were sending these cash donations.
Yeah.
And he's supposed to break y'all off some of the money.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now the nigga ain't answering.
Hey, man, this shit is getting darker and darker, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Hey, y'all, this shit is getting deeper, bro. He had the same niggas, bro. Still a truck, Loose Cannon them. And that's why I say Loose Cannon, I like him, bro, but he a flunky, bro. Like, he a real flunky. He don't know the powers that he got. He really the leader. He really the rolling 60 leader with Big U. Big U just sent him off. That's the only difference, bro. He the muscle, but Big U just the send-off. Big U got the mind to manipulate. This man send them to go and steal a truck, bro. Steal a truck, get all the shit, bring him the shit, and then they still don't get paid, bro. That's crazy.
the idea that he might want to pick up a quick 10 or 1,000 or something, or 20,000 on his Cash App by doing this, it's fairly believable. Now, there was a rumor Brick Baby was stizabbed. He called in a no jumper. He was not. Adam 22, I think it's true that the feds did show up at his house and ask him some questions, which is not surprising. There's no way that Wack 100 and Adam 22 are at least not, they may not be submitting answers, but they're definitely under the microscope, and they're going to have already been and will continue to be asked things. Brick Baby and Loose Cannon are still calling in. Loose Cannon is calling in all the time. His wife is posting conversations. So nobody's scared straight. Nobody seems scared. I will, you know, these guys are not pretending to be who they are, just like the deceased Nipsey Hussle was telling you he was an active Rolling 60s gang member, and he died like active gang members often do. Gunned down by another gang member, and you're most frequently taken out by a member of your own gang. What bigger picture is this all a part of?
Sweetie! Sweetie!
They had a travel agency. So not a travel agency, but yeah, travel agency, and so they take around the country in vans and buses. So you ain't responsible to put on the bus. But if you got a bunch of motherfuckers recording on there and you going out there, but you really moving weight. That's crazy. It's crazy. Like it was getting it. Like I'm talking about getting the bag.
So let's go back to the breakup of Nipsey Hussle and Big U's business. It was always very vague. Like, what was it about? Why did these guys, because Big U put Nipsey with Steve LaBelle and they got him going. I mean, Nipsey, we know him at the end of being this entrepreneurial guy with his own team, but he didn't start that way. I mean, Big U played a part in him getting started, and he would talk big draws, big draws. He would constantly reference him, and big draws took me here and hooked up that, and they went out to New York, and so they were rocking, and Big U definitely had a value for the early stages of his career. Now, thanks to the excellent work of Loose Cannon, let's look at these clips. So that was Big U. Well, you see how he gets excited. Okay, well, that was Big U in a series of clips talking about, so they were out on a tour bus doing a promotional tour for Nipsey in the mixtape days. This is right before they broke up. The bus kept getting pulled over.
He sick the police on Nipsey.
I just hit it home. They had 21 people. They think they got him. Anyway, make a long story. He ended up turning himself in and take the case off all of us. He get life, right, for the drugs. When that happened, my team is acting weird. So I'm looking at Steve. I'm looking at Nip. Man, get a paperwork from Sony so they can see that we releasing all this. They acting weird. So, me, I'm still kind of like, hey, I'm hot, hot and heavy, but
Loose Cannon claims Big U was given the information to get the bus pulled over, trying to get Nipsey caught with a gun. Maybe not. I don't know what the strategy of that would be. But what's interesting, you see how excited Big U is talking about it. And if you listen to what he said, it's that a guy he knew had a travel agency, and they were sending people on bus tours to drop off the work, to sell work, and they were getting a big bag. So that's why, and U was tied to this guy, so that's why they kept getting on the bus. They were looking for D Ruggs and the guy, and they did, and Big U got picked up. A bunch of people got picked up. Big U was not charged. His buddy took the whole case. Now, for the record, for those of us that have had our fate be under a prosecutor's decision, you can't take someone's case. Like, the prosecutor decides who gets charged. Now, a person can say they're the one who did it or whatever, but So I don't know what he means by the guy took everything and got life. He might have been the only one who ended up with life. I don't know what the logistics of that were. Now, so Big U was tied in with a guy who was sending tour buses out under the guise of his travel agency that really had to work on him. Nipsey was doing a tour, a promo tour. Now, I cannot remember who the hell was talking about this. Was it someone I interviewed or was it someone else? I cannot remember. I got to look back through myself. But anyways, it's that FYBJ Maine? Was it Wack? Who the hell was it? That they were in Chicago and Nipsey was performing and all these Mexicans all wearing the same shirt or something. I can't remember details. We kind of rushed the stage, and then after the thing, they had to run to the tour bus, and there was going to be some gunplay, or somebody did have to let off some shots. Now that could kind of sound like, remember, this was during the time, well, still Chicago's, LA's a hub for work, so is Chicago. In a little cartoon. Could that have been, and then Big U, we know, likes to rob plugs. That's what he went to prison for back in 91. Extortion charges now. He likes to get stuff and not pay. Could some Mexicans somewhere have been owed some money by Big U and them? Or that guy that was sending the workout on the tour buses? So imagine you got a black guy in LA, you know that he's getting work and he's sending around the country on tour buses. He doesn't pay for a load. He owes. Of course, it's hard, easy to not be found, right? But now they know, oh shit, this rapper that we know this guy is somehow affiliated with or is in the same circuit of people, Nipsey, he's on the road in a tour bus, and we know this guy sends work out on the tour buses. Let's run up on them. So, well, I'll have to investigate that further. Maybe you can give me some help. It's amazing. There's good, I do read the comments. People put up nonsense, but also a lot of people put up useful stuff. Like years ago when the guy told me, Tekashi 6ix9ine used my song. I sued him and got some money. So some of the stuff people could put in comments is real. Now let's go to the tale. I did hit up Little Rod Zay trying to get him to interview. He said he would hit me back. We'll see. But go over on his channel, Little Rod Zay, RODZAY, and listen to his story. But I don't want to steal all his thunder, but I'll give it to you in a nutshell of Nipsey. Okay, so all this stuff happens with the tour bus. Nipsey, they search Nipsey for a gun. He doesn't have a gun. According to Loose Cannon, Big U had been talking about guns with Nipsey right before that. And why are they all calling Big U a rat? It's something, some cases, and Big U by his own, you see him. I don't think anyone on those shows was calling him a rat, but yet he's saying, I couldn't have had anything to do with that. Kind of weird for him to be saying that on these different podcasts. So I couldn't have had anything to do with it. Do with what? Why would anyone think you had anything to do with anything? Kind of interesting. So think about a guy that's charged with extortion, a guy that was sticking up, that tried to rob a sheriff that he thought he had 33 pounds of coke in 91. This is a person, so he doesn't, you're a criminal, you don't want to follow the rules. Then you're in the drug world and you don't want to follow the rules of buying and selling and paying. You want to break those rules and just take. Big U was in charge in prison. He might be somebody who feel like the rules don't apply to him. That's what a lot of these, listen, I know about a lot of intricacies of a lot of cases, different people all around the country, even people I know. Trust me when I tell you, at that bigger level of the D-Rug game, there's a lot of, well, they all brag about reading Sun Tzu and the 48 Laws of Power in prison. Sun Tzu tells you in the 48 Laws, the best strategy, the best battle is one you don't have to fight, or if the best victory is won before off the battlefield or something. Meaning what? Meaning if you can take your enemy out without even having to engage your enemy through duplicity. So in Sun Tzu's case, we got some spies into the city and they poisoned the water, so the rival army was sick. And when we attacked their city, they couldn't even fight back because they were all sick because the water had been poisoned. Duplicity. People are pointing out with Wack 100 the way he didn't create Loose Cannon, but Loose Cannon had been running around extorting people with Big U, and just like Nipsey got disillusioned with Big U, apparently Loose Cannon did, and whatever personality type Loose Cannon has, he's telling it all, including getting himself in trouble. Loose Cannon seems like he's in a bad position, though he's the only one not in the LA federal lockup. He's still in Vegas. Be interesting to see if he ever shows up in California, but that's another question. But so if Big U and then 600, who everyone was treating like a joke, and he had that Eddie Boy guy on who supposedly was going to say Big U snitched on him, but Eddie Boy seemed like he didn't want to. He did come on Big 600's show, and he didn't really refute what 600 said. He just didn't. He probably didn't want to get himself in a bunch of drama. He said, "I'm Muslim now," and that was a long time ago. But Eddie Boy supposedly in prison had printed out all this copies of his legal work showing that Big U had told the feds that he was, or not the feds, but the state of California, that he was working for Eddie Boy, and that got Eddie Boy in trouble. And Eddie Boy got more time than him. So 600 now is much more believable, I guess.
He tried to catch up Nipsey with a gun case. He thought Nipsey had a gun. He asked Nipsey, "Where your gun? And you got your thing on you, right?" And he said, "Yeah." He leaves, leave the bus, right? 2 minutes later, the feds hit. Go in there, gaffle up Nipsey. He go in there and be like, "Hey, what y'all doing?" Trying to 52 fake it. But the whole time, he sent them in there.
Hey, that's crazy, man. Hey, that's crazy. Hey, you got your gun on you? Like he ain't gonna know that you did it. You the last motherfucker just asked him, did he have his gun on him before? Like, that's crazy, bro. Like, Big U, he did what a gang leader do. What a gang leader do. A successful gang leader. Manipulate everybody. Manipulate everybody, bro. You hold this gun, y'all going through the robberies. He got everything over y'all head. Hey, look. Hey, they finna come for him. That's why Adam gave up them tapes so fast. Hey, look, Adam is, you gotta remember, right? A criminal enterprise, running a criminal enterprise, a RICO, right? Or you federal indicted. He done paid them money. Now they will need to know that Big U been shaking down No Jumper. We see all the Crips on No Jumper. Is Big U shaking down them? Now they finna look into his business, his books, his money. How is they getting these guns? How is they driving these cars and bonding out off no jumper? Robbing people, then go on no jumper. Cause that's what Brick Baby gonna say. When Brick Baby go to court, they gonna ask him where is he employed at? He gonna tell them no jumper. That's what's gonna get Adam in trouble.
To get Nipsey, but Nipsey had a gun, but it wasn't on him. How would they come in there and start asking for a gun? I never even said about a gun. This is not even my bus. Why would they come and hit this bus, gaffle me, and ask for?
So I ended up going to jail, me and my wife. So now when I get out, I'm like this, like, why y'all acting all funny? They asking Steve for the paperwork. They asking Sony for the paperwork. They need a lease to show that we was leasing it and that this was the movement. Right. And then Steve and Nipsey acting like it's this major caper. So that's why I left music. That was really how I left music. And if you look at it, like, if you see where at some point in our music venture, you only see Steve and Nipsey together. You kind of really don't see me no more. And they didn't really know why I had left. But I'm like, if these panicking like this over some that ain't serious, and we in the hip hop game, what if we knock down some?
For real.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I love Steve Depp, but I'm like, I got to get away from this. And we weren't making no money then.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so they made no.
And being really pure with my energy, and I was just only doing music, and I was like suffering financially. The police raided the studio and took all the equipment and put a gun on me that was in the house, a shotgun. It was a registered shotgun, but I was on probation for a gun. So, the probation says you can't be around no guns at all. So they booked me for the gun, took all my equipment, and I was really, just like, they don't know that. Nobody know how pure you are but you. And I was really pure at that time. I wasn't doing nothing but music. It kind of discouraged me for a long time.
So if we think that there's evidence that Big U back in 91, because Big U wasn't the head of the drug thing. He was listed as an enforcer, and he did try to stick the guy up. And he got less time than the other guy, his co-defendant in the conspiracy. So he was not the one in charge, he was the enforcer. So then he has a history of being attached to drug rings and being the muscle, but then when things go sideways, him throwing someone under the bus. Well, literally with this Nipsey Hussle tour bus situation, it kind of sounds like that. So that's, and as you saw, Big U said, when I came back, they were all acting funny. Well, gee whiz. People don't want to get searched for guns and get taken into custody and chased by Mexicans to Chicago and asked by the feds about, are you trafficking drugs on these buses? And then he says, we're in the hip hop industry, we might have to lay somebody down. I mean, you're right, you might, but that's what you're thinking about? You should be trying to not have to. That's always, right, you always may have to do whatever you have to do, but that shouldn't be what you're thinking about. But that's what he was thinking about. That's what he was really into. He was a guy that he liked the street stuff, which, listen, to be good and make a career in anything, you usually have to like it, right? Some people are just in it for the money, but there's so many opportunities to do stuff in LA. If you're being a criminal, you're into it. You like it. So, I mean, it all kind of makes sense. So Nipsey is like, oh man, this guy has got me being questioned about drugs and guns. And then he himself, his behavior is suspect. Let me get away from this guy. And then he might have been talking bad about, what's up with Big U seems suspect, which of course is going to raise Big U's antennas. Big U, as told by Lil Razzie and others, goes over to the studio where Nipsey is to talk about his equipment and ends up throwing a water bottle at Nipsey and hits him. They go outside to fight. Big U's doing his MMA stretching. It's not that Nipsey beat him up. They kind of spar around for a while. Nipsey's smart enough not to let him get too close because Big U is a big guy and trained and all that. It would hurt him if he grabbed him, but he doesn't let Big U grab him. He's much younger. Big U starts to get tired, so they call out another guy, Little Draws. Little Draws and Nipsey go at it a little bit. So he didn't beat up Big U or nothing. But then the other time when Big U makes Nipsey, see, Big U said he went to pick Nipsey up to get his discipline, but they were, from other ways the story is told, they're outside somewhere in the 60s hood and Big U pulls up and is like, yo, get in or something. And a fight starts and Big U and his group is getting the best of Nipsey and the other group, but then Fats pulls up, 5'4", stocky Fats, and he's upset. He just gets out and runs and kamikazes you and puts them out his pockets. So if your reputation is of the ultimate enforcer on the streets, you're, to use his own terms on the wiretaps, I'm the last OG still killing people. You can't get, literally, it's one thing to dance around with Nipsey and you're old so you get tired, but neither one of you really punch each other. It's another thing for Fats to actually hit you in the chin and knock you down. And listen, anybody can get knocked down because I don't care, there's no muscles on your chin or nose. You catch a blow from a guy who's 250 pounds to your chin or 200 pounds, or me, if I hit you dead on your chin or nose, you might fall down. So now you got, he's been knocked down by Fats. Nipsey is off of him because of these criminal cases and some possible, it's weird that Big U's, how does Big U know so much about this operation of sending out work on tour buses? Again, he had Nipsey on one of these tour buses. And Big U didn't get in no trouble. Big U's already been to the joint for drug stuff. And the other guy gets life. So it's, you can kind of see how this melange in the 60s were probably separating of who was rolling with Nipsey and what crew was sticking with you. And that's probably why you had to get certain people that weren't even 60s. Now, I do think Loose Cannon was one. That whole thing of Brick Baby saying who put you on and all this and that, Loose Cannon had a good explanation of saying, well, the people that put me on don't want their names mentioned. And look at this clip. This is No Jumper. This is Brick Baby raising his shirt to let Loose know, because they had that day before the indictment, they got picked up. Oh, Loose must have drove right back to Las Vegas, because right after that, so they were like being cordial, but it was also like, yeah, you could tell the vibe was, I asked about you, and yeah, you get busy, and now I asked about you, and you get busy. So they knew not to pop off on each other. But Loose Cannon's a pretty big guy. Brick Baby's medium size. Brick was letting him know, I got it on me. Crazy to have all those pending gun charges and to be flashing a gun on the internet. And as we know now from that indictment, that agent, Wack, I mean, he was watching No Jumper like us every day, all day. So all this has been seen. There's going to be more charges. So let's go back to this ongoing saga. So U's falling out with Nipsey. Nipsey might have been saying stuff about him possibly being no good. Fats knocked him down. Some time passes. Nipsey's doing, oh, that's when Black Sam came out and fired the gun, all this stuff. Fats had, okay, so that day they tried to put Nipsey in the car, they were going to DP him. It was the fight. Fats knocked out Big U. Black Sam came out and shot. The police came. Big U was taken into custody and was let right out. And when people were like, how'd you get right out? He said, oh, because I'm a grid worker. So again, I don't know what's true, but Big U seemed genuine in these interviews, but looking at what he said on the wiretaps, he definitely was playing some criminal games. So he was duplicitous. Zo's a duplicitous person, and if you're duplicitous at all, you're a liar at all, or two-faced, you will be at all times. You're apt to be at any time. Let's say that. So he probably felt he was in a position of power of, I'm in with the city, so I got, not that he's necessarily snitching, but I got a little bit of a get out of jail free card, and I can pick and choose within the 60s who to get. This crew is against me. Well, we're gonna let some information fly to the police on them, and then my team is gonna be protected. This is how gangster stuff works. Listen, you are not a real gangster unless you're working with the police. You are not a real gangster unless you are working with the police. Now, working could mean you're paying off corrupt police. It doesn't always mean you're snitching on people, but also, believe me when I tell you, these big drug dealers, I know about a bunch of this in Detroit, at a high level when people are like, I get 100 keys a month and he get 20 keys a month and we in the same part of Northwest Detroit and like we're really stepping on each other's toes. If I know where you got a stash spot at, like I know you got 30 bricks sitting in this house, or they such and such just picked up 50 bricks, I can send the police straight. I can call in the tip and have them come knock off your 50 bricks because I can hurt your business. If I'm at war with you, I'm trying to get you out of here, causing you to take $1 million loss or something. Yeah, I'm taking funds for warfare out of your pocket. You got a hitman that's on my head. I want him off the street. If I got to tell whatever, they're going to do that. So this type of stuff definitely goes on. So Fats, of course, gets mysteriously called out of his dispensary to look at some weed. Now, Rodze and people say, I don't know this, but this is what Rodze and them say, that was Big U was the last one seen driving away, and that it was Big U that called him outside. And you might think, well, if he knocked him out, why would they? But see, that's the thing with these LA gang member guys. They do that fighting. That's what you have to understand with them. Fighting, that's like you're gonna fight each other, beat each other up. They fade each other like they're not necessarily like criminal operations where you would think, we're all together. It's a union of tough guys. So you're supposed to be able to fight, and they'll make you fight each other. They fight each other all the time. And you have any dispute, catch this fade. Like, that's real. So if there had been fight between Nipsey and Fats and you, and some time had passed, Fats could fit. They're all still rolling 60s. I could see them doing some stuff for money together, some weed stuff, whatever. So the guy that knocked out Big U gets mysteriously gunned down near the hood. And supposedly Big U was selling them reefers. I'm sure the feds are asking questions of all kind of people. There will likely be more charges as the months and the year passes. I would imagine this is gonna get bigger and bigger. And there's a lot of celebrities. Is Quando Rondo one of the confidential informants? Quando Rondo had a bad case down there in Savannah. He had a RICO. He got 33 months. Quando Rondo and them was selling work. That's another thing with LA being an entertainment capital and also the capital of that work. Especially, see, this is where entertainment industry, remember Jimmy Henchman is doing life for bringing stuff from LA to New York. So we're young guys, we from the hood, we're gang members, but we rap. So we're traveling and we go to LA because that's where the entertainment capital is. It's a great cover because it's real. We are in LA because it's the entertainment capital. But we also gonna tap in on some Crip stuff. Also, we're gonna get to work. Reggie Wright Jr., the death row cop. Remember, he had to go a year and a half in the feds or 2 years in the feds for mailing reefer pills, whatever else, to Memphis, to Grape Street Crips in Memphis. There's a lot of Grape Streets in Memphis. So the entertainment industry, and of course, rap isn't the people that made the entertainment industry criminal. The very people, not all, but some of the people that were Jewish gangsters that set up the modern pop music and the movie industry. Not everybody was a criminal, not everybody Jewish, but that was one of the main sets of people. So it's a cash business. People travel. It's a perfect cover because 20 South Central gang members in a tour bus going from city to city, if they're not on the road to promote music, well, it's totally suspicious, right? You guys are up to something. But but you got to have somebody who's successful enough that it makes sense. It can't be a rapper nobody ever heard of. There's always dope mans is trying to infiltrate the circuit of these rappers because they're a great cover story to travel with. Listen, why do you think these rappers are so stressed out? They don't want to talk about all this stuff, but they got dope man, the hit man running with them, all type of people that they know and might be from their area and they are cool with, and they're not always trying to do something bad to them, but I'm sure that's what a Nipsey, again, I want to reiterate, this is so interesting, and Loose Cannon pulled this all out of this thing, so he did a lot of good work.
They had a travel agency. So not a travel agency, but travel agency, and so they take around the country in vans and buses. So you ain't responsible to put on the bus. But if you got a bunch of motherfuckers recording on there and you going out there, but you're really moving weight. That's crazy. It's crazy. Like it was getting it. Like I'm talking about getting the bag.
Big U said on there, he had a friend who got indicted, was doing life, that had a travel company that would send out buses with work on them. Nipsey was traveling in a bus. They kept getting ran up on. And that's when Nipsey left Big U alone. Makes total sense. Makes total sense.
I just hit it home. They had 21 people. They think they got him. Anyway, make a long story. He ended up turning himself in, take the case off all of us. He get life, right? For the drugs. When that happened, my team is acting weird. So I'm looking at Steve, I'm looking at Nip, man, get a paperwork from Sony so they can see that we releasing all this. They acting weird. So, me, I'm still kind of like, hey, I'm hot, hot and heavy, but
What is Wack 100's position in all this outside of just benefiting from the content? Hard to say. That's a topic for another day, but those are my thoughts right now. Al Prophet American Dope.
Now you can get
New at 4, Chicago police have charged a third teenager with the carjacking of a 61-year-old man. The city's vehicular task force arrested 18-year-old Jamari Dunbar on Monday. Police say the day before, Dunbar, along with a 14 and 15-year-old, carjacked the 61-year-old at gunpoint. This happened at 79th and South Shore Drive in the South Chicago neighborhood. The two other teens were also arrested on Monday.
Younger and younger. Nah, I don't be watching Wack 100. I just be hearing what he say when he on No Jumper. I don't follow his podcast or I don't be on the I don't be on none of that shit, man. Clubhouse, I don't be on none of that. I just hear Wack when he talking on No Jumper or arguing with Loose Cannon them.
Is that Chris?
Saying, bro. It again. 2025 got to be the dumbest thing in the world. Like, I ain't gonna lie. If you willing to do a crime in 2025, I'm gonna just assume you like boys. I'm gonna be so real. I'm gonna be real, bro. The technology and cameras and everything is just so high. There's no point you're going to get caught. If they care enough about the crime, they will catch you. There's so many ways for you to get caught. It's like there's no point in doing a crime. You got a 1 out of 10 chance of you actually getting away with it, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Man, what is good, YouTube? Y'all already know who it is, bro. Look at Jay here, y'all. Back up with another video. And today, y'all, we got a crazy and a wild video to talk about. And it seems like we got another update on the whole Sauce Walka and Sayso P situation. And it seems like one of the victims have, and it seems like one of the suspects have been identified. Yes, as y'all see right there, Jaden Danrich has been wanted after being caught on video. And the actual video I'm going to show y'all with him getting out, it's just crazy. And this show that, bro, these dudes are crash dummies. And hey, bro, you are cooked. Now we're going to talk about it. I'm gonna get into it and show y'all everything, but just real quick, y'all know my routine, bro. Hit that like button, you feel me? And also P situation. Now, if y'all don't know, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, however many days ago, Payso P, which is Sauce Walka artist, was gunned down downtown Memphis outside the. Now, if y'all don't know, him and Sauce Walka were outside their hotel, right by the building. Some guys hopped out of a white Charger and went doing their thing. Sauce Walka was hit twice in the legs. Payso P was hit up in the upper body and was pronounced deceased on the scene.
Oh, you said Wack on AK. Man, Wack them all full of plays, man. Them California niggas full of plays, man. Hey, I seen no jumper. I seen Adam put that the feds had knocked on his door on his Instagram. Then a couple hours later, I see a title on No Jumper saying that Adam 22 has been arrested by the feds. They just full of plays over there, bro. They content genius. They know how to all link up together, you know what I'm saying, and create some shit that's gonna go viral.
Now, since then, people said that allegedly he ran off with some money. Some people said that he wasn't even the target. Some people said Sauce Walka was the target. Some people saying it's an insurance policy. Just running their mouth, bro. Just talking because they got mouths. You know what I'm saying? The worst thing God could have gave us is free will. No, in all seriousness, though, they were just making up stories on why he lost his life. Now, one thing that came out yesterday was the actual video. And you can see two dudes hop out, do their thing. And, you know, people were surprised. They were saying it's definitely a hit after he was the only one they really was worried about. Like, 2 people came and stood over him or tried to get up over him. Now, today, you know, Memphis Police Department put out this picture. And it says, wanted, as y'all see, Jaden Danrich. A warrant was issued for attempted first degree M 2 times. And employment of firearm during the commission of a crime of a felony 2 times. And then the video that came out, they got him caught.
Hey, I still don't understand why they changed seats. I don't understand that. I might never get it, but I don't understand. Like, that's what just got them caught. What made them, out of everything, change places in a public setting? And then I know they see the camera right over their head. It look like a camera right on the pole, right over their head, man. That's crazy, man. You could tell that's a parking lot. Probably Walmart or something. Because the camera on the pole for sure. So they pulled right in front of the camera and switched spots after they done killed the motherfucker.
Now, as y'all see, you can see that same white Charger that was in that crime being on video and two guys switching seats. Now, the guy that happened to have the Draco that was in the video shooting the Draco, Mr. Jaden Danridge, on camera, walking out the car, no mask on, no nothing, easily identifying himself. Now, right now, people on social media are literally clowning him, saying that he's dumb, he's a crash out, and it's over with. Like, they caught you in 8K. At this point, let it go, bit, bro. Where they was at, I don't know, but this is why I say it's so hard to do a crime in 2025, especially when it takes somebody's life. Cameras are everywhere. Y'all saw with Fulio. Nigga got caught on a Tesla camera. Like, Fulio M was like the first M I seen that looked like a movie. Like, I couldn't believe what I was watching. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you, bit, bro. Your best bet, I'm gonna tell you the truth, just run, bro. You feel me? Like, I ain't gonna lie, bro. So you already caught, you already down bad. Just run. While you at it, just gonna run, just run until they catch you. Make them do their job. But I will say though, you know, to the other guy that he was switching cars with, be ready. Don't get ready, be ready, or at least be afraid, because 9 times out of 10, he's gonna tell on you, bro. Why? Because they caught him in 4K, and that's what dudes do when they apply that pressure, bro. Now, I don't know. Maybe they gonna find out what the other dude was. He was skied up. Maybe they can somehow get some DNA, but I don't know. I don't even know if they recovered the car from the scene. But I will say, you feel me, bro? It's over with, you know? And you got to be smarter than that. Now, think about that. That one little situation that happened. Now, keep in mind, people get in Memphis all the time. You feel what I'm saying? I told y'all before, Memphis is not a place you play around at. Memphis is like that. You feel me? You can get knocked off for about any little thing. I'm going to just keep it real. But imagine you think you finna just come up and do a drill and catch this big op or whatever, and then you get caught on camera in 4K. Just like that. Now your life is over, bro. You gun a man down in broad daylight. They finna sit you down for a little bit, bro. Congratulations. Donkey today goes to you, bro. Crazy situation, man. For all my young guys, for anybody in general, bro. Think about what y'all doing before y'all do it. You feel me? Think, man. Think. A lot of men out here are too emotional, moving out of emotion. Think. Know what the Bible say. Be slow to speak. Be quick to listen. Why? You control your emotion and be slow, and you control your anger. You feel what I'm saying? Because a lot of people do things out of anger, and all it takes is 1 second to change the rest of your life. One situation can change the rest of your life for good or for bad. You feel me? So just start thinking before y'all doing stuff, man. Rest in peace to Sayso P. Shout out to, you know, Sauce Walka and them and their whole side. Hopefully his mom can get a little rest and feel a little bit better, because, you know, she lost her baby, and I know that's a long-term pain that we'll never be able to understand because we didn't push him out of our cootie cat. You feel me? But let me know what y'all think about this in the comment section. Give me any thoughts and opinions down below, and let me know how y'all feel, bro. Y'all already know who it is. It's Lucas J. Thank God for another day, man. Y'all be safe.
I ain't gonna lie, this should wake some niggas up. Like, man, maybe we shouldn't kill him. Maybe we should run up on him and goddamn it, just whoop his ass. It's 4 of us versus 3 of them, or get it on with him. This should wake a person. You ain't getting away with no killing, bro. Like, it's cameras everywhere, bro. They just don't. They just be lazy and don't want to do shit, bro.
Sayso P. Now, stop lying on my cousin name. And they can blow up in their career. And one person said it was, Sayso P cousin. He put up some, I remember they shared, they said that, like when they said a person ran up and stood over Sauce Walka, but they left him alone. The person shared it, which was a cousin, and said, stop lying on my cousin name straight up. Y'all just running y'all mouths without the truth. They set my cousin up for an insurance policy. I don't care. Sauce Walka. Now, this is a cousin of Sayso P that's saying that, and I don't think they really understand how an insurance policy works. And I don't think Sauce Walka would need that, knowing that he's already rich. So that's just simply just emotion and somebody having something to say. Now, he put up a video today, any memories, and he put up the caption that said, words or tears can explain the loss I feel. Splat. I wish your fat ass, wait a minute. Splat. I wish your fat ass listened to me and stayed in the room. I told you we could smoke the blunt after security and the rest of our familia pull up. Sosa Man told you, F that weed, wait till we leave and hit Superior first. You always were so hard-headed, blood, but you know I'm gonna ride with you regardless. We come together, we leave together. Wish you just went to DR with Shimmy and shot off and skipped this trip to Memphis, but you was too excited. I finally agreed to come to the M. It's been 4 years since blank brought you to the familiar, did everything I could to help you change your lifestyle from Miami to all 50 states. We've been mashing and splashing together, P. I learned a lot from you, young spiller, and I'm thankful for all the loyalty and support, city to city, hood to hood, with them sticks rap hustling. You left Earth as a young rich boss. You left this earth happy and successful. I'm gonna make sure the world knows that who you really are. But unfortunately, most of our king and bosses are at war with each other. I hope one day we could stop taking lives from our communities and actually start to enjoy and build futures for our cultures. But the streets are the streets, so I accept what comes with being your big brother. I love you, Splat. TSL business, TFL business, the biggest Splat mafia. Now, it seems like, he probably told him don't go outside because, most hotels you can't smoke. He probably told him don't go out there to smoke the weed, and come to find out that end up being the cause of his demise. Now, I ain't gonna lie, bro, you feel me? People were saying a lot of stuff about Sauce Walka, and even myself, people were wondering.
Hold on, man. What you mean you can't smoke in a hotel room? Nigga, man, I'm smoking in a hotel room. I don't give a fuck if I'm in a Trump Tower. I'm smoking in that bitch. If they can find me, then they just gonna go to my card. They gonna charge my card $150 for smoking. You telling me you want to smoke that damn bad like Dave Chappelle, where you want to go outside and smoke? That's crazy, man. These niggas got all that money. They stars, bro, and they scared to smoke in the hotel. I'm smoking. Get another room and put the Dracos in, whatever illegal then, because I'm smoking in this motherfucker. Every room I done went in and stayed in, paid my money. I'm smoking in that motherfucker. Put the towel up under the door, wet the towel. Make sure it's wet. Stuff the towel up under the door. You know what I'm talking about? Get you some of that that aerosol white can that you spray at one time and it'll clear the whole room. And puff, puff, put it out. Puff, puff, put it out. Y'all know how this shit go. Puff 3 times, put the shit out. Let it simmer. Do it again. Repeat the cycle.
Like why he was acting the way he was, but you can generally tell that, that was just his artist, and if it wasn't for him and it's some street stuff, it's really nothing he can do or really necessarily say, because one thing about it, bro, the streets is the streets. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no telling, which I'm not saying he did anything, but what that dude Sayso P had going on in the streets. At the end of the day, just because you saw Walker don't mean that, like he get exempt from it, or, like that's gonna stop anything. When you got stuff going on in your hometown, just because you rich or you on a sprint and all that, don't mean that people still not gonna come for you. You feel me? So only God knows what they had going on. But I ain't gonna lie, one thing about Sauce Walka, the only thing that threw me off was him doing a promo after being shot up. You feel what I'm saying? Like, me personally, I just wouldn't be on social media. Like, if I lost my artist, like a young dude that looked up to me or whatever the case may be, personally, I'm just not gonna be on social media like that. I'm not saying I'm just be down and out and be so sad, but I gotta be able to grieve and talk to this family, make sure they okay before I go on social media and do a promo. But at the end of the day, business is business. That dude probably know what he had going on. Probably some Sauce Walka gonna always remember. But sad case about all this, bro, and this reality of anything with anybody in life, bro. No matter what happened, you can get shot, raped, whatever you want to call it, shot, raped, get homeless, whatever case. And then at the end of the day, bro, guess what, y'all? Sad reality, you can get abused, raped. Life goes on. People don't care, and that's just the sad reality, bro. The world don't revolve around you. You can lose 5 people in one day, and guess what? The world gonna still go around, bro. And you gotta move on, because you dwell in it, it ain't gonna do nothing but mess you up more than anything. Because guess what? Bills still gotta be paid. and life goes on. That's just reality. But let me know what y'all think about this in the comment section. Let me know how y'all feel about it. Give me y'all thoughts and opinions.
They got me feeling like I'm academics.
Let's see.
They got me feeling like.
Now, this is what he said on a story.
For being fresh. If the Fed's watching, I made it 41 years into this life before I had involvement, conversation with federal agents. And when they showed up, I was wearing a red Nike Tech. Not exactly the definition of fresh, but I got a crazy update. I'm going to do the Good Diligent podcaster thing, and I'm going to save it for tomorrow at 4 p.m. with Lush and some surprise guests. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. 22ster has got a big update. Tap inwardly. So much for being fresh.
Okay, so the feds came knocking on my door today. We'll be filling y'all in on what they wanted from me at 4 p.m. on Wednesday. Adam, I'll spare the people. I'm sure they'll watch anyway, but I'll tell you exactly what happened. And I don't expect you to tell the whole truth tomorrow, so I'll tell people what happened. They showed up at Adam's crib. And by the way, didn't I tell y'all? The feds value No Jumper. It's a reason they're not kicking down the doors at No Jumper. Because they could kick down the doors, seize CCTV footage, especially if the people who are in their RICO have been in that building. But what they don't want to do is spook No Jumper. Why? No Jumper is a place that's, not saying Adam is doing this cognizantly, but gang members are going there to confess. So they're not going to kick down the doors of a place that's helping them. This is what they did. Guaranteed. I haven't even talked to Adam. Guaranteed. And Adam's going to listen to me say this. No, I'm right. No, I'm right. And I guarantee he doesn't say the full story on YouTube. By the way, just remember, y'all boys over there on the West Coast new to that RICO game. I covered a few that had some RICOs, so I know exactly how it goes. Don't ask me how. Them feds showed up to Adam's crib. Remember, they have respect. They don't want to kick down the No Jumper doors because No Jumper would probably be spooked. As an entire organization, Adam himself, a lot of shit would be happening. They showed up to Adam, and they probably said to Adam, here's the deal, brother. These people who you've had on your platform, one you've employed, they're the suspects in our RICO case. We believe you might have surveillance footage. We believe they might have texted you certain shit, said certain things to you, or we have maybe you talking to them while we had their phones tapped. They don't want to arrest Adam. What they're going to try to tell Adam is, y'all have deleted some episodes. Y'all have whatever. We need those. Because now they're already locked up people. They're planning for the case. They're planning for the trial. What Adam's going to do, I guarantee you now, he's going to call a lawyer. And what's going to happen, they're going to do a proffer. This is how it works. They're going to say, Adam, we don't want you, but we want your surveillance footage. Or else, and they do have it or else. Or else, and this is us, if they knocked on your door and you could make a Instagram video about it, it's because they're being nice to you. The or else is going to be, oh, we're going to issue a grand jury subpoena. And now you got to go sit there in this proceeding that's happening now. They're grand jurying Big U and them niggas now. The grand jury indictment's coming soon. They're going to say to Adam, unless you want us to subpoena you for that, and you got to go testify in a secret court proceeding where you are going to be under oath and can't lie anyway, or you could just give us your footage. Give us these videos. Give us these conversations, these messages. And if you ask me, I'll see how Adam plays it. But like, this is cap. Like, they ain't asking Adam no questions. They already know everything. They're only trying to get proof of things. Give us video. Give us audio. Do you have surveillance? Do you have this? Yo, you were mentioned while we are combing through or we're listening on the wiretap. They said this shit happened in front of Adam. Could you sign an affidavit to this? The other option is they're gonna bring you in front of a grand jury. Now, here's the reason why Adam is gonna want to cooperate. And by the way, this is not telling. For everybody to know. It's not telling. When the feds do a light knock on your door and talk to you and whatever, yeah, you can go get a lawyer or whatever. But you know what they tell you? If you play hardball with them, they're going to subpoena you to the grand jury. And you better make sure everything going on up in No Jumper is proper. Because now they don't like playing with somebody who's thinking they're being an asshole to them. So yeah, in reality, I'm pretty sure whatever they want from Adam will go give up. Yo, give us the surveillance footage. Here, take it. Hey, give us this. Here, take it. Now, I told you this was going to happen. It's like the feds was watching this whole situation. And there's two reasons I believe.
Feds watching.
There are two reasons I believe they actually arrested Big U and everyone else at that time. I'm going to tell you why. First and foremost, Wack. Wack went online and started to yap about Big U getting arrested. You know what's starting to happen? Big U stopped going home. Bro, my best friend 6ix9ine, he told me, bro, 6ix9ine told me a month before he got arrested, months before, he said, there's white cars all down the fucking, bro. If you think the feds just like randomly say, we're going to go pick these guys up and no surveillance, you're out of your fucking mind. The reason why they locked up Big U, they lost track of him. Clear. My nigga, 6ix9ine said he knew the feds was on him when he walked outside and there would be regular cars on the block. Because 6ix9ine lived on like Locust, it wasn't Locust Street at that time. He lived at this new spot in Brooklyn, but it was like still kind of the middle of the hood where like regular people are. Bro, there would be regular cars there. He said there was a time he would come outside and when he looked outside, it was all white vans, no regular cars. What do you think was out there? Did you think that it was just chilling? What do you think was going on there, bro? They're surveilling you, bro. They're watching who's coming in. They're trying to listen to conversations. They're doing the most. If you don't think that was happening at No Jumper, you're retarded. So this whole thing where, like, it's very telling. If they dropped the arrest warrant and went for the sweep and they couldn't get the head guy, most likely is because they thought the head guy was in the wins, so they're saying, fuck it. So I think Wack alerting Big U stopped coming home. If they hit Big U's home at the break of dawn, why wasn't Big U at his home? Because Big U stopped going home. Probably started staying at hotels, other people's places, moving around. You get what I'm saying? They probably searched a house, detained his family. They got to let the family go. They don't got no arrest warrant for them. So I guarantee that's what it is. Trust me. And also, here's the thing too. If they're going to No Jumper, remember, Loose and Brick was at No Jumper the day before they got arrested. I guarantee you the feds were surveilling No Jumper too. But remember, I keep telling y'all, they're not going to hit No Jumper. Like, if the feds hit my podcast studio for a nigga I fuck with, bro, I'm not doing no type of, like, if they hit, well, Adam's kind of a dummy in that sense, because Adam seems to, like, really love this shit. If the feds hit up your spot about your content, I would imagine your content would change from now on. Like, all right, bro. It's a reason why record labels, as soon as a nigga get a RICO, no more music come out. Because they don't want the feds kicking down their doors. Now, I don't think they want to spook Adam. They don't want to raid his spot. Because he might just stop doing interviews with gang members about crimes, which they like. So the first thing is the Wack thing alerting people. Right? That's why I believe that the timing happened as is. Number two is this other reason. If you go back to No Jumper, and again, a lot of this, if you're saying, Ack, how you know this, or you guessing, my nigga, I know the ins and out of the 6ix9ine case, bro. That's a RICO too. I think other than Wack saying shit to make Big U start to be in the winds and start to switch up his routine, that them surveilling him became harder, and they're like, he might run. So they're like, we gotta catch him before he nigga dips to Mexico or some shit. Because Wack was saying, yo, you gotta go. Like Wack was saying this online. The other thing I personally believe, okay, is, let me keep scrolling down. The other thing I believe why they did that at that time was
what had to happen
this.
In order for you guys to be
chat. When Brick Baby and Loose Cannon, two of the targets of the RICO, supposedly squashed their beef and met face to face on a podcast, it signaled to the feds, fuck. Because here's the thing, the feds will sit back and wait for one of y'all to shoot at each other. It adds more to the RICO case. When y'all are beefing, they're not coming then. When y'all are squashing beef, okay, it's over. Let's go get them now. When y'all are beefing, we don't care. Now, granted, they do have a duty if someone says on a wiretap, I'm killing that nigga tomorrow, they got to jump in. Like, for example, they pulled 6ix9ine in before he got locked up because they heard on a wiretap that he was going to get super violated, and they took that to be him getting shot and killed. So the feds have to warn, like they can't sit back and say, all right, let's wait till he's dead. They can't do that. So they pulled 6ix9ine in and they said, do you want to cooperate? 6ix9ine, they weren't telling 6ix9ine that he was going to be charged at that point, but they're like, yo, they basically said it's a house of cards at this point. They said they want to hurt you. We can protect you. 6ix9ine turned down the protection and he went straight to the Breakfast Club and wilded out. You get what I'm saying? I don't know if you guys knew that. The feds pulled in 6ix9ine before he went to the Breakfast Club the last time. What he took from the feds pulling him in, he thought he could avoid the RICO by disavowing them. Man, I'm by myself, man. I don't fuck with nobody, man. I fired everybody. No. Too late. But that's after the feds pulled him in because they had to tell him they're going to try to kill you. Then what happened after the Breakfast Club thing, he tries to go to Connecticut to a casino with his bitch. And somehow they found out, like Shotty and them, and they were supposed to try to super violate him there. And because they knew they were going to definitely make an attempt on his life, they said, the gig is up. Let's get everybody off the street, okay? I believe not only Wack making Big U start to be elusive made them want to do the arrest warrants, it's because they were waiting on this internet drama where they thought there was going to be something violent that happened that they could add to the charge. Brick shoots at Loose. Loose shoots at Brick. Them having a fight over some 6-0 Big U shit. When they show up on a podcast and squash it, the feds are like, oh, fuck, ain't nothing more about to happen. Let's just arrest these niggas. You get what I'm saying? So, if you ask me, all they want from Adam is cooperation. Now, this is going to be very important. And I'm going to call Wack 100. Because this is going to be very important. Is it snitching if, because I'm telling you what's going to happen. Yo, Adam, we need all payroll data from you to Brick, because we're trying to make sure we know how much is in the bank account. We've seen every deposit. We want to see if he was depositing money that came from other shit that could have been some big U shit, extortion money, versus his paycheck. Are you down to give us that? Is it snitching if Adam does that? And by the way, again, with all due respect, I don't expect Adam to come on here and tell y'all the truth. Let me tell you this. Also, this is how I know Adam love content. Yo, Adam, if the feds knocked on your door, you shouldn't be saying, I'm going to talk about it on a pod. Yo, Adam, you a white man, bro. Get a fucking lawyer. Now, I guarantee you got a lawyer, but he's still going to do the content part of it. But if the Fed, even if they're nice to you, hey, Adam, we love you. You're not in trouble. We just want to see da-da-da-da from this shit that was at your workplace with Brick and Loose. We love you, Adam. We watch No Jumper all the time. You got to get a lawyer. You have to. It's the feds. Again, you piss them off, they come back at you for taxes. You piss them off, they come back at you for workplace violations. They aren't the people who like to take no's. It's the truth. Zeus, thank you for the 20. Says, now, Ack, let's use common sense. Wack openly said he used to be down with Big U for 17 years. What's the odds that the feds bet with Wack? What? Or be with Wack? Especially that they went to Adam's house, who barely know anything. I'll say this too. That's why I ain't gonna lie. The amount of content being done on this, it's kind of surreal for the people involved, because they're acting like the jail cell is not real. They're acting like Loose isn't in a federal penitentiary or federal jail. Like Big U isn't locked up, like Brick isn't locked up. And that you aren't one step removed, even if you did no crime. Even if you did no crime. There is legal liability all over the place. My nigga, like, if I'm Wack 100, I get a lawyer too. It's not that you did anything. It's because they could always harass you and bring you in front of a grand jury to testify. You know how Wack says on Clubhouse? Yo, if you testify, you snitching. So you know how they could fuck you over? They issue you a grand jury subpoena that they could get somebody to leak that you had to they could force you to testify. Or you gonna go sit in jail? No. Especially if you think you ain't did nothing wrong. You get what I'm saying? God's Cologne, thank you for the 20. He said, this is off topic, but Ack, I need a Mo 3 tribute stream intro. You're right. You're right. We do. I did like a song last time. We got to do a little bit more. Thank you for that. Let me call Wack. I think we got to call Wack. Now, here's the thing. If the feds haven't talked to Wack, if I'm Wack, I'm nervous. Let me say again. If the feds haven't contacted Wack, if I'm Wack, I'd be nervous. I'll tell you why. Wack is listed in the indictment as a target of many violent threats, of supposedly a purported violent action or an attempted jump-in. People wanted to do harm to Wack, but he's not called a victim. He's actually called a rival. If the feds don't try to interview you, even if you're saying you're the big Paru, you won't say nothing. If they don't even hit you up to say, bruh, is there any other time that Big U and Brick Baby have ever tried to do something to that we could add to the indictment? If they don't do that, it means you're a subject of another investigation. Maybe not as developed, but another investigation. We're going to call Wack 100 right now. Let's see what's going on.
Meet Asana, a work management platform that helps companies get more done and save more time. Teams can stay connected while they track updates.
Skin color.
The feds recently visited Adam 22, and before they left, they had a very frightening message for Big U. Since the arrest of Big U, Loose Cannon, Brick Baby, and other Rolling 60 members, Adam 22 is officially the first public figure to come forward and admit the feds paid him a visit regarding this Big U RICO. The Big U RICO indictment include charges of bank fraud, wire fraud, human trafficking, murder, extortion, more specifically the murder of Rayshawn Williams. But when the feds pulled up on Adam, they really had no interest in none of what we just talked about. They actually had interest in something that we didn't know at all that the feds were looking into Big U for. And we have to date back a little bit, about a year or so, to really review what's going on here. You can see about a year ago, Loose Cannon did an interview on No Jumper. And during this interview, Loose Cannon said a lot of things regarding his role with Big U when they used to work together. He also revealed the call he got from Big U the day that Nipsey Hussle passed away.
We were doing a TV show like a while back, right? And I'm on a phone. He FaceTimed me. So he FaceTimed me and stuff like that. He was like, Nipsey just got killed. I'm like, sick. So I didn't hear that. So I hang up with him. I called Nipsey and I'm like, Nipsey, what's up? He was like, oh, what's up with it?
Nipsey answered.
Nipsey answered. He answered the phone. And I was like, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that.
Did you tell him the call you just got? Or you didn't even mention it?
I didn't mention it. And that's what fucked up, because my cousin is Nipsey baby mama. You get what I'm saying? So it was like, I could have probably stopped it, or it had it.
Stop what? Fuck you mean? That fuck you talking about?
No, because listen. So after I talked to Nipsey and I was like, yeah, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that. I see you later or whatever. So I hung up the phone. I thought Big U gave wrong information. 30 minutes later, the homies blowing me up like they just killed Nipsey. And so I'm like,
wait. You get a call from Big U telling you Nipsey just got killed.
Yeah.
You panic, called Nip. Nip answered the phone.
Yeah. And
you
we
like
were just talking on regular. So it's like, at the end of the day, I didn't even think about it, because
you don't even warn him that you got that call from dude.
No, because their relationship was so fucked. It'd be like they be hot one minute, then they be cold the next minute, and then they be lukewarm. Like you
and
just
30
never
minutes after you get out the phone with Nip, he get killed.
Yeah, I got it.
So you think he hit you a little too early?
Yep, he hit me a little bit too early, because the homie Shitty double back 3 times. You get what I'm saying? And first he shot him, boom, go into the alley, came back and shot him, boom. It wasn't good enough, and then he came back and he shot him again. But now it's like
how did he know?
Yeah, no, but
that's crazy.
It's deep. So
let me tell y'all something. Me working at No Jumper, being in the building, I was there when this particular interview happened, and I understand the madness and the chaos this interview caused. I'm talking about people from every walk of life who probably is associated with people at No Jumper were tapping in. How could y'all let Loose Cannon do that? Big U's peoples was tapping in, sending legal notices like, hey, y'all sure you're trying to platform this? You know this is cap, right? But here's the thing, though. See, this isn't really the first time that this discussion of did Big U have something to do with Nipsey Hussle's death? This isn't the first time that this was discussed on platforms. Big U himself discussed it on No Jumper.
Because when Nip like passed away, automatically Big U did it or had something to do it or did this, did it. And Nick just be like social media, the investigator now come to your house like, hey, what's the deal, bro? You know what I'm saying? You did it. Like,
the suckers for
damn.
switching too, because I seen when it first happened how they was man, that's crazy. Like I remember Unc went live too, and he's sitting there talking about it. I'm like, that's crazy that y'all, if y'all really know them and you know their situation, them loved each other. Like,
bro, now you don't even gotta go through that. We was just in every video. Like how we was beefing when all his songs, every album he put out, since we had the so-called altercation, he shouted me out. He got the goddamn keys to the city. Like what? Didn't he say, I want to be Big U? Oh no, what did he say? Big U, like J Prince and Big Draws? And then I mean, like, what did he say? He shot me out of every song.
Even though he's been dealing with allegations that he's involved in Nipsey's death for a couple of years now, and he's no stranger to addressing it, he still had a problem with that particular No Jumper clip. Now, in the clip, Loose Cannon never said that Big U was involved. He never said Big U was the one who did it. All he said was Big U called me 30 minutes before the incident, and he predicted Nipsey Hussle's death, and he kept it at that. But Big U still felt like that clip was damaging enough to where he needed to get involved legally. Loose Cannon told Adam that he has footage of him and Big U actually on the FaceTime having a conversation, and he was adamant that this was a real conversation that took place. But because Adam hadn't seen the footage directly, when Big U and his team of attorneys reached out and filed a cease and desist to No Jumper to remove all content accusing him of calling Loose Cannon 30 minutes before Nipsey Hussle's death, Adam was forced to oblige. He was forced to take down the clip.
What's that?
We received a cease and desist from Big U about some of your claims and Loose Cannon's claims, I guess, on this podcast. And after having it evaluated by our legal team, they told us that they thought it was a good idea for us to remove the episode.
It's just, it doesn't make sense to fight it.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to bring you the content just so you'll know he got the content. But I get it. It's
if
like,
you have the content, I think you should release it to the world so the world can see it, right?
Well, it'll definitely come out to the people that's going to come out through.
Where do you think this is coming from? Since you're an expert at psychoanalyzing Big U,
put it like this.
Big Yusufer.
It's some people that paid 6 figures, not high, not low, not a 1, not a 4, but maybe a 2, that's in the Middle East, that wants the footage. Why, I don't know. Now, these same people...
Wait.
Hold on.
The footage of Nip or the footage of the Big U phone call?
Listen to me. They want the footage of the Big U phone call. Now, how I know these people...
The Saudi government wants to own this?
It's not the government.
Okay.
These same people are the ones that been trying to buy that other footage for years. So I think they feeling like if we purchase this... When it's time for dude to want to do what he want to do with it, if Wack gets out the way, we can purchase that.
To this day, we still haven't seen the footage. I don't know if the footage exists or don't exist. I don't know, but we haven't seen it. So fast forward a few years later, Big U gets indicted for this RICO. Adam 22 gets a visit from the feds.
So much for being fresh. If the feds watching, I made it 41 years into this life before I had involvement, conversation with federal agents. And when they showed up, I was wearing a red Nike Tech. Not exactly the definition of fresh, but I got a crazy update. I'm gonna do the Good Diligent podcaster thing, and I'm gonna save it for tomorrow at 4 p.m. with Lush and some surprise guests. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. The 22ster has got a big update. Tap inwardly.
Now, this where things start getting interesting. Now, we all assume if the feds is coming to Adam in this particular moment after the indictment, of course they're coming because they want to subpoena the footage from No Jumper, right? That, that includes the unedited versions of Brick Baby and Loose Cannon talking about things the feds have interest in. Of course, they will want the unedited footage of the quote-unquote robbery and beatdown the feds are accusing Loose Cannon of doing outside of No Jumper. No. When the feds show up, They didn't want none of that. They didn't have no interest in any of that. As a matter of fact, it don't even look like they have any interest in this particular RICO indictment. It looks like they are investigating something else. Because when they showed up to Adam 22's house, they said, listen, you're not in trouble, man. We just want the cease and desist letter that Big U sent you.
But while I'm in my house, I'm playing poker on my computer, a guy comes to my front door, and I didn't actually even know, but my girl was communicating with him through the box in the front of our house with the camera. She texts me. She says, a dude is here from the FBI, and basically he's trying to serve you with a subpoena. And so she told him, like a ride or die would, she told him, Adam's not here, and he's off at work or whatever. I forget what she told him. And so I immediately hop on the line with my lawyer. I say, what should I do? I don't want to, handle this situation wrong. Over and over and over, I've sat down with rappers or whoever who tell me about situations in which they divulge too much information to the police or whoever, and it ended up coming back to bite them. Especially, something that comes to mind is like Hurricane Chris, who caught a body that was blatantly self-defense. This is the thing that my lawyer comes back to me with. She said the feds were interested in one thing and one thing only. Because in my head, I'm thinking, they're going to want copies of the podcasts that Brick or Luce were on. They're going to want to make sure that there wasn't anything in those podcasts that was edited out. Now, anybody who knows me and No Jumper knows that we really don't like to edit things out. So the only stuff we're editing out is if it's like a 4-alarm fire, like, yo, we need to take this out. So I don't think there's ever been something that Brick or Luce told us that they needed us to edit out. But the one thing that the feds wanted was the cease and desist from Big U to No Jumper, asking us to take down the episode in which Loose Cannon first made the explosive statements that suggested that Big U had previous knowledge of Nipsey Hussle's death. Now, that situation is very much outside of what was mentioned in the indictment. In the indictment, there's nothing about Nipsey. There's nothing about any of that stuff.
Here's why this is a very scary message for Big U. See, when you read the indictment, they sprinkle in Nipsey Hussle all across the indictment, but they sprinkle him in weird times, as if they're trying to send Big U a message. Here's what I mean when I say that. Big U is not being charged with any crimes related to Nipsey Hussle, so it's kind of weird how much time the feds spent talking about Nipsey Hussle in this RICO. So the feds would document a 2008 altercation where apparently Nipsey Hussle and Big U were getting into it. A diss song was released from Nipsey's behalf. Big U didn't like it, so Big U pulled up on Nipsey Hussle to quote-unquote discipline him, and things went left. Black Sam wasn't going to allow his brother to get touched. Guns got shot, people got arrested. So the feds documented that particular incident. If I'm Big U, I'll be concerned about how the feds followed up their entire documentation of Nipsey Hussle and Big U's relationship. They followed that up with, oh yeah, Nipsey Hussle was murdered by a member of the Rolling 60s in 2019. So you follow our entire history up just to say that. Are you trying to say something? The feds would then follow this up where they document Big U's and Nipsey Hussle's tumultuous relationship, saying your Nipsey was killed. We don't know who did it, but he was killed. And then they followed it up by quoting Big U from a wiretap where Big U was telling somebody that he's going to pull up and he's not retired yet from the gang. And you know what happened to the last person who thought he was retired? That's in reference, according to the feds, that's in reference to Nipsey Hussle, because like the beef and the chaos that took place between Nipsey and Big U was Nipsey was becoming sort of like the voice and the face of the hood. Big U has always been the voice and face of the hood for, as long as he's been alive. So that's what the feds are saying. Not Flacco, but the feds are saying that right there caused a lot of chaos and turmoil between Nipsey Hussle and Big U. The feds didn't stop there. Bro, they spent a lot of time on Nipsey and Big U, which is concerning if I'm Big U. They would recall a wiretap where on December 31st, 2022, Big U recounted being bigger than any Rolling 60 members, including Nipsey Hussle. Now, on that same day, the feds will claim that Big U also stated if he had an issue with anyone, they would no longer be alive. You see how the feds set it up? You see how slick they are, bruh? The feds don't just spend time talking about things and events in a RICO that's irrelevant. For some reason, the feds believe that that's relevant. For some reason, the feds believe a cease and desist to No Jumper about a clip talking about Nipsey Hussle's death, that's relevant. Hey, man, this is bad, bro. This is, at this point, I think they just trying to cook Big U, man, because, yo, can you imagine? Yo, they don't even need to win the court case. If they charge Big U with this is like not playing fair, bro. Because you took away this man's freedom. Now you're trying to take away his lore and his good graces within his own gang. Oh, nah. But hey, so far we don't know why the feds want to cease and desist. Okay, we don't know yet. Let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this? Do y'all think this is a scary message for Big U? Do y'all feel like this is nothing? And if you're still watching, click on this video here somewhere on my screen, man, to find out why these No Jumper co-hosts almost came to blows. They almost fought.
Summit Healthcare serves a 3,000 square mile area. The next
This might be the beginning of a DJ Academics and Wack 100 scrimmage, man, because Wack 100 just went off on Academics. He crashed out on live. See, Wack was live with DJ Academics talking about this Big U RICO, and Academics is a journalist. So Academics have a line of questioning for Wack to pretty much answer a lot of the questions that his fans and his audience have. But Wack 100 didn't like the line of questioning, man, and he let Academics have it, call him out of his name, just blew up on him. Things got really combative on the live stream when Academics brought up the Big U wiretaps. On the Big U wiretaps, Big U spoke about doing harm to Wack 100, and the feds included excerpts from the wiretap in the RICO indictment. On January 12, 2023, Henley, Big U, described needing to beat the ish out of Wack 100. A couple weeks prior, December 30th, 2022, Henley, aka Big U, stated he needed to break Wack 100's jaw. July 9th, 2022, Henley, aka Big U, would tell victim one, which according to the feds is a victim that he was extorting at one point for $25,000 a month. He told that victim about an incident where they put up on Wack 100, and according to Big U, Wack 100 was begging Big U not to take his life. Now, Wack 100 has disputed this. He said this is false. Big U was lying and bragging on the phone, and that's about it. Now, this incident supposedly happened at the Novo at the game concert, where he would say they pulled up like 14 deep, came through the back door, and tried to ambush Wack 100 on stage. And then they had people waiting outside to sort of lure Wack 100 outside, and they was gonna do something to Wack when he was outside. But according to Big U, Wack 100 pled for his life. Wack 100 would say Big U is a liar. He never pled for his life, and he was ready to take it there. Big U will also tell the same victim who owned a dispensary in LA that he has to stop doing business with Wack 100. What you guys just witnessed is called the Great West Coast Press. We've seen it happen to the best of. It is literally a tactic that's taught in local gangbanging. What that is you have a dude who's new to LA who's an implant, but he has value. He actually has a business. He has a dispensary, makes a lot of money. So you draw him into your squad, and you do that by letting him know that the person he's gravitating towards ain't as tough as you. This happens to almost every celebrity in this city, bruh. Which is why you will see a celebrity come to this city and they would change like 50 different squads. Like the gangs will literally pass them around. In this case, he's telling like victim one, who was paying him 25 bands a month, bro, what you doing business with Wack 100 for? He can't protect you. I can protect you, bruh. And which is why he said, I had Wack 100 begging for his life because he wants victim one to kind of think that, yo, I'm the guy in the city. I'm the tough guy, bro. Like, bro, what you doing? You need me, not Wack. Which is why he told him not to do business with Wack, and then begin to get caught on wiretap, telling this dude everything that he did to Wack, allegedly from his perspective. Wack denies it all, right? Wack says it's not true. It never happened. Now, when on live stream with DJ Academics, though, Wack 100 and DJ Academics was talking about Adam 22 recently getting a visit from the feds.
So much for being fresh. If the feds watching, I made it 41 years into this life before I had involvement, conversation with federal agents. And when they showed up, I was wearing a red Nike Tech. Not exactly the definition of fresh, but I got a crazy update. I'm gonna do the Good Diligent Podcaster thing, and I'm gonna save it for tomorrow at 4 p.m.
Adam showed up to the door purposely in a Nike Tech so they can know he's with the ish. Oh, nah. This is some kahunas here, man. So Academics seen this, and he was talking to Wack, and he said, yo, Wack, if the feds came to visit Adam, did they come to visit you too? Because, you know, in the wiretaps, Big U was threatening to do harm to you in the lawsuit. So it like only makes sense if they would come to Adam, who's nowhere in the lawsuit, who's not listed in the lawsuit, then wouldn't they come to talk to you too? Wack 100 took offense to that.
Well, has the feds like stopped to talk to you yet or no?
Talk to me about what? You like these other weirdos.
No.
Hey, listen, bro. I know you niggas for my downfall, my
Yo, Wack is so appalled that.
Oh shit! Oh man! Hey, Wack finna go crazy. Hey, academics playing crazy right now.
Like stopped to talk to you yet?
100 took offense to that.
Well, has the feds like stopped to talk to you yet or no?
Talk to me about what? You like these other weirdos.
No.
Hey, listen, bro. I know you niggas for my downfall, my
Yo, Wack is so appalled that Ack would ask him that question, bruh. Wack is like, oh, y'all praying on my downfall. Yo, let me tell you this, bruh. Praying on his downfall, he's not just talking about the prospects of the feds coming to talk to him because he may be indicted too or involved. No, he's talking about, oh, y'all want them to come to talk to me. So if y'all see some type of document saying I talked to the feds, now y'all can run and smut my name out. Why y'all praying for the feds to talk to me so bad, bruh? So, but Academics, yo, he don't give it up, man. He keeps asking, yo. It's hilarious because, bro, you can hear the tone in Wack 100's voice. Wack is absolutely appalled by the fact that Academics will ask, have the feds talked to him yet?
No, not
right?
like that. Wack.
But nah, I know you niggas for my downfall.
Wack, you're my friend. I'm not praying for your downfall.
Nah, but
I'm being sensible, though. I'm being sensible.
All you niggas not being sensible.
Wack. I'm gonna tell you how I'm being sensible.
There's nothing about what you're saying is sensible, bro.
All right, I'm gonna use an analogy,
I want you to tell me how it's sensible.
I'll tell you why.
What the fuck you talking about? You niggas getting weird, bro.
I'll tell you why. For example, let's say the feds go pick up Meek Mill, and Meek Mill private conversation that was wiretapped had.
I don't know.
Hold on. Wait, just let me finish. Bro. Let me finish. Had conversations he's having with guys who might do things for him to say, yo, bro, somebody got to shoot Ack. You don't think they're going to come to me?
I don't know nothing about, I'm not Meek, I'm not a rapper, and I'm not you.
No,
I don't have those type of conversations.
Wack. Okay. That's a fictional example. I'm using it to say, yo, in the indictment, they have Big U on wiretap trying to get people to harm you. You think they're not going to ask you? Like,
no, hey, he does not. You're lying.
Yeah.
Stop lying.
Yeah, no,
all you square ass niggas
that's doing media, hey, look, bro, if you're going to run the media, be accurate with your information. Stop lying.
Hey, what academics lying about? I don't understand Wack 100. What is he lying about? Like what act asking him that he pissed? What is academics? Right. What is academics doing wrong? I don't understand. He asking them a question just like Wack 100 asked Brick Baby about the AK-47. He ain't like it when niggas asking him about it though. That's crazy, man. He could do all that asking, but when he pressed Brick Baby on academics about that shit. Brick Baby, what an AK-47 at? But now they asking, all he asked them, did the police come and call you or contact you? It's either yes or a no.
They have Big U on wiretap telling somebody what he wants to do to me.
It's semantics at this point. I'm not in the streets. So what I would say from my square perspective is I don't feel like it makes that much of a difference, right? Whether or not Big U is trying to get somebody to do something to Wack, or whether or not Big U is threatening to do it himself. What Ack is saying is, in the indictment, on multiple occasions, Big U is on the wire phone talking about how he wants to do something to Wack. In the RICO indictment, Big U is telling Victim 1 how they literally staged a coup. They came about 12 to 15 deep, hoodie down, like tied up, looking for Wack 100 at the Novo. So if he's breaking that down and he's going in grave details about the lengths that they have gone to try to get Wack, Ack is saying, like, the feds haven't contacted you yet? Now, I don't know if the feds have contacted Wack, right? If Wack said they didn't, then I have to believe him, right? Because, I have no other information. But that's the point that Ack is trying to get to. And Wack don't even want to entertain the conversation because Wack understands how the internet works. And once you entertain that conversation or go down that rabbit hole, now you have people taking it and running with it. So, like, academics is trying to be the journalist and get to it. Wack is understanding what the internet do. So he understands that, he got to shut this conversation down immediately.
If a man that is accused in a RICO case and he's a head guy is constantly threatening to do something to someone, why wouldn't the cops at least show up to talk to that person?
Constantly threatened where? He said it like 2-3 times.
Yeah, but you don't think the cops at least show up?
Hey, y'all. Hey, I can't lie, man. I hitting the nerve, man. I hitting that nerve, man. Wack 100, he got his nerve. He pressed his nerve, man. He hit that right nerve, man. That nigga Wack 100 had some shit. You old weird ass niggas. Yeah, we talked to Payso P already, man. They got the suspect. It's a 7-minute video, man. The video goes so fast, man. You gotta watch it 100 times to see them switch seats and shit. Yeah, they just on they already know who did it, man. They crashed out, bro. Long live Payso P, his family, his mom. Condolences to his mom, though. I don't know nothing what he was doing, so I ain't gonna say no condolences. And he was out here killing people, but condolences to his mom and his family and his kids if he got them, man, because they ain't got shit to do with what he had going on in the streets.
To talk to you, be like, hey, listen, can we just...
He's talking about fighting, weirdo.
It still don't matter. Wack, this is why you're good. If the police...
I know why you good.
No, Wack.
You over here square your act. Let's establish this. You're the square, nigga.
No, I know.
You don't know
I know, but I got a hell of a brain.
You don't know nothing about... You ain't never even been booked.
Hold on.
You ain't know what the fuck you be talking about half the time.
Wack, I think neither one of us has had federal charges. Feds is different. We
it
both,
don't matter.
You haven't had feds.
Hey, bro, the feds is not wasting their time with a nigga somebody want to fight.
Well, why did they waste their time to go talk to Adam then? If so, they're threatening you. They wouldn't waste their time to talk to you, but they would talk to Adam.
They're talking to Adam about Brick Baby. Brick Baby's an employee. I don't know. Gotta ask him.
Man, if they threatened Wack 100 on wiretap, man, they gotta go and talk to Wack 100. If they threaten him on wiretap, bro, and the feds get that shit on the wire, bro, they gotta threaten Wack 100. They gotta tell Wack 100, bro, on some real shit. They gotta tell him. They got to, man. Wack 100, Wack 100 act like he's some big boss. Nigga, you know you called them people on Big U. Wack 100, you know you dropped that dub on Big U, nigga. You wanted that motherfucking grant that Big U got. Big U already said it. Hold on, y'all. Matter of fact, hold on. We're gonna listen to Wack 100 real quick. We gotta go to Big U now. Cause Big U finna tell it, man. Big U say, Wack 100, he's trying to get me out the way.
Baby's an employee.
It makes sense though, yo, Wack. It makes sense.
You a weirdo too. You nigga. Let me break something down, Act. Y'all want to put me in something.
No. It's not putting you in anything.
This is why academics, to me, is the biggest independent media source in hip hop. Now, a lot of people in this situation would have folded. Man, bro, Wack 100 is low key, like checking you a little bit.
Man, ain't nobody gonna fold the Wack 100 but you. And you my boy, Flock, so I ain't gonna even say you, because I fuck with you, bro. I fuck with you on everything. I fuck with you out of everybody in No Jumper. I been told you that shit. I fuck with you, but I don't fuck with Remo, Adam 22. I don't even know no Lush or the rest of them goof ass people. But, I fuck with you out of the whole No Jumper. You know what I'm talking about? Like, but you gotta stop holding the sack, man. You gotta stop holding the nut sack. Wack 100 told the feds, man, that Big U came with 20 goons and had threatened him and his wife. They drove down on him. Point blank, period. If he didn't, then it was Adam. It had to be Adam to give up the tape. Because how would they know everything that Big U said? They said they got it on recording, video recording. So they had to give up a tape.
A lot of folks would have stopped the act, just kept pushing. Now, this is Wack 100 tamed. Wack 100 ain't really taking up a notch because it gets 20 times worse, and Wack get really disrespectful towards Act. But right now, you are watching it in real time. The tension is rising and is rising and is rising. But Act don't care. He keeps asking the questions and keep pushing. But I don't believe that because Ack is a civilian and hasn't really caught a federal charge yet that academics is unqualified to have this conversation. Because, bro, lawyers haven't been to jail, but they have probably read enough, work to probably be qualified to have discussions in court. If academics have been covering rappers and court cases for the last decade, he's qualified to have this conversation.
Okay, but Wack, you're still taking a point.
No, I'm not.
If they talk to Adam, if they talk to Adam, I would assume they would at least. Again, Adam's not in trouble. It's not like
you weird as a. Listen. If you assume they talk to me, then I assume your woman's a transgender. You fuck man. That's where we at.
I don't own no jumper, assumption.
Nigga. I don't own No Jumper. I don't have employees at No Jumper. I'm a partner on one show. You get it? I don't control the building. I don't control cameras.
Wack.
I don't control payroll, bro.
Wack,
Stop playing with me with these narratives.
No. That's not the angle I'm saying. What I'm saying is that
stop playing with me with these narratives, bro.
Big U is the.
I ain't got nothing to do with extorting, sex trafficking, a murder of a fucking football player, a fucking kid that I've been attacking and exposing for the last couple years. I ain't got nothing to do.
See, I told y'all. See, that's what Big U was talking about right there. That's exactly what Big U was talking about, man. He just went down the list of everything Big U say that Wack 100 trying to get him out the way. Now, you already said this 3 days ago, so why are you repeating the whole list of shit? The football player, hey, California. I thought Chicago was some shit, man. Hey, them niggas getting on the phone from the feds and still doing content, bro. Like y'all deeper than Chicago, bro. Like y'all got more balls of steel than Chicago. Like I done seen some niggas in the feds, but I ain't seeing them doing no podcast wise. They fighting the motherfucking RICO. Brick Baby calling in. I'm still that nigga. Loose Cannon calling in. He still want to talk about the same the incriminating shit. Like, oh man, like they strong, bro. This phone is being monitored and recorded. Yeah, Big U and the robberies that we did with Meek Mill. I'm like, what the fuck? Dude say, hey, activate your powers and call your lawyer.
Or what a nigga caught with at his house. It's hard to gauge where the conversation is currently at because it feels like they're having two different conversations. Wack is like, bruh, I'm not being accused of being involved or being in cahoots with Big U. I'm not being accused of extorting nobody. So Wack is saying, because I'm not being accused of doing anything with Big U, the feds got no reason to talk to me. Wack is saying, yeah, the feds will talk to you because they're saying that Big U tried to bring harm to you, and they will probably either try to warn you or try to get you to turn. So it feels like they're having two different conversations here. Now I don't know if that's on purpose or if it's accidental, but Wack will offer Act the last warning: stop playing with the narratives, bruh, because Wack knows the internet and he knows exactly where people would take this particular clip and take it to, right? Yo, I've been in a building where people like, for example, 607 Unc. I think he hopped online and he insinuated or he jokingly said that Wack 100 was a snitch. Wack 100 takes that really personal because when 607 Unc came to No Jumper, Wack drove in his car, I believe an hour to No Jumper at 12, at 11 a.m. to confront 607 Unc, right? Like he was that irate. He really wanted to fight him because he jokingly made a joke about Wack 100 and cooperating in the same sentence. So Wack 100 takes this really personally. Now, luckily, 607 Unc was not in the building. He left 20 minutes before Wack actually got there. But yeah, this is something that Wack 100 takes very seriously. So after, I guess, the last warning, this is where Wack 100 really turns up and really crashes out. And I think he crossed the line in terms of disrespecting Ack. Because, bro, Ack is the big dog of this media stuff. Feel me? So, you don't really say certain things to Ack, in terms of calling him out his name, But here's how this conversation went.
Okay, let me ask you this for the record. If they subpoenaed you to answer questions, would you answer?
Bro, check this out. Academics, I ain't gonna tell you again, bro.
Okay.
Stop trying to put me in something.
No. I was just giving a scenario.
They gonna subpoena you about some shit ain't got nothing to do with you, bro.
I would hope not.
You and the rest of these bitch ass niggas trying to incorporate me in something that ain't got nothing to do with me, homie. You nowhere in there where you see shit orchestrated with Wack 100.
Wait. Wack.
Stop trying to put me in something that ain't got nothing to do with me, nigga.
Wait.
I ain't from rolling 60s.
Wack, let me clear that up. Let me clear it up. I'm not
what are you talking about?
No, I'm not saying you had nothing to do with it.
No, that's what you keep saying.
No. Let me clarify this.
Hey, look, bro, get in your lane, bro.
No.
Some shit is disrespectful, bro.
No. Only thing,
bro.
I wasn't trying to
stop insinuating. I'm gonna ask you.
Wait,
I don't know if you dumb or slow.
No.
Or you just playing for content.
No. Hold on. You think I'm saying something I'm not?
Did you read all the shit?
Yeah. No.
What do I got to do with any of it?
I think that the feds would want you to be listed as a victim.
I'm not a victim, dummy.
No, hold on. I'm not saying you are, but I think they would want
to happen to you.
Okay, I think they would want to talk to you in that sense, and you could probably say no. You could probably be like, no, I'm good. But
to you, bro.
But
let me explain something to you, bro. I'm gonna say this one more time, bro. Nothing in that paperwork, none of those actions, no laws were broken when it comes to my name. It's just a nigga talking.
Okay.
And the nigga's not talking about having me assassinated. He's not talking about kidnapping me. He's not even saying killing me.
Well, he didn't say break his jaw.
He said, I want to break his jaw. If that's the case, nigga be investigated every day, right?
I mean, that's true too. But well, you know how RICOs go. A RICO that's a really messy shit.
How RICO go, bro. Like, and I'm gonna say this again. Nothing pertaining to my name involves a crime.
That's Big Ack. Listen, man, I don't think Ack is a B. I think Ack is a respected journalist. But I do understand Wack 100 taking this stance of really treating this with the severity and trying to send a message. This is essentially Wack trying to send a message to anybody else who has this particular narrative when they want to interview him. Because if Wack would say this to Ack and spaz out on Ack, imagine what Wack would say to you if you try to, like lead him down this line of questioning. Because Wack wants to make it perfectly clear that he's not a victim. He was never contacted. He never knew the feds were gonna. Well, he probably knew the feds were after Big U because the family of Rayshawn Williams told Wack that. But Wack makes it perfectly clear, bro. He's not cooperating. He has never talked to the feds. He has no business talking to the feds, man. Now, again, I do feel like the question was fair. I don't feel like academics was out of line for asking the question. But, Wack is taking a stance, man. Now, if Adam is saying that he just got contacted, I think the feds rolled up on Adam twice already in a span of like 24 hours. So, is he up, man? Again, I haven't been contacted by the feds. I don't want to get contacted by the feds. Listen, bro, I fear the feds more than I fear death, homie. Like I'll be right. I don't want to be involved in no way. So right now it's getting serious, bro. For me, man. So, I guess we'll update y'all, man, on who's next to talk to the feds after Adam. Okay, who's next? Let me know in the comment section, right? And if you're still watching, man, click on this video here somewhere on my.
Say my boy be glazing, huh? Y'all that's crazy. Ward. Shout out Sean Ward, man. Shout out Sean Ward. Del Rio. Shout out all y'all, man. I finna crash out.
Real Mod Squad shit. Whole lot of Mod Squad shit. Shout out Trenches News, nigga. Shout out MC. Shout out Melly Meaty. Shout out Spot. Shout out Queen. Shout out B. Shout out Nene. And see, hit my phone like Black make us a song. I hit YouTube, found a beat, now it's on. And see, you can go to her for the latest news. Like who told on who and who gave who the blues. Can't forget Queen Lotus, that's 126. Shorty smart as hell, gon' have you thinking about shit. Now let's get on the BZ on her down south shit. Shorty real as hell, she gon' tell you about your shit. And she dropping videos, go subscribe to her shit. Sparks got the visuals of 99%. Made media out west, he a film mode nigga. Get that nigga around your chick, I bet she feelin' on that nigga. And shout out Savage Black, we gon' party on them niggas. Can't forget Nene, she catch bodies in the chat. It's that page figure real shit, shorty gon' check. She gon' come back to the chat, wipe his nosy out the chat. Can't forget Uncle Swipe, Mr. Miyagi to you niggas. You can call him Swiper Jordan or whatever, say you nigga. And to the ones that left, we ain't worried about shit. But make sure you like the video before you dip. Real Mod Squad shit, yeah. Real Mod Squad shit, yeah. Real Mod Squad shit, yeah. Make sure you like the video before you dip. Real Mod Squad shit, yeah. Real Mod Squad shit, yeah. Real Mod Squad shit, yeah. Make sure you like the video before you dip.
Man, that whole motherfucking house failed that little girl, man. But y'all already know.
Damn, my nigga Glock made this shit. Real Mod Squad shit. Whole lot of Mod Squad shit.